different Jewish community centers in Kansas. This is the guy who told me that I was very Kaika-like. This is the guy who called me a Jew liar. I think, Louis, this is the first time we have interviewed people who were murderers, who had killed people prior to being on our show. This is the only time I'm aware of that after we interviewed someone, they went on to kill others. And when this arrest took place, 4 years, 5 years after the 4 years, 4 years after the interview, and all of a sudden the FBI is in touch with us. They want transcripts of emails that we've had with the guy. Media outlets are calling, saying, hey, you've interviewed this guy, explain what happened, talk to us about this. It was fascinating and also completely horrifying that we had talked to a guy who went on to commit such horrible, horrible acts.
Yeah, and when you watch the interview, you'll see, you might think he's mentally ill, you might think he's schizophrenic.
Oh yeah.
He's clearly a guy who buys into every single one of those famous Jewish conspiracies.
Right.
And I guess when your airtime is up and you've reached this level of insanity, the only thing left to do is go out and try and kill some Jews. Unfortunately for him, he killed 3 Christians, right?
Yeah, that was the sort of very dark irony of the entire thing, which he didn't even end up killing any Jews, although he was trying to. And that is today's classic interview from April of 2010, that infamous interview with Glenn Miller.
This is Midweek Politics with Dave Packman.
Hey, welcome back to Midweek Politics. Make sure to sign up for our newsletter at midweekpolitics.com and visit us on YouTube, youtube.com/midweekpolitics. Glenn Miller is running for U.S. Senator from the state of Missouri, and he's been making headlines with his It's the Jews Stupid campaign, for lack of a better term. Here's one of those ads which stations have been running with the disclaimer you just don't usually see with political ads.
The following is a paid political advertisement and may not be suitable for children, but this station is required to carry it by federal law.
White men have become the biggest cowards ever to walk the earth. The world has never witnessed such yellow cowards. We've sat back and allowed the Jews to take over our government, our banks, and our media. We've allowed tens of millions of foreign mud people to invade our country, steal our jobs and our women, and destroy our children's future. America is no longer ours. America belongs to the Jews who rule it and to the mud people who multiply in it. The undeniable proof is at davidduke.com. It's time for white men to unite, to join together, and to take our country back. This is Glenn Miller, and I approve this message.
And Glenn Miller joins us now. How old a guy are you, Glenn?
Haunted FM.
I'm 69.
All right, and who do you find to be more of a problem, blacks or Jews? I can't tell.
Compared to our Jewish problem, all other problems are mere distractions.
Okay, that's what I thought. And then let me ask you this also, because with a lot of the anti-Jew, anti-black folks, they also don't like homosexuals. Do you also dislike homosexuals, or are you gay friendly?
I'm definitely not gay friendly.
Okay.
If you envision and think just what it is homosexuals do,
Right.
if it doesn't make you sick, then you're just as sick as they are.
I guess I'm sick. How old were you? How old were you when you first figured out that Jews controlled so many things?
Well, I really became Jew-wise in 1974.
Okay.
is when I started reading some independent publications published by white nationalist leaders around the country, Dr. David or Dr. William Pierce,
The good doctor.
David Duke,
Right.
and Wilmot Robertson.
And what exactly do Jews control?
Jews control the mass media in this country. They control the United States federal government, and they control the Federal Reserve Bank.
In what way? In what way do they control those things?
Well, as far as the mass media is concerned, they own outright a great deal of it, but they control it mainly through political correctness. Everybody's afraid to step over the line called political correctness, and the Jewish media has established what that line is.
And where is that line?
Well, you don't criticize the Jews for one thing. You know, the United States government has taken on the task, and it's the responsibility of the federal government now to combat criticism of Jews in every country on earth.
Wow.
To include the monitoring of their books, their newspapers, their magazines, their television, radio, even their music.
Yeah, and I'll tell you,
There's something. It's called the 2004 Global Anti-Semitism Act.
yeah.
I mean, the government doesn't do that for blacks or Hispanics or Asian or American Indians.
Well, there's a number
or
of other
white people or Christians or Muslims. They only do it for the Jews.
Well, but at the same time, the government doesn't provide the legal situation that Native Americans have at reservations for anybody else. You know, we could pick out all the advantages different groups get, right? But my question to you is this. How can I...
You going off in the left field somewhere.
No, I don't
I'm
think so.
saying that the federal government has taken on the responsibility to combat criticism of Jews worldwide.
And that's a problem.
And those countries that violate that will be punished through sanctions or whatever.
And you would like to see more criticism of Jews.
I mean, that is what I'm pointing out to you is that that is more evidence that Jews control the federal government.
Now, I'm Jewish, and I know that, by the way, I'm telling my producer here, because he's not up to speed on this, after Glenn...
Well, you know then.
Hold on a second, Glenn. After we confirmed our interview with Glenn, Glenn posted on a white supremacist forum that he'd be on the show, and then other people on the forum started researching me, and a few of them found articles that pointed to me having ancestors in Eastern Europe, and they said, yep, this guy is a Jew. And so my question to you is, how can I get in on this power? I'm Jewish. I feel completely powerless. Who can I talk to? Where can I go? Where are the meetings? I would love to get in on that power myself.
Well, you're born with it. All the big Jews discriminate in favor of other Jews. That's why there's so many Jews in the mass media, for example.
But why am I
why there's so many Jews in the federal government?
But I'm powerless. Where can I...
You're
where
not
are they meeting?
powerless. You're not powerless. You got your own damn radio show. You own 70 radio stations. You call that powerless?
Believe me, I have no power.
Yeah, right. That's what Howard Stern said. And he's a Jew liar just like you are.
Well, I'm not lying. I'm just telling you, I don't know where the meetings
Well,
are.
you're insulting the intelligence of your listeners when you say you have no power, but yet you speak on 70 radio stations.
Yeah, but a lot of those stations are really small.
You still have power.
Okay, Let's
But
talk about
you know,
Glenn.
Patrick Buchanan. You familiar with Patrick Buchanan?
How could I not be?
He refers to the United States Congress as Israel's Amen Corner, and to Capitol Hill
let me
as
stop you right there.
Israeli
Let me-
occupied territory.
Glenn.
Patrick Buchanan. He's a great man. He's a great historian. He's one of the very few journalists that has the courage to speak out against Jewish domination of the country.
Let's not talk about. I want to focus on your history because again, you are running for Senate in Missouri. You believe that you have a chance to win?
Oh yes, absolutely. There's a lot of changes that have occurred in the last few years that make it possible for a radical politician like me to win elections.
Tell
There are a lot
us-
of
let's
fed
go-
up white people out there. Let me tell you.
Well, no. Let's go through it. Let's talk about your arrest in 1987. Was that a felony?
Oh, you go and attack me personally.
No.
You can't debate the facts with me, so you're gonna. That's very kike-like.
Glenn, hold on. Let's calm down. What I want to do is just set your background because we need to know the background.
Yeah,
was
we-
that a felony or a misdemeanor?
Oh, felony.
It was a felony. So
I'm a convicted felony, and I'm proud of it, by the way.
how many U.S. senators now are convicted felons?
I couldn't care less. I wish there more of them were, because then it would show that they had some guts at one time in their life.
Well, most of them get convicted as felons after their time in Congress, is what I've noticed. Usually they don't go in as convicted felons, but many come out that way, right?
But if I had my way, they'd all be in jail right now for treason, if not hung from a sturdy oak.
Were Jews
The Jews dominate, own virtually every one of them. Ron Paul is the only independent politician representative in Washington.
Were Jews responsible for your arrest?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, good. That's good at least.
They were responsible for my conviction that prompted me to go underground and declare war on the son of a bitches.
So Jews convicted you?
Yes.
Okay. But who committed...
Morris D is mainly, he's a Jew that
But who committed...
runs the Southern Poverty Law Center. I'm sure you're familiar with him.
And who committed the crime, though?
Which specific crime are you referring?
The one you were convicted of.
Well, I committed that, sure.
Okay, just making sure we're straight.
Convicted of declaring war on the federal government and possession of illegal weapons.
So, given the overwhelming Jewish control of the media, how can you explain the incredible success of Pat Robertson's 700 Club and the Christian Broadcasting Network? Wouldn't Jews who control the media just
I'm
pull
glad you
Pat
asked
right
that
up?
question.
Good.
Pat Buchanan is the biggest Israeli bootlicker on the planet, one of the biggest ones. The way he maintains his empire.
Pat
and
Buchanan?
money,
You mean Pat
yeah.
Robertson? You mean
Let me
Pat
finish
Robertson?
answering your question.
The
The way he keeps all that is to kiss up and promote wars for Israel. He's a warmonger, a neocon,
Haunted FM.
and he advocates for the nuclear annihilation of millions of black and brown people in the Middle East. John Hagee's another one. He's even more fervent.
But hold on a second, Mike.
Israel gave John Hagee a brand new jet
Okay,
as a
Glenn.
reward for his promotion.
I'm trying to get
of
out of the
Jew
weeds.
wars.
Let's not get into the weeds here. Hold on a second.
Well, you asked me a question, I answered.
She didn't belong there. She probably didn't belong in prison.
I'm not guilty.
FM.
Despite her claim, for the past 10 years, Melanie Anderson has spent most of her time in an isolated concrete cell block in the North Carolina Correctional Institution for Women.
You don't know nothing about lonely till you get here, because this place will steal your soul if you allow it. It will take the very soul from you. Sometimes I can't even believe I'm here. I think I'm gonna wake up from this nightmare and I'm gonna come out.
The twice divorced 42-year-old mother of two was sentenced to death in 1996 for brutally killing a child in her care, a mere 2-year-old named Tabitha Pierce.
I lost everything I ever cared about 24 hours ago. Everything. I was scared to death. I'll never be in trouble.
Haunted FM. Haunted FM.
Everything started happening so fast.
A tiny brick house in peaceful Wilkes County, North Carolina, belies the brutality of the child's murder.
Really, I was shocked. I'd never seen nothing like that in my life.
David Pendry was the detective with the Wilkes County Sheriff's Department who investigated the case. 10 years later, he still remembers the horror of seeing the little girl's body.
You could lay the ruler on her body. There wasn't an inch difference from one bruise to the other, from her toe to the top of her head.
Ironically, Tabitha Pierce wasn't even Melanie Anderson's child.
Tabitha wasn't very young. She had two young of her own.
Anderson had 2 children from a former marriage, Brandy and Roger. But Tabitha had been virtually abandoned with Melanie and her then live-in boyfriend, Ronald Pierce. Tabitha was actually Pierce's niece. Ronald Pierce had a criminal record for assaulting a cop in another state years earlier. Police say during the weeks Tabitha was in their care, the ex-con and Anderson beat Tabitha whenever she wet her pants or cried.
I felt like it was both of them, from the word go itself. But I had never seen nothing like that. Hadn't before and hadn't seen.
The punishment was cruel. They hit her with belts, whipped her with a car antenna, yanked her hair out by its roots, and stomped on her body.
Based on the findings of the autopsies, the lower part of her back, she had a shoe imprint where it looked like she'd actually been struck with the sole of a shoe. She had a human bite mark on the back of her left thigh.
In court testimony, Anderson said she tried to save Tabitha on the fateful night that led to her murder.
Haunted FM.
Ron was ill and he was mad because he hadn't had much sleep. He got aggravated with Tabitha because she was sitting in a little blue chair. He knocked her out of that chair, pushed her her forehead and knocks her out of that chair backwards. So I jump over there and I said, that's enough, Ron. Everything went to hell after that.
Anderson said Pierce turned even more violent.
He's shaking her. When I tried to grab her leg, he turns and her head hits that wall, the sheetrock wall. That's the part I don't understand, because they said over and over and over that I didn't do anything to stop him. But if I had, her head would never hit the sheetrock.
Tabitha's little body went limp. Fearing the worst, Pierce and Anderson rushed her to a local hospital.
Haunted FM.
I walked in the emergency room. She was laying on her back. She was not breathing, but she had a real slight heartbeat, according to what the doctor told me.
Doctors were helpless to revive her. They flew Tabitha to Brenner Children's Hospital in Winston-Salem. It was too late.
And I got to go out there and I held her little bitty hand. And then they told me the next day that they unplugged the machine. And then she wasn't coming back. And I can remember him saying, she did it.
Haunted
I was trying to figure out why he was doing that.
Haunted FM.
Within hours, both Anderson and Pierce were arrested on murder charges.
I didn't get to see the kids. They took the kids away from me. And while he's trying to fire or anything, they just took them.
The prosecutor sought the death penalty for both Pierce and Anderson under the state's felony murder law. The felony was child abuse.
Well, in a nutshell, in North Carolina as well as many other states, if somebody dies during the commission of a felony, it can be considered first-degree murder. And that was one of 3 theories that the prosecutor put before the jury.
Donna Shoemate was less than 2 years out of law school when she was appointed Melanie's co-counsel.
Actually, I was told from day one that nobody in Wilkes County wanted the case because the facts were so bad.
Pierce went on trial first, then Anderson. Melanie's little daughter, Brandy, testified at her mother's trial. She was 9 at the time. Now she is 21 and has a 2-year-old son.
They asked me if my mom had ever whooped me, and I said that, you know, she would pick her play around with us and, like, pretend like she was hitting us, and she would just, like, pat us for, like, a while, and that's it. They just asked me if she'd ever whooped us.
None of the people that I kept their kids for weeks come to trial. Nobody took my side. Nobody believed me. Nobody Oh, nobody.
Juries in each case found Melanie Anderson and Ronald Pierce guilty of murder. He was sentenced to life in prison. Melanie was sentenced to death.
The DA had said that she might not got it on Pierce, but she was going to get it on Anderson. So I felt like that she was really going to get it. I was really going to get the death.
At one point, she told me she was contemplating her final meal, what that would be. And she told me that she would want to have communion.
I don't have no friends I hang around with. I tried to fit in when I first got out here. I don't think I'm meant to be friends with anybody.
What Melanie did not know was that she was about to make death row history.
August 10th, 1977. Accused son of Sam, serial killer David Berkowitz, is arrested in Yonkers, New York. The 24-year-old postal worker is wanted for slaying 6 people and wounding 7 in nearby New York City. John Keenan is chief of detectives for the NYPD.
He was apprehended. He was advised of his rights. He was resigned to what appeared to be his fate. He made a statement around, well, you got me.
Berkowitz is sentenced to 365 years in prison after confessing to the killings that panicked the Big Apple.
For coming on.
Good to see you again.
I need to share with the viewer that I knew David back in the 70s.
Yeah, we go way back as teenagers.
Teenagers, right? In Co-op City.
City in the Bronx, yeah.
That was a good time.
Yeah, I had my ups and downs, and you know, our lives turned out differently and everything, but it's ironic that many years later, I think after 30-something years, you know, you would contact me, we get back in touch, and that's very interesting. You know, we've both changed a lot, we've both been through a lot, and
well, you've gone through a major change. I mean, and that's one of the reasons why I contacted you. I started writing to you, I think it was last December, maybe about a year ago.
Right, about a year ago, we began to correspond. Yeah.
And I was reading your website, and you're an author, and you have a ministry, you've been helping.
Well, I do the particular website is just set up by friends, and it's more of a spiritual site, you know, to give people encouragement and hope and share my faith, as well as, you know, reach out to people who have, you know, struggles, needs, things like that. A lot of positive things, a lot of good things happening in my life today. I thank God for that.
Now, you believe in Jesus Christ?
Yes. I'm a Jew, but I believe that Jesus is the Messiah of the Jews. I know other Jewish people have their views, but those are, you know, mine.
How did you get into it? Well, I mean, you grew up, your parents were Orthodox.
Yeah, well, I grew up in the Bronx, and my mom kept the house kosher. My grandparents on both sides of the family, you know, kept the house kosher. And just like a normal Jewish kid growing up in the Bronx, I myself wasn't religious. I really had no, you know, deep belief, but you know, at the high holy days, you know, Rosh Hashanah, Yom Kippur, things like that, have to go to the synagogue. I was bar mitzvahed and, you know, grew up in a Jewish home.
Where'd you grow up in the Bronx? Because I grew up in the Bronx.
I grew up in Soundview.
That's the Throgs Neck area.
No, it's the southeast Bronx, just past Hunts Point area. You know, Bruckner Expressway and near the Bronx River Parkway.
Haunted FM.
It was actually a pretty rough area. It got very bad. That's one of the reasons we moved out. There was so much crime in the apartment I lived in as a child. It was burglarized, and there were so many burglaries in the building. There were drug addicts on the rooftop because we were in a corner building. So it just became so unbearable. You know, my parents wanted to move, and we ended up in Co-op City. It was like a new housing development. It was like a hope and a dream of a better life, and like tens of thousands, really, of middle-class people, you know, that were in better areas of the city. You know, they made their journey to Co-op City to start a new life.
That's right. Yeah. And the Bronx really changed.
Oh yeah, the Bronx changed. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Right. It was a huge influx. Yeah, I know I grew up on Grand Avenue in the West Bronx, and my building was pretty much destroyed.
Yeah, that area was very, very bad. Yeah, sure. It's yeah.
So when I moved to Co-op City, I think I was starting high school. So you were born in '53. So
yes, 1953.
So you're going to be 56 years old this year?
Yes. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And so when we were hanging out at Co-op City, I mean, I knew you from outside because we used to hang out with the other teenagers.
Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And you were, what I most recall about you was that you were a member of the Firemen's Auxiliary Corps and a Police Auxiliary Corps.
Right, I was, there was an organization that allowed teenagers, when you become 18 or 17 or 18, to join the auxiliary police, so I got into that. I had always had an interest in being a fireman. You know, you're a kid growing up in the Bronx, and I had met some other kids that had similar interests, so we kind of hooked up. You know, you had your group of friends you stayed with, I had mine, and so we had similar interests. Yeah, I was an auxiliary police member in the 45th precinct for just a little while, because I went into the Army, and then that all was, you know, gone.
So as an auxiliary policeman, I guess that's what you wouldn't call it. What was your job?
Actually, we didn't have one. It was just a group that, in case of an emergency, you know, there was like a civil disaster or something, we would mobilize and help out to direct traffic, or be just, you know, carry things and just be used where needed. But we really didn't do much. It was mainly just training exercises, and we had like this emergency services van, and it was just auxiliaries, but you know, we never really did anything. Never had, you know, it was like in the 60s, you remember the civil defense hats, and in case it was an attack, but that, of course, eventually, I guess, all disbanded.
And your best friend was Ed?
I had a friend, Ed, yeah, he was a great guy, yeah. His father was a New York City fireman, you know, so.
Do you ever hear from him?
No. You know, after I came to prison, I lost contact with all the friends I had.
You know, it's interesting because I remember I had spoken to Ed, and you were in Korea at the time?
Yeah, in Korea.
And I distinctly remember him telling me that, because I asked him about you, and he said that you were having some problems in Korea, or the Army,
Well, I think, I guess with depression, I had, my life as, as in my teen years, adolescence, I mean, I had various emotional struggles and problems and things, with depression. I don't recall exactly what it could have been, but, yeah.
And then I saw you. I remember when you came back and you were at the first shopping center, and you were standing there, and I walked across the street and I said, Dave, how are you? And you said, you're doing well. And that was it.
Yeah.
And that was like probably in 74 or so.
Yeah, I got out of the Army in June of 74, so that probably would have been the time I ran into you, because I wasn't in the Bronx too much longer after that.
Because you lived in Building 3.
Yeah.
Was your father still living there?
Yes, my father was, yes.
And then your father moved to Florida?
My dad, unfortunately, my mom, Pearl, she passed away in 1967, just before we were going to move to Co-op City. So she never got to go there. And my dad, being I was an only child, my dad, of course, very lonely. He attended a senior citizen singles meeting in the community center on Dreiser Loop, and he met a woman who lost her husband, so she was alone, and they ended up dating and eventually got married. They got married in 1971, so it was good for my dad,
How was your father? He turned 98?
Yeah, he's going to be 99, God willing, in several months.
You're very fortunate.
Very fortunate, and his health is good. I thank God for that. He's getting along real well. He lost the wife he married in Co-op City. She recently died this past last year. So he's all alone now, and that's a struggle for me. I'm in here, he's out there, but we still communicate. We write each other, we speak on the phone,
Are there any other family members that he can talk to?
No, I have some family members, but we're some estranged from them. After what happened, they left. And I can't blame them. I destroyed those relationships and regret that, but that's what happened,
Would you like to establish those relationships?
Yeah, well, most of them now, they're almost strangers. It's been so long. Others, aunts and uncles and so forth, grandparents have all died off. I have some cousins that I may be able to reunite with soon. I'm just waiting on that to happen. I have some friends working behind the scenes as kind of like peacemakers, and that's a story all in itself. But God willing, in this coming year, I'll be able to meet some family members from more than 30 years ago.
In your book, Son of Hope, you talk about prisoners, how lonely life is for prisoners. They don't have family members coming to them.
One of the things when you come to prison, you commit a crime, you end up in prison, and this, you don't see this in the movies about prison life, but one of the difficulties is, as you're in, you're kind of like in a time warp, and people begin to go on without you, and eventually they forget about you. They're guys that have lost really a lot for all of their families over the passage of time. People have moved on with their lives or have died off, and Yeah, it can get really, lonely, and other guys don't really have any family. And some men who were in prison here were homeless in the street, so they were alone to begin with. And yeah, that's one of the hardships of prison life is plain old loneliness.
So have you been able to help them with your ministry?
Well, I try to encourage the men. I work in the mental health unit in the afternoons, and one of the cell blocks that have special needs men, I'm allowed to work with them. I've been doing that for many years now, and I try to talk to them like a peer counselor, just to be a friend and a listening ear. I encourage them, they encourage me, because I need as much encouragement too to keep going. That's what we have, the fellowship in the chapel, the men that get together at nights or in the weekends for Bible study, prayer meeting, worship services. We all try to encourage one another. There's like a sense of camaraderie, and it's all very positive, and we try to lift one another up through, the Word of God, reading the Bible together, praying together, just like you'd find in the church or synagogue, kind of a fellowship.
Now, when you felt lonely when you were in Co-op City, then you moved to Yonkers, and you were still feeling lonely.
Well, yeah, that's a story in itself. I had a lot of personal struggles. My life began to unravel in many ways.
And
let's put it this way, it's been a long journey. Kind of like what I think.
This witness, Robert Henry, did place Wayne Williams with the very last victim, Nathaniel Cater. Henry worked with Cater. He said he saw him leaving this theater with Williams on the night of the bridge incident. Henry has no doubt, even today, about what he saw.
We were holding hands, like male and female. Well, if you were holding hand with one of my co-workers and both of you are males, what am I supposed to do? Turn my head?
What's up, people? When Wayne Williams took the stand, he swore he never met Nathaniel Cater. On the evening Henry said he saw them, Wayne testified he was home, sick and asleep in bed. His mother and father, now deceased, backed him up. Homer Williams said he had the white station wagon until almost midnight. Under cross-examination, in his third day on the stand, Wayne Williams blew up at prosecutor Jack Mallon.
That morning he was beaten up at first. Immediately he started attacking. He came out of the chute like a bull. When he said, if you want the real Wayne Williams, you've got him. And I think all of us, the jury, understood that.
I was probably my own worst enemy. I was an arrogant, bus-headed idiot at the time. And I played right into these people's hands. I could see almost the shock in the jurors' faces if they said, my God, is this the same Wayne that was up here yesterday? I could see that.
Haunted
FM said, "You're a drop
Haunted
shot."
FM.
I called him a drop shot.
It's a drop shot. What's that mean?
Quite simply, in our vernacular, a drop shot is a guy who's not worth much of anything. Just drop him and shoot him to get him out of the way. In other words, you use it.
We reminded Wayne that he also called poor black children on the streets the same thing, drop shots.
That does not make me a murderer simply because I said somebody is a drop shot or because I called him names. That does not make Wayne Williams a murderer because I said somebody is a street urchin. You know, come on, we're talking about murder. The fact is, I didn't kill anybody.
Patrick Baltazar's stepmother was watching in court that day.
Crazy. This man, I mean, it's like he's saying, you know, yeah, I killed them, but you better prove it. You know, can you prove it? He was doing everything he can to outsmart everybody. And it was like, I did it, but can you prove I did?
The jury didn't come back until late the second evening. The verdict, guilty on both counts of murder. Wayne Williams was sentenced to serve 2 life terms.
People only wanted to look at the negative side because they wanted in their heart for this case to be over and Wayne to be the Atlanta monster. They wanted closure. It didn't close.
The black chair right there. No, that one right there. And I'll make sure they come in and talk to you.
Haunted FM.
Detective English is Detective Garcia. Can you bring out an identification? They see your middle name.
Haunted FM. Haunted FM.
Riverside, Twilight House. So you're home in Lake Cabin? You came down on your own, correct, Michael? You came down here on your own? Yes. Correct.
And you know why you're here today? You're here to discuss. The reason why you're here is because there are two sides to every story. Just so I'm clear, why are we here talking? So I know that you know what we're talking about.
Because the incident there,
Okay. Can you explain a little further?
I came in, shopped around for some buttons off the anything.
Things just get a little out of hand in there for you. Well, he came to Walmart. They also closed down at the Walmart.
Haunted FM.
Oh, well, yeah, they do. They go straight to the discount aisles and see what they've got to offer there.
So what happened at Walmart?
Haunted FM. Haunted
Well,
FM.
before we go any further, because you can't get out without having a special key card that they assign us. I'm going to read you your Miranda rights, okay? Doesn't necessarily mean that you're under arrest, okay? Just that you're not free to leave without us being able to let you go because you're being here and held and asked questions. Just read you your Miranda, okay? So you have the right to remain silent. You say that you use the issue and the right to a presence of the question and to be with you during any question. So if you can't afford an attorney, we have the right to have an attorney appointed to you prior to any question. You understand those rights so far? And are you willing to answer any of my questions here today? Okay, so is that pretty much the meat and potatoes of what we're talking about? Is you went in to go shopping and you didn't find any good deals and then you left and that was it? Okay. I think you and I both know that it's a little bit more than that.
Haunted FM. Haunted FM.
Is that your picture, Michael? Yes. That's the same picture on your driver's license, correct?
Mr. Bailey, I'm gonna give you some really good advice right now. I've been here at Bullhead PD for 20 years, and I've been a detective for the last 6 years. And it's in your best interest to tell the truth, to take responsibility for your actions, and
don't sit here and act like you don't know what's going on. You know, because we really don't invite people into Bullhead PD to come to our Walmart and leave without buying anything. We don't have those restrictions that if you come to one of our stores, you have to make a purchase. So I know that's bullshit, okay? So if you want to help yourself, you can be honest with Detective English here. You know, if you want to dummy up, then...
No, I didn't want to dummy up.
Okay.
I want to get this thing straightened out.
Okay.
What kind of vehicle?
Haunted FM.
Saturn. Station.
Does that look like your vehicle? Do you have a utility box in the back of your truck? Who's that? That's you.
Do you want to start over? Do you want to start over and tell Detective English why you're here, or do you want to continue to go on this
No, I'm good.
stupid route?
No, I don't want to be on a stupid route.
Okay. So why don't you start over and tell Detective English why you know you're here today?
Okay, well,
Haunted FM. Haunted FM.
you explained yesterday that following people around and the city exposing stuff. I've never known about exposing stuff. Really? Phobia I had on as far as bare skin.
I can see that these discs right here are of you exposing yourself and fondling yourself in the Walmart clothing section while you follow a young girl around in that section. Okay. Is that an accurate statement?
Yes.
Okay. There was a lady who caught you, who saw you with your genitals exposed, following her around. No, I'm telling you. Okay.
Haunted FM.
But you were touching yourself.
That's true. Clothing I had on my exposed my genitals.
Well, this isn't the only person. On the same day, this is April 20th or 21st is the date of the pictures that I showed you. I have two witnesses that say they've seen your genitals hanging out in blue shorts. So blue shorts that you were wearing. That you pulled them up so high that your testicles were hanging out. One of them, who had a little 3-year-old girl with her, while you passed them both through the dairy section. Then there's video and witness accounts of you following this young girl
Haunted
through the
FM.
clothing section on that same day
Haunted FM.
and exposing yourself on the other side of the clothing rack, fondling yourself. The old lady in the wheelchair saw you. She saw your genitalia in your hand, and you weren't there shopping. Okay, so let's throw that theory out, because you were there for a total of about 15 to 17 minutes. So you weren't there shopping. Okay? You went there with one thing in mind. And maybe it didn't have in mind. I don't know. Maybe it's just something that happened and you responded on it. But that's why you're here. You're here to explain it. So please tell me the truth.
With me, if I see something that I want
You know what? I call bullshit. I call bullshit. You came to our Walmart in our city to do one thing and one thing only. To get your rocks off by looking at little girls. You walk down the dairy aisle, and if we need to show that DVD to you, we will. With your shorts pulled up so far, your junk's hanging out. You offended a mother and her 3-year-old child. Should a 3-year-old child have to look at your old penis and testicles? I don't think so. But you chose to do that. You obviously enjoyed that. And then if that wasn't good enough for you, you went over to the little girls' clothing aisle. Now, how many bargains do they have for 65-year-old men in the children's clothing aisle? 0. None. I went and looked just to make sure that they didn't have a random men's clothing in the children's aisle. And while you were there, you had your hand in your pants masturbating. And then your testicles and penis again were hanging out from the bottom of your shorts. Can you explain that? And you want to tell me that you came up here to look for bargains? No, you didn't. You came up here to look for little girls. And you know what? I am offended by that. Michael. And don't say that this is the first time that anything has happened.
And it's not, because you went back and you did it again. I don't know where the narrative is at, but you went back and you did it again.
Haunted FM.
And I have a whole nother list of witnesses that saw that. In fact, that's how we found out who you were after that point. Because there was a employee who watched you, followed you throughout the store, watched you, and got in after you left, and got in your truck. He got your plate. We ran your picture by everybody in these 2 incidents so far. And everybody, without hesitation, figures out this photo lineup is the man who did these things. So it's not the only time you've done it. Not only that, I ran a criminal history on you. You've been arrested for it before, correct?
Well, yeah.
Okay, so it's not the only time you did it.
Yeah, back in 1971, you were arrested. Up in Oregon.
Up in Oregon.
Up in Eugene, right?
Eugene area, and it wasn't for, streaking back in the days when that was kind of a popular thing to do.
And so that makes it okay. That makes it okay now that you're walking around Walmart with your shorts pulled up to your fucking neck so your junk can hang out.
No, that's
Yeah.
not right.
And then there was another occasion, right? In what was that other place in Oregon where you had another incident with some indecency? Do you recall that in Baker? You know what, Michael? We got all day long to sit here for you to jog your memory. So, I got coffee. I'll bring my lunch in if I need to.
Haunted FM.
Tell us what's going on. You went into the
Haunted
store
FM.
on April 21st. This is the day of the pictures that I showed you. Let's start from when you showed up. You get out and you go into the store. Tell me what happens. Tell me about your day or that moment in the store. So are you denying that you did any of this stuff?
No, I'm denying that I didn't realize that I had exposure.
Really? When your blue shorts are pulled up to here?
Shorts were pulled up, but I thought there was enough cover.
You wear underwear or do you go commando?
No, I wear underwear.
You didn't wear them that day though, did you? Okay. So why when you left your home that day, you didn't put underwear on? Because you knew what you intended to do. Am I right? Michael, all day long, this is all I do, is deal with people that commit sex crimes. And you know what? You can make this either easy on yourself or you can have me on your ass. And I'm going to tell you what, you don't want that.
Haunted FM.
So get your mind right here and start talking the truth. You left your home that morning, you put on those blue gym shorts and you didn't wear underwear.
Yeah, okay. For the last 10 years, my blood pressure's just been spiked like crazy. And so I've had almost no sexual desire for these last 10 years. Every once in a while, I guess, a little tingle, feeling sexually, and it's like those two instances were the only two times I came down here since I've been back over here.
So what kind of situation gets that tingle going? Because the pattern that I'm seeing here is younger girls. Okay, but you weren't looking for a woman your own age that day.
How old are you? 66. I'm 54, so we're pretty close to the same age. You know what? Would not turn me on to see you walking down the dairy aisle with your junk hanging out. So that's not how you get a woman.
No, it's not.
You might want to check Match.com, because I don't think that's one of their dating
Haunted FM.
ideas. Do you have a home computer?
I've got one, but I don't have an
When was the last time you had internet access? You've never had it. Then what's the purpose of having a computer?
Well, I keep dreading
What's the purpose of having a computer if you don't have internet access?
I just, I had a computer in
Haunted FM.
that for about 10 years, and it's been kind of down for the last couple of years.
How much child pornography do you have in your commonly habits?
Haunted FM.
Okay.
Really?
Well, let's do this then, Michael. If we got a hold of the detectives, and just to throw that all out to prove that you don't have that stuff on your computer, would you be willing? If I called Detective Slack down in Havasu, the detective that went out and talked to you, would you be willing to forfeit your computer so that she could forensically search at computers to make sure that you have nothing in there?
So you have no child pornography in your home.
I do not, and I'm not into that.
But you're into coming into Bullhead City, going to the Walmart, going to the little girl section. You didn't even go so far as to go into the teen section or the junior section or the women's section. You went straight over to where the little girls size 1 to size 6X.
Michael,
that's where you went.
The point is that the Walmart in Havasu, the Walmart in Kingman, the Walmart in Timbuktu, the Walmart here are all the same. So there really was no reason for you to have to come all the way up to Bullhead to shop for some kind of deals, okay? And it's not like you were out there shopping and then all of a sudden, because you haven't had any sexual desire and you felt it come and you felt the sexual desire come up and you had to react on that. That isn't the case. You came specifically to the Walmart in Bullhead City for a reason. Because you could have done all that stuff in Havasu. And you could have had all that stuff happen to you and all those feelings happen to you in Havasu, but you didn't go there. That shows me intention. You came here for a reason. Am I pretty close?
Let me have that pencil out of your pocket, please. Do you have any other sharp objects or anything? You got a knife or anything? No. Okay. What we're going to do right now is we're going to let you sit here and think about it, because I want to come back in and have you start telling the truth, rather than sitting here and bullshitting us. All right? I'm going to call a spade a spade. You're lying to us, don't appreciate it, so you take a moment.
I'm trying to be truthful.
You're trying to be truthful. There's a difference between trying to be truthful and being truthful. I'm going to give you 5 minutes. When we come back, be truthful. Don't try, be.
Haunted FM. Haunted
FM.
Haunted FM. Haunted FM. Haunted FM. Haunted FM. Haunted FM.
FM.
Haunted FM.
Haunted FM.
Haunted FM.
Haunted FM.
Haunted FM.
would you retire?
Haunted FM. Haunted FM.
Haunted FM.
So you have some time to think about things. You've never done anything like this before.
Haunted FM.
You know, for the last 10 years,
Where's Haynes, Oregon? She lived there for a while, didn't she? What'd you do in Haynes? What'd you do to get in trouble up in Haynes? When you get arrested?
in Haynes, Baker City is just 10 miles away.
That's all in, is that Union County, Baker City? That's in
Haunted
Baker County.
FM.
Okay, well, what did you do in Union County?
Haunted FM.
But you were living in Haynes, right? When you got in trouble in Union County. What'd you do then?
Walking to a clothing store. The radio was passing me. I touched drugs. I don't touch people. That kind of anxiety.
See, Michael, we don't bring people in here into our time unless we've done our homework. So we know. We know about your indecent exposure. We know all of this stuff, Michael. So you can't come in and bullshit us.
Your domestic assault, kidnapping charge that you got, that was,
When you wouldn't let your wife call the police. Remember that
Haunted FM.
kind of shelter?
Shelter. Yeah, I never laid a hand on that woman. That was her way of dealing with it. She started to leave. She jumped in the driveway and she really
Haunted
really wanted
Haunted FM.
What I'm hearing, Michael, is everything. Everything is really been turned around, and it's really not your fault. And remember the advice I gave you when you first came in here? Is to take responsibility for your actions, and things will go a lot easier. Because the more we do this little dance, the more pissed off I'm getting. And I'm not going to be a very good dance partner for you very much longer. All right? You told us that you're looking for a woman your own age, yet you're in the little girl section. You're walking through Walmart, you leave home that morning, you put your blue gym shorts on and you don't wear any underwear. And you did that for a reason, because I'd venture to say you have underwear on right now, am I correct? Till you decide, do you want to come and expose your genitals? That's when you don't wear underwear, am I correct? Is that a fair statement or not?
Haunted FM. Haunted FM.
Up until you decide to come to the Bullhead City Walmart, then you have those desires. Then you don't wear your underwear. Then you expose your genitalia.
Michael, paint a picture like it's something that happens to you on the spur of the moment. And your actions that day are completely contrary to exactly that. You're not just shopping, and you didn't feel a little tingle in your genitals, and you didn't feel like you had to rub on them or anything because of that. You came all the way to this Walmart for a reason. Because you could have done all that stuff, and so you could have been shopping over at the Walmart house. So let's just cut the bullshit. You know what I mean? And the point I'm getting to is this kind of stuff, it doesn't just happen.
Haunted
You gotta work your way up to something.
Haunted FM.
You know what I mean? Like, it starts somewhere, and it starts small. I know it. Okay? And then it gets bigger. You get molded. You didn't just start touching yourself on that day in front of people. You worked your way up to it. And I'll venture to say that you've probably been doing it for a while, and you only got caught this time. So let's back up, because we want to understand. I want to understand. The courts are going to want to understand what drives a person to do something like that. And if maybe they have a little insight on what's going on in your head, it may help them when they make their decisions. It may help you. I don't know. So let's back up. Where does this start? How long has this been going on? prefer sex?
I prefer females my age. Older, not younger, my age.
So then why the clothing section? Like I said, you think telling me that and then what I've seen in these videos that even makes sense?
The Haunted
You think I'm really blowing smoke up your ass?
Haunted
I'm telling you
FM.
what I've seen in these videos. And that's not the only video. I got more. Okay? From the other times you've gone and done this. Okay? So that doesn't even make sense. It starts something. There's a fascination. Okay? Am I wrong? Somewhere there's a fascination. It starts with a fascination, correct? So let's be honest. Tell me about it. Help me understand.
For the most part, I feel like a normal human being. I do have a fascination.
Give me a little insight on that. Fascination. What about the fascination?
Oh, I fantasize. It's not necessarily
You know, I can see the way girls look these days. You can't tell anymore how old they are. But I completely understand that the physiological attraction is something that's good looking.
The Haunted FM. Haunted FM.
So I'm not looking at you like you're a monster. I'm trying to understand what's going on. But in order for me to do that, you have to paint a picture. Now, I think we're getting close to the truth. I think there may be something going on with the younger girls. So let's just be honest with that. We're here now. We're here now. Let's deal with this. It's not going away. What do we do? And you know what? Let me just be specific. Let me just explain something. We're not talking about this. We're talking about a little indecent exposure claim. okay? It's not the crime of the century, okay? But we gotta get to the root of the situation. Tell me about this fascination. How old are we talking? What's the youngest?
Haunted FM.
What's the youngest?
Haunted
you've ever
FM.
fascinated about? What's the youngest age of
Over the last years,
how many years are we talking? How long have you had? How long can you think back that you've had this kind of And would I've been pretty close by saying that it starts out small and it builds up to something like this. It's not like all of a sudden you went out and you started doing this kind of stuff. Where does it start? It starts from the fascination and discussing, and then where does it go from there? Pictures.
child.
So if I went and searched your house, I wouldn't find any child pornography or erotica or anything, pictures of little girls in underwear from the JCPenney catalog or anything like that.
This is a fascination. It's about 30 years. When you went into the
Haunted
FM.
Haunted FM.
You just start, when you went to Walmart on the 20th, and you were on the Rouge with famous pictures that I showed you, trucks in the park. Was that your intention?
Haunted FM. Haunted FM.
I saw dolphin signs. They didn't have my size. First time I went in there, I bought 2 pairs.
How many times have you exposed yourself or masturbated while watching a young female child in the last 50 years? More than 5? More than 10? Too many to count? Because you've never been caught, have you? This is the first time you've been caught, am I correct? Or have you been caught before?
No.
Okay, so this is your first time. And so how many times would you say that you have fondled yourself or masturbated or exposed yourself in the last 30 years while you're fantasizing about girls from
Haunted FM.
It's been a few times,
Haunted FM.
but those feelings have been going away.
Okay, well, I'm glad that those feelings have been going away, but what's a few times? It sounds to me like if you're having to think that hard about it, it's too many times. Too many times, Reinhold?
It's just the last 10 years has been very
Okay, too many times? How many times in the last 30 years that you have fantasized about little girls in the ages of 6 years old on up? How many times? Okay. And did you do that in Oregon? I mean, because that's where you live. How many times have you been to the Bullhead City Walmart and done this and not got caught until this time? Twice. Twice before you got caught? So this was the first time?
No, that's the first 2 times I've been there.
Okay. What about the Walmart or any other clothing store in Lake Havasu City? No. And the reason for that is you thought that you could come up here and not get caught because you drive a vehicle that doesn't have Arizona license plates on it.
Haunted FM.
Well, the 2 times up here, though, you drove your pickup truck, right? And that pickup truck does not have Arizona license plates on it, does it? So I think a reasonable person would say, you see, you thought you would never get caught because you're driving a vehicle that doesn't have Arizona license plates on it.
My mind.
Really?
I always drive my Saturn.
No, you don't always drive your Saturn because on at least on 2 occasions you drove your truck.
I know, because my Saturn, the first time it was down, plugged injectors. And then the second time I thought I had plugged injectors again because my head was acting the same way. And I didn't know exactly what I was going to do about it, so I parked it for 2 months.
So you drove your truck up here that has the Oregon plates on it.
I drove my truck, the only vehicle that was running.
I'm not a doctor. I'm not a doctor, so I'm not going to sit here and diagnose you. And you know what? I don't care about your childhood. I don't care about any of that. I want to know why you did what you did. And you know what? You're not man enough to it. You're saying you're blaming it on blood pressure and this and that, and your wife left you and blah, blah, blah. And so you know what? While you're talking here, all I'm hearing is blah, blah, blah. Because I've got a 3-year-old girl that I just interviewed that said that she never wants to see the bad man again. A 3-year-old girl that doesn't want to see the bad man. And you know what she said? She said, I hope the bad man goes to the Boo Scout. You have changed that child's life. So, you've changed that child's life. 3 years old. 3 years old, and she doesn't want to see the bad man again. She doesn't want to go to Walmart with her mom anymore for fear that bad man is going to be in there. The bad man that had his gym shorts on with his cotton balls hanging out. Yeah.
Haunted FM.
Because you know what, I'm at a point now where I'm not going to use nice terms or anything because you didn't care what a 3-year-old child saw. And her mother who saw it. And then after that, you go over into the girls section. you've got a problem. You've got a problem, and those feelings aren't going away. Because a month ago, you came and did the same thing that you'd done 30 or 40 times previous to this. So, I'm discouraged that you won't take responsibility for your actions. Detective, I don't want to do that.
Anything else you want to say about this? Or say for yourself?
Haunted FM. Haunted FM.
My concern is that even with us dealing with what's going on today, that later on when you're out there, whenever I spoke about it in progression, you started out fantasizing. You don't want to talk about the in-between. You say that there's no pictures. You say that you've never fantasized. I can't say that I believe you. Okay? But you definitely progressed. And you're skipping that point.
Well, that's something I've never been into.
But you have.
You could tear my house apart and never find anything like that.
And you may be right. You may be right. But, like I said, my concern is the progression. Okay, after a while, fantasies don't become enough. So then you go out and you start going into the stores. Who knows what you've done between this and going out to the stores and doing what you do to yourself. What's next? I mean, you're making it obvious.
Like last year, only 2 times in the whole last year.
Well, let me ask you something. Do you think that that's okay?
No.
So put yourself in an average person, a person that's not involved shoes, that sees that kind of stuff. Take yourself out of your shoes and put yourself in someone else's shoes, seeing you do what you do. What do you think should happen to a person like that? Why not?
I just, I get so damn disgusted with myself all the time.
So you know it's wrong, but you still do it. Is that correct?
Well, like I said, it's only twice in the last,
But 30 times in the last, what do you say?
30 years.
30 years.
Haunted FM.
FM.
Haunted FM.
But still kind of didn't answer my question. You know that it's wrong. But you've done it 30 times. You know it's wrong. What's so exciting about doing something? Is there a level of excitement?
No,
What do you get out of
that's
that?
why I don't understand why I do it. I don't. There's no satisfaction.
So I guess what I'm getting at is that it's something that you're telling me that you can't help.
Well, I think I probably can. It's just, I feel like that episode with the shows like that one.
So were any of the 30 times right? Any of those 30 times that you did something like that? It's bad because why? Because you got caught?
No, it's because I mean, I'm covered up.
And it wasn't an accident. So don't try to paint that picture. You know it was.
Haunted FM. Haunted FM.
Well, I think there's more to this, Michael.
So I've been implementing about 10, 11 years.
I get you trying to explain to me what's going on, but it doesn't have anything to do just because you can't get your dick hard. Doesn't make it any more wrong than taking out your pants and beating on it in front of, or following little girls. And you're going to the point, you're even to the point where you're reckless about it. You do it intentionally and you're even reckless about it because you go out, plan on doing this stuff, you go out, you do it, and you're so focused in on these little girls that you don't even see the other people around you seeing you do it. That's how intense your, in my mind, your fantasy is. Okay? So I guess my question is, what happens next? What's the next step from here? And I'm not talking about from here. I mean for you in your fantasy union, okay?
Haunted FM. Haunted FM.
No children. They're my age. These are the people I want to be with. I have trouble meeting people. This is what's happening. My plan is next, is to be more active. I don't do bars. I don't, do any of those kind of things.
Give me a second. I'll be back in.
Haunted FM. Haunted FM. Haunted FM. Haunted FM.
But, so that you know, Michael, you're going to be charged with the music exposure. I'm going to set you in the sound for a little bit, and then I got some things that I have to do along this. You're not allowed to leave, and you're under arrest.
Haunted FM. Haunted FM.
What's going to become of my car?
Where's Matt? Which one do you drive? Saturday. I haven't had what? I haven't had valve.
Well, I thought it had injectors so bad it turned out to be a problem.
Well, we'll worry about that when we get there. At the very worst, you have somebody come get it. The very worst, it would be come to a yard. Max, can you come and get a gentleman for me, please? Set him in the cell. He's under arrest, but he does need his phone and whatever contacts he has in his pocket. You go with booking officer Hardy, for me, please. You'll have to see a judge first, but go with Max right now, and then well, the sooner we get this done, the sooner we get the very latest. But like I said, I got some stuff ready to go. Yeah, Michael Bailey.
Haunted FM.
A man so horrible, he was referred to as the Vampire of Dusseldorf. Today we discuss the monster that was Peter Curtin. Let's open the serial killer file.
Haunted FM.
Peter was born in Germany in 1883 to a large family, a family tormented by a sick, twisted father. Peter lived with 12 other members of his family, all within what amounted to be a single room. Peter's father was a brutal alcoholic and scarred all of his children in unimaginable ways. Peter's father would have the children assemble and force his mother to strip and engage in sex in front of the children. Not only this, but he molested Peter's sisters and even ended up being in prison for attempting to rape one of them when Peter was 16. Peter learned a lot from his father, which would explain why Peter began molesting his sisters. But that was only the beginning. Peter came into contact with a sadistic dog catcher that happened to live in the same building. This dog catcher introduced Peter to the joys of torturing animals and coerced him into acts of bestiality with the dogs he had caught. Peter had developed a taste for violence, and very quickly at that. However, animals wouldn't suffice forever. At the age of 9, Peter committed his first murders. While swimming with 2 boys on a river, he shoved one of them beneath the raft they were on. When the other boy they were with jumped in to help the boy, Peter forced him underneath as well, where both boys drowned. The incident was seen by police as an accident. By the age of 12, Peter had moved with his family to Dusseldorf. He took his lessons with him, often trying to have sex with his sisters and other various schoolgirls. At the age of 13, Peter began engaging in sexual acts with sheep, pigs, and goats. He expressed a special type of satisfaction whenever he would stab a sheep to death while he engaged in sexual intercourse with it. Peter eventually ran away from home to escape his father's violence and met a prostitute who was into violence and perversion. A perfect fit. This would become the nature of his relationships. He was even known to date prostitutes that were twice his age. Peter claimed his first adult murder in 1899 in a park, strangling the woman to death while he had sex with her. Peter would find himself in and out of prison, at times for theft, at times for fraud, and one time in particular for attempting to shoot a woman with a rifle. Peter was drafted into the military once he was released from prison, but soon deserted and began setting fires to barns and other buildings where he had hoped homeless people might be sleeping inside. He wanted to hear them burn alive. Peter was eventually sentenced to 7 years in prison for a theft charge where he claimed to have poisoned a number of inmates in the prison hospital. Upon his release, Peter kicked into the next gear, raping a servant girl and accosting women at a local restaurant. When a waiter stepped in to intervene, Peter drew a pistol and chased him off with gunfire. Peter earned a whole entire year in prison for the trouble he had caused. A year later, now 1913, Peter was again released where he broke into a pub while the owners crept into their living quarters and found their 13-year-old daughter asleep in bed. He cut her throat and sexually assaulted her dead body. Upon fleeing, Peter made a grave error, an error he would never pay for. He dropped a handkerchief at the scene. Upon it were his initials. It didn't quite matter, however. The girl's father, who owned the pub, had recently engaged in a severe argument with his brother. His brother swore to do something he would never forget. Police suspected the pub owner's brother. The owner's name was Peter Klein, the same initials as the true killer. Peter followed the court proceedings and laughed. But Peter's terror was just getting started. Peter was more than capable of stepping outside of his desired demographic for murder. He didn't need his victims to be young, defenseless women. He even hacked a man who reached climax
Haunted
at the
FM.
sight of the blood. After attempting to strangle 2 women sometime later, Peter was sent back to prison for 8 years for unrelated charges. The authorities still had no idea that Peter was a killer with an insatiable thirst for death. In 1921, at almost 40 years old, Peter was released from prison once again. Peter had found romance and true love once again with a woman who had served 5 years in prison for shooting her fiancé. Peter proposed to her repeatedly, each time being denied. This was until he threatened to murder her. She then decided that saying yes was her best option, and so the two were happily married. It had seemed that the married life had calmed Peter down for a few years anyway. In 1925, after sexually assaulting 2 servant girls, Peter returned to Dusseldorf for his final reign of terror. 4 more attempted strangulations, along with over 15 buildings being burned to the ground. Peter was on his way. It took 4 years until he would hit his stride. He stabbed a woman 24 times and left her for dead in the street. Fortunately for her, she survived the attack after months of care. Not so fortunate was the mechanic Peter stabbed 10 days later. He died of his injuries. A few weeks later, the body of an 8-year-old girl was discovered raped and stabbed 13 times. Another victim of Peter's bloodlust. He attempted to burn her body to dispose of evidence. Though all victims had been stabbed in the temple, police failed to see a pattern because of the difference in the victims. It would be a few months before Peter resumed his reign of terror. He strangled a woman and dumped her body in a river. 3 people were stabbed repeatedly in Dusseldorf in hit-and-run attacks. One survived. 2 young girls,
Haunted
one aged
FM.
5 and the other aged 14, both found dead near their homes with their throats cut. Peter harassed a woman for sex, which she denied by saying, "I'd rather die." He stabbed her several times before he fled. Though she survived and gave a good description of her attacker, police rejected the idea of a single killer being responsible. The next month, Peter strangled 3 more women, but all survived. He killed a 4th victim by smashing her head with a hammer. The following month, he killed another woman with a hammer, and then attempted to kill 2 others, but they survived. Peter strangled and stabbed a 5-year-old girl 37 times until she died. When police discovered her body, they also discovered another girl stabbed 20 times, raped, and then buried. He was said to have even drank some of the blood of these victims. Peter's luck had eventually ran out when his final victim, who he invited over to his house and then took a stroll with through the woods, was able to fight him off. He let her go and she assured him that she had forgotten where he lived. But of course, she hadn't. She brought police right to Peter's location and he was arrested. He openly confessed and, in court, claimed insanity. The defense was rejected. The jury only took 90 minutes to decide Peter was guilty. He was sentenced to die by the blade of the guillotine. He informed a psychiatrist that his greatest thrill, better than any murder, would be to hear his own blood splatter all over the ground as his head was severed.
Haunted
He
FM.
lost his head on July 2nd, 1931, with a smile on his face. That's all in this file. However, be sure to keep a lookout for the next serial killer file. Much like the killers themselves, you just never know when one might pop up. If you have a suggestion for a serial killer you would like to see featured in a future episode, you can tweet it to me at @TheRobDyke. And don't forget to subscribe because you won't want to miss who's next. Case closed.
Back to the serial killer series. Today my brother's me speaking for all of this episode. I was pretty busy the past 2 weeks and only had time to edit and write for the video. This episode is about 4 serial killers in Kentucky.
Number 4, Peoria Abraham Simmons III. Robin Barnes was Simmons' first victim on May 18, 1981. Simmons picked up Barnes and her 2 male friends that were hitchhiking after walking on their way home from a party. Simmons dropped off the 2 boys near their house and offered to take Barnes to Watson, where her home is located. Simmons dropped off the 2 boys near their house and offered to take Barnes to Watson Lane where her home is. Instead, he drove past the home another mile and forced her out of the car at gunpoint. Simmons made her pull down her jeans and panties, raping her afterward. After Barnes was raped, she attempted to run away from him. He shot her in the back and she fell to the ground on her back. Simmons then shot her 3 more times, 2 times in the neck and 1 in the chest. 2 boys were walking to school the next day and found her bullet-ridden body. About 10 months later, 29-year-old Shannon House was abducted at gunpoint by Simmons from his car about a block away from her home. Later, Simmons took her to a local park where he made her walk back into a wooded area, forcing her to take off her pants and panties. After raping Shannon, she was pulling up her clothes, and Simmons shot her 1 time in the neck, killing her. Her body was found the next morning by workers who worked at the park. 3 months later, Simmons picked up 39-year-old Nancy Bettman close to her home in Old Louisville and took her to the same exact park where he took Shannon House. Once again, he raped Bettman like his previous victims and shot her to death. Simmons dragged her body to a small, shallow drainage ditch by a horse trail, and her body was found the next morning. Less than a month later, Simmons attempted to claim his fourth victim, picking up a 16-year-old female from a bus stop very close to Shannon House's home. This young woman heard on television about 3 females being killed. When Simmons forced her out of the car to walk to a secluded part of the park, she reached into her pocket and pulled out a small knife. She immediately opens the knife, stabbing Simmons in the groin, and he grimaced in pain as she ran away. She waved down to her approaching car, and they went to a local police station. The police then alerted local hospitals in the area to a man coming in complaining of being stabbed. Simmons went to one of the local hospitals and he was arrested soon after. The police took the 16-year-old to the hospital where she identified that he is the attacker. He told Detective George Barrett that he had just broken up with his girlfriend, who was a redhead, a few days before he killed his first victim, Robin Barnes. Simmons said he is angry with his rejection, stating she was a streetwalker and a prostitute. He said all 3 women reminded him of his ex-girlfriend since they were the same body type, hair color, and appearance. Simmons assumed that his victims were prostitutes since they were on the streets about 2 in the morning, but ironically, none of his victims were prostitutes. Simmons added, saying he is only reducing the rate of STDs by getting rid of these women. Simmons fits into the category of a mission serial killer where he'd pick out a group of people he thought were bad, like streetwalkers or prostitutes. Simmons was sentenced to death on May 13, 1985 after being convicted for 3 counts of murder, 3 counts of rape, and 1 count of kidnapping. He has been appealing since his conviction, but did appeal on March 2, 2010 for reducing his death sentence to life in prison without parole. With that plea deal, Simmons can never appeal his conviction ever again. Prosecutors said it was the best option because half of the witnesses and detectives are dead, which Simmons could have walked free if he continued to appeal. Kay understood the reasoning, but she said she was waiting for justice and her cousin's death, and life in prison isn't what she waited for. Kay added, I wanted to see him die of lethal injection, which was his original sentence for her cousin's death. Number 3. Julia Higbee. Julia Higbee was a neatly dressed, prepossessing young 23-year-old country woman at the early 19th century who was thought to be perfectly sane. She had been married to a husband who was well known as one of the most prominent farmers in Meade County. Mrs. Higbee lived on the plantation of her husband while taking care of her 5 children, the oldest being 8 years old. Something in Higbee's mind ticked and she started poisoning her own children and even tried on her own husband. She started off with her youngest, who was not even a year old. Her husband, Mr. Higbee, was awakened by the shrieks of their youngest, and he took her to a physician and tried all his effort to relieve its suffering. However, it was useless, and after 30 hours of illness, the youngest child died. The physician saw it dying to cerebral trouble. Mrs. Higbee's next victim was another child of hers who was 2 years old and also died 30 hours after being poisoned. In this case, the symptoms were confined to the nervous system without much nausea, with no intestinal irritation. Cause of death is pronounced as cerebral spinal meningitis, which is the inflammation of the meninges of both brain and spinal cord. November 13th, her third child died, who was 4 years old, and died in the same fashion. This child was suffering from extreme thirst, vomiting, and purging, which eventually led to death. The physicians were thrown off guard, and the third child also died from cerebral spinal meningitis. Mrs. Higby's attitude had changed, which threw off her husband and physicians off guard. She had acted strangely while rarely talking to her own husband and stalking around the house with rat-like stillness. On December 8th, the day before the oldest child and last victim is taken ill, Mrs. Higby expressed herself as very anxious about the child's health. Mrs. Higby told her praying husband that no one could tell when they were going to die, and that she has a presentiment that they all would be dead in the next 2 weeks. The oldest child was given several buttered biscuits by her mother, who told her not to worry about making it, as she would make it for her. During the next morning, while the child was absent, Mrs. Higby called her husband and instantly began asking about her health. Her husband assured her she was not to be comforted. She told him several times she was certain the child would die as the others had. Her husband grew wary of what she stated and found that his eldest child was suffering from cramps as the other victims had been attacked. In 2 hours, she relapsed into unconsciousness and remained so until death. Her husband then told his fears about his wife to the attending physician and requested him to make a post-mortem examination. However, his wife asked him not to look further into their deaths, and the matter was dropped. She was aggrieved when she learned what was intended and threatened to kill anyone who attempted a post-mortem examination. She told her husband, "I will be dead very soon myself, and they cut me up if they choose, but no one shall cut up my children." Her grief was so real that her husband's suspicions were, for a time, alleviated. 2 days after, Mrs. Higby was found in a spasmodic condition and suffered from pains like her children who passed. Dr. Pusey, who was present at the time, diagnosed her case and discovered that she was suffering from the same poisonous effects which the children had suffered from. Dr. Pusey then fell after she attempted to kill her husband, killing 4 of her own children. She was trying to take her own life. Mr. Higby forgot that 3 months earlier he had bought a box of rough-on rats, which was rat poisoning, but had not seen it since he had brought it home. He remembered asking his wife if she had seen it. She said that she had taken it from the dining room and put it in his toolbox, which he did not see it there. Eventually, several doctors and physicians found out the children had no ulcers in their stomach, although they had large quantities of arsenic in the tissues of every part of their bodies. Dr. Pusey, who was regarded as an expert about insanity, had a careful review of the case and examined the condition of the mother. Pronounced her as an unmistakable case of puerperal insanity, which is brought out by rigid child breathing and continuous nursing. She had a mental condition which was aggravated by loneliness and remorse, which led her with insane jealousy of her husband and upbraided him for his faithlessness. She was finally arrested when her husband left the house.
Haunted FM.
Present for his wife's arrest.
Haunted FM.
She was taken into a cell where she was composed and quiet as she was with her husband the last 6 months. When asked the names of her youngest children, she said she has forgotten them and preferred not to speak of them. Her last child survived, who is 6 years of age. Dr. Pusey stated that in all his experience, he had never come across a case so paradoxical and baffling. Number 2. Robert Carl Foley. Robert Carl Foley was born on September 13, 1956. Though there is not much of Foley's early life, he started his first murder and assault on April 18, 1977 in Harlan County, stemming from a crime committed a day before. There's not much known about the first case of the victim, and he was released on parole sometime in the 1980s because of becoming an informant for the FBI. Foley was listed on parole when he committed his next crime on October 8, 1989. During this time, Foley was living in Laurel County with his wife Marjorie and was never following the law while avoiding being caught. Foley was involved in the marijuana and the distribution of moonshine, among other things. He had several buddies he hung out with. It was said his friends were not always on the right side of the law, but it appears that aside from Foley, who had a murder charge, they all stayed under the radar. It appears he also had another local friend who was named Calvin Reynolds who would hunt out with them also, but he was not as close as the others. David Gross lived in a cabin next to property owned by his uncle named Murphy. Murphy died in August 1989, leaving his wife with the deed, but a year after she handed over the property to John Foley, which is Robert's father. Later, Robert said in court that it was his property, but due to reasoning from creditors, they had to put the land under his father's name. In October 1989, it still belonged to Murphy's wife. On September 2nd, 1989, Calvin Reynolds, his girlfriend Kimberly Bowersock, and Gordon Cantor were pulled over by a police officer after they were leaving from Murphy's funeral. Calvin was arrested for DUI, and nothing is known if his girlfriend or Cantor were arrested, but they were intoxicated. Robert Foley has gotten word while Calvin was in jail that Calvin's girlfriend had planned or already told Foley's parole officer that he was selling drugs. His girlfriend Bowersock lived in Ohio, but Foley made sure that people knew he was looking for her, and if they saw her, they would let him know. Calvin was released on October 7th, and his girlfriend was trying to find several people to take her to pick him up. She finally got a hold of a friend named Jerry McMillan to take her, and a second friend named Lillian Colantino, who offered to ride with them. Calvin was supposed to meet them at David Gross's cabin, but when the three of them arrived, Calvin wasn't there. They then left looking for him at Calvin's home as right down the road, and the three found him there. Soon after, the four all returned to Gross's cabin, arriving to see his girlfriend, Phoebe Moss, his two children, and Gordon Cantor. Around that time, Gordon Cantor called Robert Foley, telling him that Kimberly was in the area and was either there or coming back to Gross's cabin. Foley had Cantor hold on to his guns because he had a felony conviction and was on parole. According to Cantor, Marjorie Foley and two other witnesses heard a phone call with Robert stating Cantor to bring his guns to his house. Marjorie Foley later stated that before Robert left that night, he told her that if he isn't home by the morning, he was was either dead or in jail, to tell his parents. From what Cantor stated, the two of them arrived back to Gross's cabin around 11:30 p.m. that night. When they entered, Foley grabbed Kimberly right away by the hair. Calvin went to help his girlfriend, but Foley pulled out his gun and shot him. Right after Foley shot Cantor, he shot Kimberly, Contino, and McMillan. He then went back and shot Kimberly one more time in the back of the head. Foley's reasoning was unclear, but he did not shoot David Gross when he begged for his own life. Foley, Cantor, and Gross disposed the 4 bodies to a log hauling trailer while Phoebe Watts cleaned up the cabin with all the blood and matter from the victims. After, the men took McMillan's car to Lexington, approximately 2 hours from where they discarded it in a motel parking lot. Cantor stated that Foley allegedly impersonated Reynolds, called an auto place while asking them to pick up the car, and he would retrieve it later. All the men then felt tired after the long day and slept for a few hours before moving the bodies once more. This time they were taken to a septic tank located on Gross's estate, where they added lye and concrete on top of the bodies. Nothing was very clear if anyone was looking for the 4 people, but nothing was ever noted about that night. All of Foley's accomplices told the exact same story, though Gross was no longer alive during this time because he had been shot and killed.
Haunted FM.
On August 17th, 30-year-old Lynn Vaughn and his brother, 39-year-old Rodney Vaughn, both from Somerset, Kentucky, were shot to death by Foley. Before shooting them, Foley and the Vaughn brothers sat in the kitchen table drinking beer. Foley fought Rodney Vaughn after they were getting intoxicated together while admitting he instigated a fight by punching Rodney. They calmed down for a little bit and drank again, but Rodney got Foley mad after he pointed at him to not sucker punch him again, and Foley knocked him down several times with his fists. Foley then drew his revolver and shot Rodney 6 times at close range in the chest, left arm, and back. Everyone in the house emptied after that, with only Foley, the Vaughn brothers, and Ronnie Duggar in the house. Ronnie is one of the only living witnesses other than Foley, and Ronnie said that Foley grabbed another gun from a kitchen cabinet. Foley returned to the living room with Lynn Vaughn standing next to his dying brother and shot Lynn in the back of the head. He then organized Ronnie Duggar, Bill Duggar, and Danny Bryant to help him in disposing the bodies and covering up the crime. They disposed of the brothers' bodies in a sinking creek in Laurel County, attempting to cover up the incident and cast blame on other people. The mother reported them missing a day later, and they then returned from Foley's home, located in White Oak Road. 2 days after the crime, authorities found the bodies, indicting Foley on 2 counts of capital murder and other related offenses. Foley was charged with 4 more murders after the police found 4 more corpses in a septic tank in Laurel County. In the later half of 1993, Foley got his first death sentence for the murders of the 2 Vaughn brothers. In 1994, Foley received a second death sentence for the quadruple murder of Bowersock, Reynolds, Contino, and McMillan back in 1989. Foley has been on death row since, filing many lawsuits and appeals. Since 2010, the debate regarding Kentucky's lethal injection procedures has delayed an execution date for Foley for many years. Number 1. Donald Harvey, aka Angel of Death. Harvey was born in 1952 in Butler County, Ohio. Shortly after his birth, Harvey's parents relocated to Boonville, Kentucky, a small community on the eastern slopes of the Appalachian Mountains. From age 4 and years after, he was sexually abused by his Uncle Wayne when he went to his grandmother's house. Also, Harvey was sexually abused by another neighbor named Dan Thomas, and later noted that he liked when Dan paid him money for it. Martha D. Turner, who was the principal of Harvey's elementary years, said he was always well dressed and groomed. She added, he was a happy child, very sociable, and well liked by other children. That was very different from what a fellow student who stated he was a loner and a teacher's pet. Also, students added that he rarely participated outside in the schoolyard, preferring to read books and think about his future. When Harvey was in high school, he earned A's and B's with little effort, bored with the daily routine of school, dropping out at the age of 16 and getting a GED in 1968.
Haunted FM.
In 1969, at the age of 17, Harvey started an occasional relationship with James Peluso, which went on and off for 15 years. In 1970, being unemployed and living in Cincinnati, Harvey decided to move to London, Kentucky, where he started working at Marymount Hospital to help care for his sick grandmother. Over time while working there, Harvey became well known and was asked to work as an orderly, spending an hour with patients assisting their needs. His job consists of assisting medical staff with duties like changing bedpans, inserting catheters, and passing out medications. On May 30th, 1970, just 2 weeks into his employment, stroke victim 88-year-old Logan Evans made Harvey mad after Evans rubbed feces on his face. After that happened, Harvey smothered Evans' face with a sheet of blue plastic and a pillow. He listened to his heart rate with a stethoscope until he died, took away the plastic and cleaned him up.
Haunted
He had
FM.
no fear of being caught at the time and notified the nurse on duty with no one in the hospital having suspicions. A day later, Harvey claimed his second victim, killing James Tyree on accident by using the size of the catheter on him. Tyree let him do it, but then yelled at him to take it out afterward. Harvey used the heel of his hand to control him until he vomited blood and died soon after. On June 22nd, 1970, his third victim, being Elizabeth Wyatt, was considered his first mercy kill and was aware that she was praying to die. Wyatt told him she wished she could die, so he extremely lowered her oxygen supply to kill her, and she died 4 hours later after a nurse found her dead. He continued to kill 12 more patients at that hospital until March 14, 1971, killing his 15th and final victim at the hospital named Milton Sasser. Harvey killed Sasser by giving him an overdose of morphine that he had stolen from the cabinet at the nurse's station. Harvey made the mistake of trying to dispose of the needle in the toilet by clogging it up, and the maintenance man discovered the needle. Fortunately for Harvey, no one recognized a connection between the needle and Sasser's death. Harvey killed many of his victims there, often smothering them to death, hooking up faulty oxygen tanks, or giving them an overdose of medicine. The most brutal murder there included impaling a patient with a wire hanger inserted into a catheter. Harvey spent most of his time away from work, depressed and thinking of suicide. Harvey's second relationship was with Vernon Midden in 1970, who was married with children and worked as an undertaker. In many of their conversations together, Midden would sometimes talk about how the body reacts to different trauma. The information Harvey learned from that was very helpful to him as he plotted new ways to kill and avoid being caught. In 1970, he was first introduced to the occult for Midden and wasn't allowed to take part in any rituals because he wasn't a member. His relationship became sour with Midden, and in January 1971, becoming depressed, fantasized about embalming Vernon alive. His last day working at Marymount Hospital was on March 31st, 1971, when he was arrested. That evening, he was arrested for burglary, and Harvey was very drunk, confessing that he's a murderer. Harvey had his first heterosexual encounter with Ruth Hodges after leaving his job at the hospital. Hodges was the daughter of a family he was staying with while in Frankfort, Kentucky, applying for jobs there. He was arrested a few more times, notably with his arrest sometime in the middle of 1971 for suspicion of burglary in his apartment building. The real reason for that arrest was to question Donald about the occult. He admitted he had interests in the occult. During that interview, he admitted to killing 15 people at the Marymount Hospital, but no one believed him. Harvey decided to leave town and enlist in the U.S. Air Force on June 16, 1971. On March 9, 1972, he was discharged from the Air Force after he attempted to commit suicide twice during his military career, and the military finding out about his arrest. After returning home in Kentucky, he was filled with depression and attempted to kill himself with medication. Harvey was taken to a hospital to get his stomach pumped and was transferred to VA hospital as an inpatient when his parents told him he was no longer welcome back home. He was released after 90 days and began working at Cardinal Hill Convalescent Hospital in Lexington, Kentucky in 1972. Harvey worked there for 5 months full-time and another 2 years part-time, not killing anyone while working there. In September 1975, he got a job as a nursing assistant at the VA hospital in Lexington, Kentucky. Harvey is believed to have killed at least 15 patients at that hospital. His methods of killing included injecting cyanide and adding rat poison or arsenic to his victims' food. In June 1977, he joined the occult through an initiation that's only accepted for heterosexual couples. Harvey hooked up with Jan as his partner, and they were initiated by switching partners with a couple who was already in the occult. During his initiation, he got a spiritual guidance from Duncan, who would assist him in figuring out who to kill, and Duncan was a doctor during his lifetime. From 1970 until the late 1970s, Harvey was in and out of several relationships without harming any of his lovers. But this all stopped in 1980 with his ex-lover Doug Hill. He tried to kill Hill by putting arsenic in Doug's ice cream after an argument, but he survived. In August 1980, Carl Howler was the second victim for one of his many relationships, feeding him small doses of arsenic to make him sick. He started feeding Carl lesser amounts of arsenic on Sundays to make him sick the next day because he'd go out on Mondays to cheat on him with other men. On April 1983, Harvey killed Helen Metziger because he thought she was a threat to Carl and him. He did this by putting arsenic on the leftovers he gave to her and put some arsenic in the jar of mayonnaise as well. Several weeks later, he gave her more in a pie and she developed paralysis that developed even worse problems. Helen had a tracheotomy, but she started hemorrhaging and died soon after due to Guillain-Barré syndrome. On May 1st, 1983, Harvey killed Carl's father, Henry Howler, by giving him arsenic. Henry soon died 4 days later due to a stroke and a kidney failure. From 1984 to 1985, Harvey was responsible for the deaths of at least 4 people outside of the hospital. By July 1985, he was fired from the VA hospital because they found a gun in his gym bag, which was not allowed on their policy. Harvey got lucky with the incident from his previous job and never being documented in his employment records. He was able to land another job in February 1986, being a nurse's aide at the Cincinnati Drake Memorial Hospital. From April 1986 until March 1987, Harvey was suspected to kill 26 patients and tried to kill many more. On March 7, 1987, John Powell was his last known victim by giving him cyanide and gastric feeding. He killed a total of 3 people, including Powell, on the same day. After his death, an autopsy was performed, and after 3 separate tests, it was confirmed that Powell had died from cyanide poisoning. The Cincinnati police started an investigation in March of 1987, interviewing family, friends, and hospital staff. The employees there were given the option to take a voluntary lie detector test. Harvey was on the list to be tested, but called in sick on the day he was supposed to take the test. Harvey soon became the lead suspect in Powell's murder, especially after investigators learned that co-workers called him the Angel of Death because he was always around where patients died. Also, it was noted that patient deaths had more than doubled since Harvey started working at the hospital. A search of his apartment turned up enough evidence to arrest Harvey with aggravated first-degree murder of John Powell. He pled guilty by reason of insanity and was held on a $200,000 bond. Investigators received his diary soon after, which didn't take long before the full depths of Harvey's crimes were exposed. Other hospital employees suspected Harvey of killing his patients and spoke out to news reporters after his arrest. This information was turned over to the police and the investigation was expanded. Harvey knew his only chance to avoid the death penalty was to accept a plea deal, agreeing to a full confession in exchange for a life sentence. Beginning on August 11, 1967, throughout several days, Harvey confessed to killing over 70 people. Some experts even believe he killed over 100 people. He was charged with over 20 to 40 counts of aggravated murder, stated by numerous sources, and was given 28 life sentences. Authorities reported that Harvey was savagely beaten in his cell by another unknown inmate on March 30th, 2017, and died from sustained injuries while at the hospital.
I hope you enjoyed the video, everyone. Please slam that like button, share my video, and subscribe. Also, can you turn on the bell below the video so you can get notified for the new videos? Stay tuned for new videos and I'll update my social media for what the next video will be about. Thanks again and I'll see you next time.
You went to a lot of work to create these ruses, and it sounds to me like you had a series of ruses that you had kind of in your hip pocket that you would bring out and you would use to make you appear normal to some of these women. And there had to be a way of you deciding, even though it was just like that, which ruse would work with which woman. I mean, you had to have a way of feeling them out and saying, I think ruse number 1, 2, 3 will work with this woman. Tell me, explain that process to me.
Well, one of them was, a woman would get in the car.
She's already in the car?
She's in the car. Let's say she's always in the car, driving down the road. And she wants to see my ID. So I whip out my ID, and with my ID would be I'd put my finger over my driver's license to hide my name.
Mm-hmm.
But on the opposite side was pictures. And a picture of my son. And they would see my son, and they would know I was probably a normal person.
But you were really using your son as part of your ruse.
All the time I didn't want to picture my ex-wife there, so I had to picture my son.
Sure, you had to make it sound good.
I had a driver's license on one side, my ID, and then when I showed and then the next picture was my son, so that was, and in the vehicle I had always had some, not always, but had some of my son's stuff in there, that he left in here, or some Star Wars or something like that, so it was like a family setting.
In your vehicle?
Yeah, so every time I opened up my wallet, there would be a picture of my son on one side, behind my ID. Here's my ID. I hide my name, flip it over, and there's my ID and my son's picture on the back side, and they'd see that, and that would lower any big defenses.
Mm-hmm.
And kids' toys, 8-year-old toys on the dash.
The only thing that would be better than that would be to have your son in the car with you. That would be a incredible ruse.
That happened once.
What happened?
It was July 18th, I think was my brother's birthday. That weekend I picked up a woman on back highway, and Matthew was next to me in the seat, and she hopped in, and I took her over to in the South Airport area, and took her into an area, and my son was there, and I killed her. I'm real sure my son didn't see it, but that only happened one time.
But that was a pretty good ruse.
Mm-hmm.
So why didn't you do it again?
Well, for one thing, I didn't want my son to see that happen again, because I was
that's when I was really killing a lot of them. And another thing, it never came to opportunity again to do it. I didn't. I mean, I had him in my truck. One time he was sleeping and I picked up another prostitute and I didn't date her.
Sometimes, when we enter another person's mind, we find something truly horrible. So, from a conversation with a serial killer to potentially the most disturbing interview of all time, join us. On August 5th, 2009, 33-year-old Angela Simpson lured 46-year-old Terry Neely to an abandoned apartment and proceeded to torture him for the next 3 days. According to police, she beat him, drove nails into his head, pulled his teeth out, stabbed him around 50 times, and finally strangled him. Simpson then dismembered his body and left it in a trash can, where it was soon found. 2 weeks later, she was arrested and eventually sentenced to life in prison.
You're very upfront.
Very much.
About talking about this killing.
Right.
You murdered this man.
Yes.
You tortured him.
Of course.
There is no ambiguity and there is nothing you want us. In court today you said you're not here to pretend to be remorseful.
Of course not. Why would I do that?
Are you remorseful?
Not at all.
Why?
Why would I be?
Well, why did this man deserve to die? You claimed he was a snitch.
Well,
what proof do you have?
He told me he was a snitch on many occasions, but that really doesn't matter. Why did you guys want to kill me? Phoenix wanted to kill me. What's the difference? Everybody has a reason to kill.
The incident, can you tell me anything about what happened in the first 3 days?
What do you mean?
No.
I took him to my house, walked him down the street. I don't know why the media acts like the motherfucker couldn't walk. He walked very well. Walked him upstairs, kicked his ass, and killed him.
And again, your belief is that he was a snitch.
Right.
Told you claimed that other people killed that same, or you had killed other people. Have you killed other people?
No, I've never killed anyone else.
So that was something that talk.
Right.
And you don't want to talk about your past, but your lawyer said that, you know what, in sentencing you, the judge should bear in mind that you had a really tough life.
I started being hospitalized at 10 years old. I have a mental history from 10 years old until present, so, yeah.
When you say mental history, do you care that anyone feels sorry for you? Do you want anyone?
Feel sorry for me?
Yeah, should the people who are watching this say because she had a bad child?
Of course not.
She has mental illness.
Of course not, no.
That we should feel some sympathy for you.
No.
You would not have that.
I want no sympathy, no.
What, then do you care what anybody thinks?
No. I don't.
I mean, I'm really not trying to be
right.
angry, but I want to see, You say, I killed this guy, he deserved to die, blah, blah, blah. I mean, it's there. You're up front. I want to know if you have any concerns about what put you in that position to do that.
It was just too much. The things he talked about, it was too much.
Do you believe him? I mean, lots of people go around claiming I'm a snitch or make themselves...
Really, you don't say.
Well, they talk about law. I've got, I know people come, I've got associations with law enforcement. You know, I've got this, I'm a friend with this
Do you happen to have a list of those people?
They name drop, well, maybe in the circle, but you know what I'm saying.
Right.
People say lots of things to make themselves sort of look...
Well, he picked the wrong nigger to say that to, if he wanted to brag about putting so many people in prison. You picked the wrong person.
And that's what did it to him. That's why.
What, the bragging?
The bragging
yeah.
about putting the people in prison.
Right.
People you knew.
No.
But I don't know anything. You believe him? Do you think he really was a snitch?
Oops, if he wasn't. Yes, I believe he was.
Yeah. Do you have family?
I do.
From an adopted family or...
I have 4 children.
You have 4 children?
I do have 4 children. Somewhere else.
What is, how they doing? How is it for you to be separated?
I don't want to talk about my children. Can't do that.
Is there a message or what? Is there a bottom line or a lesson to be learned from the story of Angela Simpson?
There's a bottom line to everything. Whatever people want it to be.
FM.
If it doesn't
What do
matter
you
what
want?
I say.
On January 9th, 2017, 28-year-old Manuel Vela was found dead in his cell. A month earlier, he'd murdered his girlfriend, Katrina Rivera, and their unborn child.
Did you cut the baby out of her?
Yes, I did.
Why?
Prove a point to religion.
Isn't it your baby?
It's our baby. Yes.
So what point were you proving?
First and foremost, to defy every religion-based political, to defy every law of any God creation of a book. You understand? Yeah.
So did you think what you were doing was the right thing, or did you realize it was gonna kill her?
Well, we quite, as a team, you know, from extraterrestrial to religion to science, understand the voyage of telepathy and somewhat of higher power vested in us as a team, me and Katrina Rivera. So I understood, yes. that I was gonna kill her. She understood that she had to die.
And she was okay with that?
Well, she accepted it, yes.
So was the baby alive at first?
No. Kept a little hour, 6 hours to myself, just with her dead in the back seat. Side of the road, somewhere. Over on Cottonwood. And just had the time to reflect what me and my father had, been sent here to do. And that's where I cut her open, when he told me to.
When he told you to?
The father, it's just the same one who was to communicate with Jesus Christ is the one he was here.
So, do you think that you're possessed by the devil?
Me?
Yeah.
I'm the Antichrist. I'm capable of taking separate business of any God that ever said the Creator was here to defy law of anything that I ever said that I was Adam from the first, to understand the flesh or pleasure. That's the definition of to fulfill something nobody else ever will ever compare to.
So do you feel bad that your girlfriend and your baby are dead?
I take it easy on her, so no. I have remorse of not, but I don't feel bad.
How did you get your instructions, and what instructions did you get?
Oh, right. When I was 7, that's when it's just put it in effect. Yeah, I lied.
And through all that time, you'd hear these voices over and over again?
Well, he'd take it and say, go left, and I had to go right. He's in an Asian spaceship or something.
So you already...
So I had to learn every process of how he really had to communicate. Said, go right, and I go left.
Got it. So you did pretty much opposite of that. In the process of going through this, how did you kill your girlfriend and the baby? And what instructions did you get in order to do that?
He said, define me, do what you do, and just do it the right way.
What was that way? What did you come up with? What was your way to do this?
Oh, he said just do it as you were alone in the garden.
And did you use any instruments, tools? Did you use your hands?
Yeah, he gave me instructions of a razor blade that he provided me in the garden when no one else was there.
An X-Acto knife, or was it a utility knife?
Just about a razor blade then.
And you did all of this with the razor blade? You did the C-section with the razor blade?
Yes.
Does this cause you stress through all this process of being arrested, killing your girlfriend, killing the baby? Talk to me about how you feel right now. Do you think that you've done exactly what you were told to do? Clear that up for me.
Well, we fulfilled a pretty magnificent creation, matter of fact. Yes, it says very excited for the next process of experience as how that's imagined to tell you nothing will ever be the same. Yes.
Yeah.
Responsible for the murders of at least 10 people, serial killer Ed Kemper finally confessed to police on April 20th, 1973. Only hours earlier, Kemper had murdered his mother, Clarnell. He then decapitated her, had sex with the head, and finally used it as a dartboard. As Kemper explained in later interviews, the two had shared a severely dysfunctional relationship for years.
You were involved in the campus because your mother worked there.
Yes. I was also involved in killing co-eds because my mother was associated with college work, college co-eds, women, and had had a very strong and violently outspoken position on men for much of my upbringing. My mother was a sick, angry, hungry, and very sad woman. I hated her, but I wanted to love my mother. I was getting less detectable. I started flaunting that invisibility, severing a human head, 2 of them at night in front of my mother's residence, with her at home, my neighbors at home upstairs, their picture window open, the curtains open. 11 o'clock at night, the lights are on. All they have to do is walk by, look out, and I've had it. And then 5 minutes later, I'd put that away, and there'd be a knock on the door, and I'd put it away and answer the door. The landlady would be there, and we discuss what? Reality. Her reality, not mine. Some people go crazy at that point. I felt it. It was one hell of a tweak. I mean, to just flip out and not know where I was. To be walking up the stairs with a camera bag that belonged to a young woman that had her severed head in it. Walking up to my apartment past a happy young couple coming down the stairs who nodded and smiled at me as they went by. Good evening. And they're going out on a date where I'd love to be going. And I'm aware of both of these realities, and the distance between those two is so dramatic, so amazing, so violent, that really, I can feel the wheels squeaking inside. That was really pulling on it. And I imagine at that point some people break. But I didn't literally go insane. I didn't get lost. For 2 months I hadn't killed. And I said, it's not going to happen to any more girls. It's got to stay between me and my mother. And it's got to, I can't get away from her. We're still fighting. She's still belittling me. I'm like a puppet on a string, and I entertain her. She knows all my buttons, and I dance like a puppet with that pain. And it had even gotten physical, to where I had physically grabbed her and thrown her onto her bed, trying to emphasize the point that I'm threatening to kill her.
Haunted FM.
So here I pick up these 2 young ladies in Berkeley on Ashby Avenue. One has flowers in her hand, petite little dolls. They're in granny dresses, and they're hitchhiking, a couple of real experts. I want to see how together I am, if I can resist this temptation.
You going to Walnut Creek? Great.
They get in my car. They want to go one way. I know they need to go the other. If they go the way they're insisting on, we're headed right back out to where the first 2 co-eds were murdered. And I'm saying to myself, oh my God, all I got to do is relax and they'll take me to their death. I've got the gun in the car, the same one I've been doing it with. I insisted. As gently as I could, I took them where they needed to go, to their college. That was 1 week before I murdered my mother. I said, she's got to die, and I've got to die, or girls like that are going to die. And that's when I decided I'm going to murder my mother. I knew a week before she died, I was going to kill her. And she went out to a party, she got soused, she came home, went to sleep. I was woken up by that, came out, I walked up to her bed, she's laying there reading a paperback. As many thousands of nights before. And she said, oh, I suppose you're going to want to sit up all night and talk now. Shit. I looked at her, I said, no. I said, good night. And I knew I was going to kill her. You know? And I was so cold, it's so hard. And that's the first time in 10 years I've looked at it that way. I mean, that intensely, that honestly.
Haunted FM.
Hurts. Came out of my mother. And in a rage, I went right back in. For 7 years, she said, I haven't had sex with a man because of you, my murderous son. It's one of our arguments. I cut off her head, and I humiliated her corpse. It's there, you know? A 6 young woman dead because of the way she raises her son and the way her son is raised, the way he grows up. And what's her closing words? I suppose you want to sit up all night and talk.
In the 1998 documentary, Listening to Sex Offenders, the crew interviewed a man called Gerald. In the interview, he explains how he molested his 9-year-old stepson.
After about 2 years of molesting my son and all the pornography that I had been buying, renting, swapping, I had gotten my hands on some bondage and discipline pornography with children involved. And some of the reading that I had done and the pictures that I had seen showed total submission, forcing the children to do what I wanted. And I had eventually started using some of this bondage and discipline with my own son. And it had escalated to the point where I was putting a large Ziploc bag over his head and taping it around his neck with black duct tape or black electrical tape and raping and molesting him at that point, to the point that he would turn blue, pass out. At that point, I would rip the bag off his head, not for fear of hurting him, but because of the excitement. I was extremely aroused by inflicting pain. And when I seen him pass out and change colors, that was very arousing and heightening to me. And I would rip the bag off his head, and then I'd jump up on his chest and I'd masturbate in his face and and make him suck my penis while he was, as he started to come back awake. While he was coughing and choking, I would rape him in the mouth. I told myself that my stepchild, because he wasn't mine, because he wasn't my biological son, that he was less than human anyway. Other people's children that I had raped and molested, they weren't mine. They weren't my biological children. So it didn't make any difference to me. I viewed children as a piece of meat. To me, children were a toy. Do what I wanted with and then throw it away. And then I found that if the child tried to pull away or would scream, holler, cry, and all my lying to myself would enhance that and make it more arousing to me. And the pain, the aspect of inflicting pain was extremely arousing. It was something that had taken time to build up. It didn't just happen. It took time to build that up. And after a while, I could actually take and turn it around to the child who was screaming because they wanted more. The child was screaming actually because they liked it. The child was screaming because they wanted me to continue. And it's all turning it around and saying that the tears really aren't real for hurt. The screaming isn't really because of pain. It's that the person actually wants this to happen. I had been fantasizing about killing a victim during the course of rape or molest about 5 or 6 months. All during the course of the molestation of my stepson when I was using a Ziploc, the plastic bag over his head. I had fantasized, thought about killing him, letting him go ahead and suffocate during the process of the molestation. I believe it would have been maybe as short as another month or two, and I would have actually killed him if I was not arrested.
Back in 2005, a man by the name of Steven Slevin was arrested for a DUI. Now, he was supposed to stand trial, but he never did stand trial. In fact, they put him in solitary confinement because other inmates described him as suicidal, and they basically left him there for 2 years.
Jesus.
Now, thankfully, this story, did get a little attention, and the courts did find out about this. And originally, a jury had awarded him $22 million for the neglect, and it was severe neglect, as you can see in that picture.
That's a booking photo, right? You think, and that's him after basically 22 months.
Well, I think that's a great photo because of how telling it is. Because on the left-hand side, you see a guy that you see anywhere. He's a normal guy that you see down the street. On the right-hand side, you dehumanize them. Mm-hmm. All the hair, and he's lost the weight, and he seems like a prisoner, like you'd see in a movie, and the kind of prisoner you can do anything to. It's okay, because he's not Bob down the street. He's not the guy you'd run into at Sizzler. He's just that animal in the corner. And who made him that animal? You did.
Yeah. According to reports, he was left in his cell for months at a time, had untreated dental problems, and toenails that grew so long they curled under his feet.
He took out his own tooth.
Oh my
He was
God.
crying out, I'm in such pain, I need to see a dentist. He took his own tooth out.
Yeah.
The tooth is still out now, like I saw the video of him today or this week when they made the settlement.
We actually have the video of him talking about that. We'll show it to you in just a second, but I want to tell you more about the settlement. So originally a jury had awarded him $22 million. However, Doña Ana County in New Mexico appealed, and they got that number down to $15.5 million, which is still a significant amount of money.
The largest ever civil rights settlement in the country.
Well, I think he richly deserves it. You don't understand. 2 years of solitary confinement, man. It's hard not to go mental, let alone the pain of the dental and all the other things and being treated like an animal. 2 years, you'll lose your mind, man. I wouldn't do that for any price.
He says that, you know, when you're in solitary confinement, they let you go outside for an hour a day, but quite often that wouldn't even happen. He would just be locked in that small cell by himself day after day after day. And this is for a DUI, by the way. They just forgot about it.
By the way, it's for nothing. He was never convicted. There was no trial.
It's so outrageous. Yeah. Now, but think about this too. Now, they didn't have Bradley Manning grow out the beard and the toenails, etc. But Bradley Manning, before he was even charged, just like this guy, in solitary confinement for 9 months. And beyond this, they would strip him down naked. They would do all sorts of demeaning things to him on purpose, turn on the lights at night so he couldn't sleep, take away his blanket, etc. And for that, he got not only did he not get any settlement, he's still on trial and might get a life sentence, possibly. Certainly, even on the things he's admitted to, he can get 20 years. You know what they did? They knocked off about 122 days from his term. Why isn't he getting $15.5 million? Why isn't he free to go?
Yeah.
This guy didn't even see a lawyer.
Yeah.
I mean, nothing happened. I mean, they literally forgot about it. But they do point out that over the last 7 years, they've made significant improvements. Well, you wouldn't need to make significant improvements to approve that. You would just need to have some way of checking on people on a daily basis to see whether it's supposed to be in court.
Yeah, another thing that makes me mad about this is, again, if he was a powerful guy, he wouldn't sit for 2 hours in solitary confinement. But if you're a regular guy, they just forget about you in solitary confinement for 2 years. Nobody bothers to check, hey, why are we treating this man like an animal, like a savage? Why are we destroying this guy's life? Why won't we help him when he's screaming in agony over his dental pain? Have you ever had a tooth that's giving you that kind of pain? It's the worst pain. Look, I handle pain really well. Okay, I like getting in fights. Okay, I've gotten punched in the face many times and didn't mind. That dental pain is the worst in the world, okay? You're gonna let that guy scream in the corner like that? But he's not the animal, you're the animal. So $15.5 million at least, if you ask me.
So he did speak to CNN after he got the $15.5 million ruling, and let's take a look at what he had to say.
Mommy, every day watching me deteriorate, day after day after day, and did nothing at all to get me any help. I wanted people to know that the people in Doña Ana County Jail that are doing things like this to people and getting away with it.
So it reminds me, of course, of the Zimbardo experiment at Stanford. And what they did was they took Stanford students, if you don't know about this, this is one of the greatest experiments of all time, but they had to end it because it immediately went so badly in terms of what wound up happening. Stanford students, really well educated, made half of them prisoners, half of them guards. And immediately the prisoners became, were humiliated and embarrassed, and the guards became savages in terms of how they treated the others, and it got so out of hand, Professor Zimbardo had to end the experiment early. And this is what it does, and we have to be aware of it, right? It happens in even the best circumstances, the most educated kids who meant to do well, etc. They would degrade and humiliate their classmates, even though it was in the middle of an experiment. They immediately got into the roles. And that's what happens. It makes savages not out of the people who are imprisoned, but out of the imprisoners. Martin Luther King used to talk about in the civil rights era, we are here to set not just us free, but we're here to set our oppressors free, because it makes them inhumane, it makes them unhuman, and we want to get them back to humanity and morality, and our job is to set everyone free. And so we've got to be incredibly careful about how we imprison people, because the natural tendency of the imprisoner is to become an animal and to treat other human beings savagely like this. And unfortunately, in this case, we certainly didn't do that, and I'm glad they got punished for it, and we need to set an example here so they never do it again.
Guys, it's your girl Tina. I want to go ahead and shout out Justice for All. Justice had posted this really disturbing story on my fan page, and basically what's going on is that you have this disturbing story. It's coming out of Trailer Park Trash, Tennessee, and what happened is that you have this couple. They've been together since junior high. Their names are James and Danielle Alexander. They were just married 2 months ago, and they have 4 children under the age of 7. So about a week or so ago, Danielle had gotten into a fight on Facebook, and she had posted the fight on Facebook, and basically she whooped the shit out of this girl's ass. And just the other day, 2 days after Easter, the daughter walked into the master bedroom only to find her mother and her father were shot to death. This story is just really, really disturbing. I'm going to go ahead and show you guys the news clip right now, and then I will come back with the rest of my commentary.
It's so horrific. It sounds like something out of a movie. A 7-year-old wakes up to find her parents shot to death. I'm Claudia Barr.
I'm Richard Ransom. The gruesome discovery was made this morning in an orange-bound neighborhood. 26-year-old James and 23-year-old Danielle Alexander were both pronounced dead at the scene. The couple has 4 young children who are now without their parents, and no one is in custody for the crime. Police tell us they do have several leads. The family tells us one of those leads stems from Danielle Alexander helping a stranger who was at the couple's home last night.
Now, the family says police are also looking into a fight Danielle was involved in just a week ago. The entire thing was caught on video, and Danielle posted it on her own Facebook page. WREG's Katie Rufiner is in Orange Mound community area where the couple was found. She shows us what the victim wrote on her wall after the fight and how the family is coming together to help the couple's 4 orphan children. Katie.
Well, you can see friends and family members are still surrounding the Alexander home. Now, they tell us that the couple were junior high school sweethearts. They were just married 2 months ago in February, but posts made by Danielle on her Facebook page after a vicious fight were anything but sweet.
Y'all just don't touch them, let them fight.
Family members say the girl wearing the pink shirt is Danielle England Alexander. They think this fight and taunting posts Danielle put on her page afterwards may be the reason she and her husband of only 2 months, James Alexander, are now dead.
Danielle had an altercation, and the only thing I know that it happened over a week ago, and it was not very positive for the other person, and we know this is retaliation.
The couple's 7-year-old daughter woke up Thursday morning to find both her parents shot to death in their home in the 2600 block of Enterprise. The girl called 911. A 5-year-old, 3-year-old, and 2-year-old were also inside.
They lost their mom and daddy in this mess.
While family says James and Danielle had been in trouble before, the two were ultimately good parents and good people.
She was the glue and he was the wood, and they just stuck closer than that.
Police have released little information, but regardless of whether last week's fight triggered the murders, families say they don't want revenge. They just want the violence to end.
Taking somebody's life and leaving them 4 kids without a mother and father is not the solution.
Now, all 4 children are safe and being questioned by police tonight. We did also talk to Danielle's mother, who says that Danielle took in a stranger. We're going to hear more about that tonight at 10. Reporting live in Orange Mound, Katie.
Okay, so you guys just watching this clip, and this whole situation is sad. You have 2 young people, 2 parents of 4 children who have lost their lives, and for what? Over a Facebook fight. You know, this is why folks have to be careful what they post online, what they brag about. Danielle did a lot of boasting. Here goes some of her posts that she posted on Facebook shortly before she was killed. You know, she was making fun of the girl. She said the girl deactivated her page. You know, this is just the consequences nowadays, because people don't know how to take a loss. People don't know how to take an ass whooping. This is why I just feel like nowadays it's not even worth it to fight people, because you never know how people's reactions are going to be, and especially posting things on the internet. Some folks just seem to not take embarrassment well at all. You know, it's one thing to fight and then it gets posted on the internet, but I think the fact that Danielle posted this on the internet and was taunting the girl because she beat the girl up, I think the girl or the girl's family members definitely had something to do with this situation. I think the saddest part is, I think if Danielle, her husband, and the person who took her life were to sit down and actually just talk about the situation, they would realize that it wasn't that big of a deal. That the fight was not that serious. That it probably wasn't even worth anything fighting over. You know, and the saddest part is in this video, and I have the full video, I'm going to post a link down below so you guys can check out the fight video. In the video, you have all these adults out there screaming, cursing. You got a bunch of kids running around. You know, people holding their babies, watching this fight. Like, the whole neighborhood came out to watch this brawl. But then the news clip, everybody's all somber, and yeah, he was a hard-working man, and they were quiet people. Well, looking at that fight, it looks like the whole damn neighborhood is ratchet as fuck. You know, why all these adults out there in front of all these kids, and nobody said to break it up? She sat on top of that girl, twisted her up into a pretzel, and nobody said, you know what, Danielle, that's enough, get up off of her. It's not that serious. This is a mother of 4 young children. This is not the legacy that you want to leave for your kids. Because I'm sure she was a good person. I'm sure her husband was a good man. They were good parents to their kids. But this is the legacy that we're leaving our children. Fight videos, drama on the internet, cursing folks out. I mean, this is sad. They were all together Easter Sunday, her and her family. Her kids are beautiful. 4 beautiful children left here without both of their parents. I mean, this whole death was just senseless. The fight was senseless, and the death was even more senseless. Somebody took these kids' parents away all over a fight. That's why I say, as people, we have to start making better decisions. Every fight is not worth it. Every situation is not worth it. Sometimes it's just worth it to just walk away. Because folks out here are crazy. They don't know how to take an ass whooping. They don't like to be embarrassed. They like to start shit. But then when you check them on their shit, then they're ready to fight and pull out a gun. So I just think this is the point where folks need to really think twice about posting certain things on the internet, about shaming people, about going back and forth with people. Everybody's not worth it. And like I said, they had to do it over. They probably wouldn't, if they would have known this was going to be the consequences of her fighting that girl, that both of them would lose their life, I bet you anything Danielle and James would say, you know what, it's not even worth it. We need to be here for our kids. But they'll never get a chance to make that up. They'll never get a chance to come back from that. But I think the worst part is look at the legacy that they left their children. Nothing. Nothing but a Facebook fight, a few posts, and everything else. So this is just sad to me all the way around. So anyways, go ahead, leave a comment. Let me know your thoughts on this entire situation. All right. Deuces.
In 1993, a hideous crime took place in West Memphis, Arkansas. 3 8-year-old boys were stripped naked, hogtied, mutilated, and murdered. Within weeks, 3 local teens were picked up and charged with their murder. One of the 3 was Damien Eccles, an 18-year-old from a broken family who had been in and out of jail and mental institutions. Eccles and his 2 friends were all convicted and, in Eccles' case, sentenced to death. But years later, new DNA tests revealed an unidentified person at the crime scene. While the 3 men were never exonerated, the DNA tests led to their release in 2011. Now Damien Eccles lives in Salem and has a new book, Life After Death. And Damien Eccles is here. Welcome. We were just talking about the Tsarnaev case and the death penalty, and one of the things you say in your book is the difference between life in prison and the death penalty is notoriety and the amount of attention. This case got, I remember it exactly. I remember where I was when I first read the story 20 years ago this summer. Do you think that's the reason you got the death penalty?
Oh, it was. The local media in Arkansas had inflamed the public to such a degree that by the time we walked into the courtroom, the jury saw the trial as pretty much a formality they had to get through in order to sentence me to death.
And you were tried separately from the other two.
I was tried with Jason Baldwin.
While you weren't exonerated, do you feel that you've been exonerated in a sense, that through this, the fact that there was somebody else found at the scene, that I know you feel that you are innocent, but do you feel you are exonerated?
In a certain sense, I think in a public sense, you know, since I've been out, I can't even count how many people have come up to me and said, I'm sorry for what you went through, I'm glad you're out. But in a legal sense, we still have this black cloud hanging over our heads. We had to take this thing called an Alfred plea.
Alfred.
Haunted FM. Before it came up in our case, what it
Haunted
means
FM.
is you're maintaining your innocence, but you're accepting the guilty plea that they're offering. So what it allowed the state of Arkansas to do to this day, and in the entire history of the state of Arkansas that never was out of it. They still maintain in the briefs that the Attorney General's office files that they have never so much as sentenced an innocent person to prison in the state of Arkansas. This plea allowed them to maintain that.
A large part of the book is about your childhood growing up, and I don't know how to characterize it. It wasn't great. You had a terrible relationship with an abusive stepfather. You didn't have a great relationship with either one of your parents. Your mother was kind of in and out of your life. I mean, by the time you were picked up, did you, and you'd been in and out of mental institutions, so he had already accused you of, practicing satanic things and stuff. Did you feel like you were going to be targeted, or did it come as a surprise to you when you were picked up?
Oh, I knew I was. I'd been harassed by the police department for probably 2 years before these murders never even happened. So whenever they started coming to my house about this, I thought it was just more of the same. We had in Arkansas what they call, it was some sort of, they styled themselves as an occult task force. These people who believed that Satanists were responsible for pretty much every single thing that went on in the state. These were the people who had targeted me based on the books I read, based on the clothes I wore, based on the music I listened to. So whenever they showed up at the house and started questioning me about these murders, I actually thought it's just more of the same. Sooner or later, they're actually going to figure this out once they do some actual police work, and then they'll go away and leave me alone. I had no idea it was going to go to the extent that it
did. You ever practice FM?
No. I don't think, they used to, these people were slightly unhinged in a way. They actually would go through our neighborhood and show people Polaroids of animals that were obviously roadkill, like possums that had been hit by cars, and they would say this is proof that there's been some sort of animal sacrifices going on. What do you know about this? Eventually, the guys that were responsible for this, one of them went to prison in Florida for stealing from the police department. One of them was forced to resign after he was caught molesting a teenage boy, and one of them was shot and killed.
So describe death row. I know you've done it in the book, and I read it, but one thing I found fascinating, 3 of you were convicted. Those 2, they get life in prison, so they go through this kind of process where they get mentally evaluated, and they're in a place for like 3 years. You go straight to prison.
I walked out of the courtroom and straight into a cell on death row where I spent most of the next 20 years. You're in solitary confinement. At first I wasn't. I was in solitary confinement for about the last decade that I was there.
You went to a different prison.
Exactly. They decided they were going to ship everyone on death row to a different prison, and for the last decade before I got out, I was in solitary confinement. They say you're allowed, that you're in your cell for 23 hours a day. You're taken out for 1 hour, but what that actually means is they take you out of your cell and put you in another cell. I wasn't exposed to sunlight in almost 10 years. It's part of what destroyed my vision. I had next to no human contact for almost 10 years, other than with guards who wanted to hurt me. So coming back out into the world, into mainstream society, people just think you're going to be happy and excited that you're out of prison. You are, but at the same time, there is an incredible amount of anxiety and stress and fear that goes along with it, that it takes a long time to work your way through.
You said that the guards destroyed a lot of your notes because you kept journals. You said that was very cathartic for you. How in the world did you recall the detail, the names, the prison nicknames, the people who you said harassed you as a child, every interaction in your life? is recreated in such vivid detail. How did you do that?
Well, actually what happened is I started to lose my memories. You know, I'd been in prison for so long that I could remember things, for example, that when I was out, pizza had been my favorite food, but I could not actually remember what it tasted like anymore, just because it had been so long since I'd had it. And I didn't want to lose everything else. So that's why, a huge part of why I started writing, because it allowed me to relive these things in my head, to sort of engrave them into my brain. And I would write about them not just one time, many times, over and over and over, to preserve them, and also because it allowed me to some extent to re-experience things that were dear to me, that meant something to me, other times, other places, other people, besides my life in prison. It was a huge part of what kept me sane.
You also had a spiritual revival through someone there, and
I did.
And you described, they said he told you you got to make your prison cell a school and a monastery.
He said, you have a choice. You can turn your cell into a monastery and keep growing as a person, or you can sit in there and you can learn inside. And that's the absolute truth. There is no sort of development, no sort of momentum in there unless you create it yourself. And that person, eventually, he led in an indirect way to, over the years, I received ordination in the Rinzai Zen tradition of Japanese Buddhism. It's the same tradition that used to train the samurai in ancient Japan. And that was another huge thing that helped preserve me.
Why do you spell magical with a K?
It differentiates it from pulling rabbits out of hats. Well, when you spell magic with a K, it's an old English spelling. It means it's a combination of Gnostic Christianity, esoteric Judaism, and a lot of the energy work techniques associated with Taoism. That's what the K means. When you see the K, you know you're reading about a spiritual tradition. Without the K, just M-A-G-I-C, it's sleight of hand, stage magic.
You got to know, not friends with, but you got to know everybody in death row, in their prison. And then they would come and they would go. What was that like, watching them walk out of prison knowing that they were going to be executed? And it's firing squad and...
No, it was lethal injection. Lethal injection, but it gets worse every single time. In the time I was there, they carried out between 25 and 30 executions. Right after I got there, they did 3 at once. And it's like every single one they do, for some reason, the horror sinks in a little deeper and a little deeper. I don't know why. I don't know why that happens, but it gets more horrific with every single execution. I always tell people, imagine where you work if one day people came in and they chose one person you work with at random and carried them out back and shot them. That's what it's like being on death row.
Were you worried? Were you scared? Were you terrified about it happening to you?
No, actually I wasn't, and the reason for that is the only thing I can compare it to is whenever they teach race car drivers how to drive, they always tell them, don't look at the wall. You know, look at your instrument panel, look at the other cars, look at the track. Because if you look at the wall, sooner or later you're going to drive into it. Well, that's how I looked at things like that, like execution, like them killing me. I didn't look at it. I didn't think about it. I would have people ask me, you know, what would your last words be? What would your last meal be? I didn't think about those things because that's not the direction I want my life to be.
You met your now wife through a prison visit. She wrote to you.
We've been together for 18 years. We met in 1996 when she saw the very first documentary that had been made about the case by HBO. It was called Paradise Lost, and she lived in New York at the time. we started a correspondence, and it led to eventually her moving to Arkansas, us getting married in 1999, and she pretty much took over my legal case. She did more work than the attorneys and investigators put together. There were times we couldn't even afford to pay the legal fees, and she would take out personal loans just to pay off our legal bills.
You said you weren't even allowed to touch her until the day that you were married.
The day we got married was the very first time we were allowed to physically touch.
Were we ever allowed conjugal visits?
No.
Death row, they don't. I'm surprised they actually allowed you physical visits.
They didn't like it, but it was something that a previous warden had started, who actually treated, people like human beings, and after he was gone, it was hard for them to get rid of it.
Now, talk about that a little bit, because, I mean, you write pretty much the way I would expect a prison to be, but a big part of it is the degradation and the humiliation and the treatment of the guards and the way you treat each other too. I mean, it extends to that.
You're no longer a human being when you walk in those doors. When I walked into that prison, I was no longer Damian Eccles. I was SK931. They take away your name, they take away your humanity, your personality, and you become just a number in the system. It's the most brutal, barbaric conditions you can imagine. The guards would actually they would save up their money. They would put out a jar and they would put money in it so they could celebrate when the next execution was coming up. It's horrendously brutal. The thing that I always tell people now, whenever I'm talking about prison rehabilitation and reform and things like that, is the number of people, it's not just death row inmates who are subjected to those conditions. It's pretty much everybody in the prison system, at least in Arkansas. Well, the number of people that are actually going to spend the rest of their lives in prison, that are actually going to be executed, is tiny. It's a fraction. Most people that go to prison are one day going to be back out. They're going to be on the street, they're going to be in your church, in your school, in your neighborhood. So it's probably not the best idea to drive them insane before bringing them back out into the world. In the 20 years that I was in prison, I did not see one single shred of anything that could be remotely considered a rehabilitation program.
And you also said that the vast majority, anyway, you describe in detail the people around you, had either, an old-fashioned term, but mental retardation or schizophrenia or some combination of both. I mean, these people didn't have your intellectual capacity.
The average IQ on death row is about 85, and the mental retardation, that's the way the law defines it. There's a very strict line. There's no gray areas. There's either a person is mentally retarded or they're not mentally retarded. If they are mentally retarded, the law says they can't be executed. If they are not, then they can be executed. They still execute people who are literally mentally retarded on a regular basis, people who are schizophrenic. The worst case in Arkansas was a guy who was guilty. He shot both of his in-laws and killed them, and then shot himself in the head trying to commit suicide. Well, he survived, but he had in essence given himself a lobotomy. When they got ready to execute this guy, they asked him, "What do you want for your last meal?" He says, "Pecan pie." He ate half of the pie. When they come to get him for the execution, he wraps the other half up and says, "I'm going to save this until after." They're executing people who don't even have the capacity to realize they're being executed.
You said, there's a couple of funny things in there. You said that the only good thing in prison are the toilets, that you can flush virtually anything down the toilet. Clothing, shoes, hardware.
Yes.
Why?
I have no idea. Maybe they made them that way just so that they can't be clogged up. But I have, you know, people fish in the toilets.
Yeah,
if someone's
you
trying
gotta
to
describe that.
Yeah, pass something from one cell to another, they can actually pull it out through toilets. I've seen an entire bed sheet be flushed down a prison toilet.
All right, and describe that scene with mosquitoes. I think that was of all the horrors in that prison, the idea that I'd be eaten alive by mosquitoes.
Yes, the prison there's nothing in any direction except fields as far as you can see in the prison, so it's a breeding ground for mosquitoes, especially inside the prison in empty cells. They breed in the toilets of the empty cells. They will literally drive you insane. You know, there were times when I could barely flex my fingers because my knuckles were just so covered in mosquito bites and my hands are swollen. They bite your eyelids, your lips. They buzz in your ears all night long to the point where the frustration is so bad you just want to cry. You give up on sleeping in an environment.
You said there would be whole walls covered with them.
Walls where they just nest. The entire wall will just be covered in mosquitoes.
What was it like walking out the door? I mean, you still got to be adjusting. It hasn't been that long.
I always tell people I didn't get used to being haunted. I'm getting used to being out. I've been out about a year and 8 months now. For the first 6 months of that, I was in a state of extreme shock and trauma. You know, almost 10 years in solitary confinement and then out just the very next day out amongst humanity again. And to say it's overwhelming doesn't even come close to it. For at least 6 months, I could not do anything for myself, by myself. I was scared all the time. And then eventually I realized the only way I was going to get through that is if I sort of threw myself into everything that I was scared of. If you force yourself through things, it loses its power over you. And I was scared of things, you know, like going to the store and, you know, when you buy something at the grocery store, the little thing you slide your card through and pay for it. I had never seen one of those before. So just seeing that was enough to almost paralyze me with fright. Not knowing how to do the simplest thing.
Computer.
I had never seen, when I got out of prison in 2011, I had not seen a computer since 1986. And back then it was basically a glorified typewriter for rich people.
What about your two codependents? Do you have any contact with them at all right now?
With one of them, he lives in Seattle now. He's in law school, or he's in college. He wants to eventually go to law school and be able to help people in the same situation that we were in. The thing is, he can't practice law until we're completely exonerated. The other guy only had an IQ of 68 to begin with, and when you dump all this trauma on top of that, and they've pretty much made sure he'll never live anything close to a normal life. He doesn't know anything outside of Arkansas, so he's scared to leave. But he's scared they're going to find some way to put him back in prison. So everything in his house, he's a complete shut-in.
Haunted FM.
He doesn't even have a phone. He's pretty much severed all contact with the outside world.
Do you think anyone else will ever be charged with this crime?
We're pushing. We're doing everything we can to see that it happens, but so far we've been met with just a complete refusal to look at the evidence that's been brought forward. They won't look at the DNA. They won't listen to the new eyewitnesses, because if they do, it means they're going to have to admit they made a mistake. A lot of people have built political careers for themselves off of this case, and they don't want to give that up.
I'm sorry, what? Oh, yeah, why are you living in Salem? Sorry, they were talking to me.
Because we love it. Just the tolerance. Whenever I was in prison, I had a list of things that I said, if they don't kill me, I want to do these things. And number one on that list was go see a Boston Red Sox game. So I went to see a game whenever I got out, and while we were there, we came to visit Salem. You know, there's a lot of tourist type attractions there. You can take trolley rides and see the whole town. And my wife and I both absolutely felt
So the witch thing had nothing to do with it?
Oh yeah, absolutely. The history of it is that's what's made it such a tolerant place. It's like they've made the mistake once and they don't want to repeat the same thing again. So it's made them a very accepting community. It's sort of like a mecca for people who practice any sort of alternative spirituality. Now that thing is not only accepted, but it's embraced, it's encouraged.
Do you work now?
I do.
All right. Damien Eccles, thank you so much for coming.
Thank you
telling
for
your
having
story.
me.
All right, that is it for Greater Boston. Adam Riley has a look at what's on Beat the Press tomorrow.
Emily, we've got two stories about prying eyes on this week's Beat the Press. First, the Department of Justice is snooping on phone records at the AP. And second, Bloomberg reporters are snooping on Bloomberg business clients. Plus, why you won't be seeing the Whitey Bulger trial on TV when it starts next month. That's Beat the Press tomorrow at 7.
All right, thanks, Adam. We lead you now with scenes from today at Fresh Pond in Cambridge. I'm Emily Rooney. Thanks for watching.
Afak Manajwala wants his wife dead.
He had plans in place. There was no doubt in our minds that he was wanting to be successful in this.
And now the call girl he's hired, not for sex, but to kill his wife, is having second thoughts. At one point during their harrowing traffic stop, she prays in fear, even while holding the $200 down payment for murder in her hand. Police say she first planned to take that upfront money and run, but now she's having an attack of conscience about leaving Manajwala's wife and child in mortal danger.
She had nothing to gain from it by reporting it, and she was in our area doing an illegal activity.
In an incredible turn of events, she bolsters her courage, takes the plunge, and goes to police.
It's hard to believe, but she actually showed us text messages and the audio recording she had done, which obviously
Haunted FM
credibility to her story.
Cops need to use her to set a trap, but also to keep her out of danger while going after Manajwala. And they're on a risky learning curve with no room for error.
Murder for hire cases are extremely rare. I had never seen that before, and this was the first one we'd ever worked.
And they have to come up with something quick before he finds someone else to kill his wife.
She was advised to suggest that she had a cousin that could do the job. He's not in town at the moment, but he will be coming up soon.
The supposed cousin is actually an undercover cop, and it will be his first time in a murder for hire sting as well.
Make no mistake, the undercover officer in this case, he was putting his life in danger for the protection of this woman and her child.
Police are certain that Manajwala will not hesitate to act if threatened.
If he changes his mind or if he thinks he's exposed, then the one person he's going to get rid of is the person he's telling this information to, which in this case was the undercover officer.
The courageous call girl is in no less danger. Meets Manijwala one last time alone. He agrees to meet her cousin.
The very next day, we had the informant text Mr. Manijwala stating that her cousin had arrived and that we wished to meet with Mr. Manijwala.
We sat down with the undercover cop posing as the hitman cousin. Agreed to keep him undercover.
I know it's going to be a challenge, but definitely up for it.
At their first meeting in the undercover's car, Manijwala gets down to business quickly.
I got some money. Okay. Hell no.
Later, Manijwala breaks out his phone and shows the undercover a real home video of exactly where to find his wife in the house. It's a literal roadmap to murder.
Kind of opened up the door, walked up the steps, showed me that she lay on the left side of the bed and some murder line.
It needs a like a house or anything else you suggest.
Some people want their wives, girlfriends, wives, stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Manijwala says he'll take his son to the boy's grandparents on the night of the murder, but he will be there himself when it happens, and he wants to be a victim too. Anything to make it look convincing.
You got pretty good in that.
Yeah.
You could like stab in the arm or like the side.
At another meeting, a detective inside the unmarked car follows the two men as they take a look at Manijwala's house.
Maybe 200 feet up, and that's the gate of community. The only way to get in is that gate. Once you do the job, come back up through the woods, come around over here to the park.
And he'd also like the killer cousin to bring along a can of spray paint for some finishing touches on his way out the door. Something to make it look like a hate crime.
I believe he's Muslim, and he talks about spray painting something on the walls as well too, to kind of make it seem realistic.
But detectives are about to be thrown a curveball. Afak's identical twin brother, Arsh, seen here at his wedding in the arms of three women. Could Arsh be setting up his twin or vice versa?
FM
gives a whole new meaning to the term dead ring.
We didn't know if we were dealing with some kind of, weird family issue here or something like that. I don't think there was any way we weren't going to do this without making sure that, we didn't have the twin brother trying to set his brother up for a crime.
In fact, that becomes a major issue in the sting, making sure they had eyes on the twin while they went after Afak. During a third meeting with the undercover, Manijwala forks over a $100 advance. It seals the deal and the fate of his ill-begotten murder plans.
Gave me the money, got out of the car. I pulled out.
Cops swoop in and make the arrest.
I was there when he was taken into custody. He was shocked and very upset. I think he thought he was going to get away with it.
Back at the police station, cops have a talk with Manijwala.
What I have to do here is to tell you the most serious charges against you is solicitation to commit murder.
I feel as if I have done nothing wrong, and everything that has gone on so far in your investigation is all fabricated, it's all a lie.
What do you think fabricating and lying?
I was fabricating and lying.
He's trying to explain it as that this was a game he was playing and that he was just setting this up.
He was going to be the big hero that came to the rescue and saved his wife. It was going to help their marriage. That plan was completely nuts.
My family and I, we have a beautiful relationship, we have a beautiful family. Everything is perfect in my life right now.
Talking about obviously, but Manajwala lawyers up. Detectives sit down with his wife and tell her the whole story. Despite their bitter custody battle, she could not believe the man she married wanted her dead.
Her reaction was just absolute shock. She had no idea her life was basically being turned upside down. It took a lot of convincing to get her to understand what was going on. She really didn't believe us. I don't blame her. I probably wouldn't believe me either.
But even now, the surprises keep coming. Cops want to keep Manajwala behind bars until his trial. And they're worried about that twin brother.
During the bail review process, there was a concern that he might be able to actually take his brother's identity and flee the country.
But Detective Brannigan is stunned to find Manajwala free in the courthouse, even as he's trying to keep him in jail.
I looked at him and how did he make bail already? I was very confused. And I actually had to went up and introduce myself. And he introduced himself as the twin brother.
It's harsh. That's right. And cops say he was never implicated in any wrongdoing. But while being held, Manajwala also gets a visit from a longtime secret girlfriend, who also gets the shock of her life.
She had no clue he was married, and it was kind of odd because even when she found out, she was still trying to figure a way to stand by him.
Later, in front of a judge, Manajwala never tells that story about fabricating the crime.
He pled guilty to solicitation to commit first-degree murder, in which he was sentenced to 50 years, suspend all but 20.
In the end, it's the result of some fine police work and a tip from a call girl with a conscience.
She could have never even reported it, and we wouldn't have been none the wiser. There's no doubt in my mind that if she hadn't reported this, his wife would have ended up deceased.
And along with that Good Samaritan, cops say they also caught a little bit of a lucky break. While talking to the informant, Manajwala confessed that this was not his first time he tried to hire someone to kill his wife, telling the undercover officer he even provided that person a truck to commit the act. The hired hitman took the truck and ran, never to be seen again. If you like this story, make sure you tune in every day to Crime Watch Daily. You can find where the show airs in your city at crimewatchdaily.com. Watch it live or record it on your DVR and watch it at night. And to all those criminals out there, remember, we are watching.
What happened yesterday put you in this position that you're in today?
Put the cuffs on me and brought me down. They said that I started a fire at my own house. I wasn't even there.
Did you not start a fire at your house?
I did not start a fire at my house. I've started fires there before. I got a fireplace. But whatever, I haven't even seen it yet. They only told me what happened. So I can only assume that it was my house. I haven't seen it yet. But no, I didn't start my
You're
house.
being accused of setting fire to your own house.
Arson. I know what I'm being accused of.
Okay.
Arson, yeah.
But you are not there. What you're saying is you were not there.
I was there earlier in the evening, but no, I wasn't there.
Where were you?
At my girlfriend's house. Don't tell her. I didn't know tell her she was there. I didn't mean to tell you that I had a girlfriend.
Do you have any idea what started that fire?
No, it was probably a flame. Heat, fuel, and oxygen. Fire.
Why do you think you're being accused of arson then?
They're trying to make I spend a lot of time out in the country. I work in the government. I was military. If you guys know what a super soldier is, you're looking at one. Okay, if you know what that is, look it up on YouTube if you don't. They're trying to make me look bad.
Why do you think they're trying to make you look
That, I'd like to find that out.
If you did not set the fire, who set the fire?
Good question. I hope it's not looking. There's been people breaking in and out of my house ever since I got back out of the country, or into the country. I spent a lot of time in Australia the last couple of years.
But what you're saying is that you did not start that fire.
No, I did not start the fire. No.
Then
Why
why
would
did
I?
they
I love
arrest
that house. I was trying to fix the house up. I was in the middle of a remodel, as a matter of fact. The house was not finished yet. I wasn't done. How am I supposed to know who started the fire? I wasn't there.
You've been accused of it.
I've been accused of a lot of stuff I haven't done. Drunk in public. They get me for drunk in public every chance they can get. I'm not drunk in public. They don't even need to give you a breathalyzer. You're drunk in public. Come with us. And while we're at it, why are you being so disorderly conduct? And did you just resist arrest? Oh my God. Hey, assault on a police officer. I have all those, and I didn't do any of them.
How many times have you been arrested?
A bunch.
Why? What have you been arrested for? What have you been arrested for?
Drunk in public.
Haunted FM.
Disorderly conduct. Assault. Assault on a police officer. Drunk in public. Drunk in public. That was. I was sober. I was sober in my house one night. They grabbed me by the arm, dragged me outside, beat me up on the street, and said, "Hey, now you're drunk in public."
Okay, all those times you arrested, were they warranted?
No. What do you mean? All the time? Were they warrant? I mean, I think they had a warrant.
No.
They were. I know what you're
saying
saying. No, it wasn't justified.
So,
No.
all these times you've been arrested have
One
not been
time,
your fault.
I shot my brother with a BB gun. I was, well, on purpose. That I did. That was assault on a family member in self-defense. They arrested me for assault on a family member with a brandishing a firearm and all. I did that one. Other than that one, I didn't do any of them.
There were some of your neighbors who said that you shot some kids with BB guns before.
No. The kids stole my BB guns. Those kids stole my BB guns before, yes. I had to get that.
What about some other neighbors were saying something about a homemade bomb that went off in your home?
That's interesting. See, I think this is all plot. No bombs. I don't. I'm not allowed to own firearms, and I don't even want to. The only explosives I've ever used were over in the desert, okay? Where they belong.
One of your neighbors said yesterday that you told them, come September, something was going to happen. Did you ever say that?
No. Who are these neighbors? Which?
Well, almost every person around your house.
Wow. That's
said,
interesting.
come September, something like that.
I find that really interesting. They,
Haunted
no.
FM.
I never said that. Come September. It already is September. It's past.
No, you're here on charges. You're just saying you had nothing to do with the fire, correct?
No, I had nothing to do with the fire. I was hoping I could finish that remodel. I love that.
How'd you find out about that?
Somebody sent me a text message because my girlfriend doesn't have the news. She doesn't have TV at all. Somebody sent me a text message. She says, hey, I think she took a picture of the news, you know what I mean? And sent it to me, and I was like, whoa, that's my house. I immediately called my mother in Maine and said, what should I do? She's like, you better go over there. I took myself over there. I drove my little moped over.
How do you think it was started?
Fuel, oxygen, and heat make fire.
You must be pretty angry, pretty frustrated being in here for charges you face.
Yeah, I mean, it does get a little frustrating. I'm trying not to get angry. Because the sheriffs, these deputies are actually really nice people. There's a bunch of them. They really help you out in here. Because you don't get much in here. The food is terrible. McCabe is, if I can say it on TV, it's something really bad. McCabe's a criminal. The sheriff of Norfolk is a criminal. And the police, Officer Wall, George Wall, if you're looking at this, you're a criminal. Officer Chafee, you're a criminal as well.
Let me ask you a question. Why do you want to talk to us?
Because this needs to be said.
What needs to be said?
The corruption. You see that nice big courthouse they're making over there, the new courthouse? Someone's got to pay for that. Apparently it's coming out of my wallet. All these fines and all this, yeah. You know the marble that goes on the outside of the building? Totally not necessary for the construction of that building. It's from Israel. Why would you do that? It's expensive.
All that aside,
it's corruption.
I think a lot of times the police charge people with what they've done.
No. Sometimes they fake it. Trust me.
And you're still saying that you did not start that fire. Why do they think you started that fire?
Well, they said they found some gasoline. I mean, there was gas. I got gasoline in my house all over the place. I got gas in the shed. I got gas in my tool room. I use gas to wash my hands to get the grease and stuff off my hand. It works great. So I checked the oil in my car. I got a wood splitter, wood chipper, all these things. Chainsaw, take gasoline. I got 5 cords of wood in my backyard to burn this winter. Not anymore.
Why do you think they're targeting you?
Super soldier. I can't say that.
What did they tell you why they thought?
I'm better than them.
Why did you, when they told you they had you for under arrest, why did they tell you why they thought you did it?
They didn't know at the time.
They know because they charged you with arson.
Well, they didn't charge me with arson until 6 p.m. last night. While I was down at the operations center on Virginia Beach Boulevard, right? Apparently they found some clothes that I had in my girlfriend's house. There was a trace of gasoline on something in there, and because they found some gasoline fumes at the house, that means I started the fire. That ain't gonna stick. That can't stick. I got a lawyer. And if there's a pro bono lawyer out there that wants to help me sue the Norfolk Police Department, I'd be more than happy to talk to you. Come find me. I mean, yeah, being upset would just be a waste of time at this point because, yeah, I know, I gotta start making a list of all the stuff I had. It's gonna be insurance. I had a lot of stuff.
Were you living there at the time?
Oh On and off, yeah, not really. I was trying to work on the house, and I've been staying with my girlfriend.
How long have you lived there?
We own Pelzer's Antique Store on First View and Ocean View. Pelzer's Antiques and Corners.
How long have you had that house?
Oh, since I'm gonna say 11 years now. 12 years.
So
For
you've
a
lived
while.
on and off. You've lived.
Well,
in
my
that
brother lived there mostly because I was always out in the country.
So the house is vacant right now. It was vacant.
That night it was, yeah. I mean, I come and go. I
But
check
that's
in.
your home address.
That is my home address, yes. I have, yes. And I was in the process of paying that place off. It's almost done.
When was the last time you were in that house?
That night. That night. There was somebody, I noticed that someone was stealing some stuff. I was trying to find out who was going in there. I had been back and forth that day probably 5 or 6 times, just popping in going, who's stealing all my stuff? My guitars were missing. Someone was stealing my stuff. You know, I like guitars. Not that I'm playing that much anymore, but I still like them. I still want them. I bought them. And they're gone. And I haven't had a chance to inventory everything else, but I guess I'll go sift through the rubble next chance I get and see what else they stole.
Have you had bond hearing yet?
No. They always hold me down. They love me.
Have you spent time in jail?
I've never been convicted of anything, but yes, I've spent quite a bit of time in jail. No, I've never been convicted of a crime that would put me in jail, but yeah. I'm being held against my will.
Haunted FM.
No bond. Yeah.
Tuesday, I think, the police department said you were wanted for assault back.
They hit Monday, I believe, or maybe it was Tuesday, yeah. On a little 8-year-old kid. The same people that stole my BB gun and my little scooter and stole a bunch of stuff, there was 8 or 9 of them. They don't have a father or anything like that. And so anyhow, the golf ball, I opened up my car door to look for something underneath my feet. The golf ball fell out of the thing over to the bus stop, 20 feet to the left of the kids. The crossing guard, the woman I say hi to every morning, said, "Hey, what are you doing?" I said, "You guys can keep that golf ball. Green light, gotta go." Now I assaulted the girl because she was part of the family. I just realized that she was part of the family that stole all my stuff. I had to call the cops on them to have the kids reprimanded by the police. They didn't take the kids downtown or anything, but they just go reprimand the kids and make sure they don't do it again. I don't want to steal this stuff. And since then, it's been not very good. I've been fired at and I've been pissed twice by their father. Luckily, I'm good at dodging bullets. I'm gonna go and kiss my girlfriend. Sell some new shoes.
There is little more disturbing than hearing the confession of a murder. So, from the teen who tasted his mother's brain to the man who planned to eat a child, join us. On March 27th, 2014, 18-year-old Kevin Davis brutally murdered his mother, 50-year-old Kimberly Hill. In an interview, he explained that after he'd asked for her permission to commit suicide, he was surprised that she reluctantly agreed. Seemingly because of this, Davis then killed her.
I tried to strangle her with a cord. Ripped the cord from a video game console controller. That didn't work. She was sitting on the couch while I was sleeping with him. That didn't work out too well. She started screaming, and so I went to her room, opened the drawer at the very bottom to the right. I pulled out a hammer. I went back into the living room, and well, you kind of get the gist from there. And she was out pretty quickly.
So when you dragged her to the living room, to the bedroom, you kept on hitting her there?
Yeah, kind of.
That's that's when you reached in and grabbed her brain?
Yeah, I kicked at it a bit. Then I just, that was kind of silly, but then yeah, I just decided to reach in and kind of just.
And then what did you do after that?
Then I had sex with her corpse. Actually,
This is just the first time?
oh yeah, I lost my virginity to a corpse.
In March 2015, court workers arrived at the house of 35-year-old Mitchell Blair to serve her an eviction notice. However, they instead discovered the bodies of 2 children, both stuffed inside a deep freezer. It was soon found that these were 9-year-old Stephen Berry and his sister, 13-year-old Stoney Blair, Mitchell's son and daughter. Later, in interrogation, she claimed that 3 years earlier, her youngest son had told her that Stephen had raped him. Whatever the case, Mitchell proceeded to torture Stephen for the next 2 weeks, strangling him with her belt and pouring scalding water over his genitals. As expected, he eventually succumbed to his injuries and was placed in the freezer. 9 months later though, Mitchell's son revealed that Stoney had raped him as well. Because of this, she starved, beat, and tortured her until finally she died sometime after.
Can you talk me through the type of abuse that you had to suffer as a kid?
You mean sexual abuse?
If that's what happened.
That definitely did happen to me. That's why I know exactly how would have grew up. I told my mother what happened to me. And the only thing she said was, it's over with, so what you want me to do about it? What do you mean what I want you to do? You get what I'm saying? So all I could do is go back and sit in my room and just sit there and look stupid. I'm a kid. And I'm just telling you what happened to me. You didn't do about it. And plus I still had to see a person coming in and out my house. You're still friends with that person.
So do you believe that the violent person you went on to become is you were a product of your own childhood?
I mean, everybody have choices, so I can't just blame all that on my mom because I was still an adult. But I should have tried hard to get over that. But anybody who knows me, that touching the kids, the molesters, that no. So yeah, that's the problem. And this is what can happen to a kid. When like that goes, and this is the part that really gets me. I used to tell her, rape is the worst thing you could do, just make you. I tell her all the time, they used to make me feel like I was nothing. It made me feel like I wasn't. You turn around and you do that to my son, you knew exactly what she was doing now. She knew exactly what the she was doing now. So yeah, man, I don't care what anybody thinks. She had to go, period.
Why did you take the decision to pile the bodies on top of each other in the freezer?
What do you mean?
Why did you do that?
Well, I only had one deep freezer. We didn't take the decision to pile the bodies on top of each other. Where was she gonna go?
How did you conceivably sleep at night?
I slept well. Of course, at first I cried. It was f***ed up because I had to let go of all of that.
I'm doing my best, Mitchell, to listen to what you're saying. However, I need to know that you also accept that you've had a number of other options open to you, other than the extreme violence with which you decided to act.
What do you mean accepted?
You had a number of other options.
There were no other options. I'm not playing crazy. I wasn't in depression, none of that. There's no excuse for rape, period.
According to police reports, you ordered your eldest daughter to physically lift the body of one of your children.
No, I didn't tell her to lift the body.
Can you imagine?
You're talking about...
You want to talk about your surviving children, though, Michelle? You did never consider turning yourself in.
If my son told me
Haunted
that he did
FM.
not want me to go after what happened with Steve, after I killed Sonny, you really think I was supposed to turn myself in because of her? Hell no. No. No.
And you feel no remorse for that?
I would kill him again.
On December 2nd, 2016, 19-year-olds Liam McCasney and Preston Taylor murdered their childhood friend, Sarah Stern. Incredibly, Liam's confession of this murder was secretly captured by his former friend, Anthony Curry.
Yeah, and dude, alright, so I'm hanging out with her. She has, you need to think she took some money out, not all of her money. We're counting it out, and then she goes to walk out the front door. I took her out, drag her. My biggest problem was the dog, and her dog laid there and watched as I killed her. Didn't do anything. And it took me a half an hour to kill her. I thought I was going to be able to choke her out and have her out in like a couple minutes. Or you had her some 10 minutes, but I pretty much hung her like, I picked her up and had her just like dangling off the ground, and she just pissed herself and said my name, and then that was it. So then I had I got a shirt, and I just shoved it down her throat so she wouldn't throw up or anything, and held my finger over her nose and set a timer. That's the only time I had my phone. And it took me like a half an hour after I hit start on the time. But I took her out, dragged her in the back, put her in the bathroom, and then I had to go straight to work. So Preston came over, took the body, put it in the bushes, and then I get off work that night, go straight over,
FM.
Preston and I go over to her house, take her safe, bring that over to my house before we do anything. And we take her body out of the bushes and drag it over to her back fence, and I crawl, get into her car, and I back up. There's a security camera across the street. So I had to act like her. I watched her every time she backed out. She does the same thing. So I backed out exactly like she did and drove off. passenger seat of her own car. So I was driving, and I had her buckled in the passenger seat. She looks like she's just sleeping. She's just sitting up, and my plan was, for me, I underestimated my own strength and how much a dead body would weigh. Because it's late. Yeah. I got up on top of the bridge to throw her off, and then Preston comes over the bridge, goes around, makes a U-turn, comes up behind me. The two of us throw the body over, and then we grab.
Haunted FM.
It just doesn't do anything. It's weird.
On April 12, 2006, 10-year-old Jamie Rose Boleyn went missing. 5 days later, her mutilated remains were found at the apartment of 26-year-old Kevin Ray Underwood. Underwood had strangled Jamie to death and sexually assaulted her corpse. He then prepared to dismember her body, with the final intention of eating the remains.
Now, going back,
the torture was kind of a late addition. At first, I wanted the body to be pretty much unharmed. Because what I was going to do after that then was, while they were still alive and gagged, I was going to drape them over the bathtub and cut off their head. And then hang them there and let the blood all drain out, good and drained out. And I was going to keep the body around for a couple of days. I was going to set the head on my desk so it could like watch me, and keep the corpse in my bed, sleeping with it, having sex with it for a day or two, and then I was going to start butchering them and cooking them, and hacksaw to cut open the head to get to the brain, because I wanted to eat the brain and the heart and some of the organs. I had pretty much planned all along to probably get a kid, just mainly because they'd be easier to grab and easier to get rid of afterwards, smaller, and put up less of a fight. But
did you find her attractive?
Not really. No, she was kind of. Well, I don't know. She just had she was almost bald. She had really thin hair, really thin hair, and she was a little chubby, and just kind of wasn't really tight, basically.
Yeah, when did you come up with Wednesday would be the day?
Because of what I really wanted to do, I kind of planned it for that day, but I'd been planning it for every day for a month, pretty much. On the first time she came home, before she went and changed clothes, she stopped, she saw me stand there, and, she was just like, oh, that's horrible. I came home from school and realized I'd forgot my house keys at home and had to go back and get them, and, she was just complaining about how hot she was, and anyway, she came downstairs and was still, she's like, oh, there's nothing when it's this hot, nothing good like a good, glass of ice milk. And she, kind of chatted for a minute and then asked to come inside and see my rat again. And she just sat there on the floor looking at my rat, and I just kind of struggled with myself the whole time she was in there. And,
Was a struggle between right and wrong?
yeah, or kind of, yeah, both that and, not wanting to get caught. But yeah, it was partly because, I can't do this, I don't want to do it, but then, yeah, I want to do this.
And there's a little bit of fear like, hey, if I do this, I might get caught.
Yeah, that was a large part of it too, but I was like, I better just knock her out, and, then restrain her while she's unconscious. And finally I was just, look, either do it or tell her to get the hell out of the apartment, and finally I did it. And, as soon as I hit her.
What did she say when you hit her?
That's something that's, haunted me ever since it happened. She started yelling, "I'm sorry." Which, I'm just like, what is she sorry for? She didn't do anything wrong. It's me, I'm the one that should be sorry. Yeah, she, like I said, she jumped, she was yelling, "God, I'm sorry," and, let me go, I won't tell. And, after I hit her a couple times, I finally just had to, jump up and grab her, and she was, I couldn't believe how strong she was. I barely held her down. We flopped around. I've got pretty bad carpet burns on my knees from it. We struggled. It took me probably 15, 20 minutes to kill her. Then finally, when I was pretty sure she was dead again, I jumped up and grabbed the duct tape and put it over her mouth and nose, because I was getting tired. My arms were getting sore from clamping down on her. And so I was going to drag her in there to the living room, because she, big for her age. Paper said she's like 110 pounds. And I was having a hard time, flopping her over and rolling her around and dragging her around. And so I was like, well, it's a lot closer, and I don't want, she's already been dead maybe 10, 15 minutes, and so I don't want the blood to get all coagulated, so I'm just going to go ahead and drag her into the tub and behead her, and then have sex with her body.
So you hit.
So I just kind of went about my business with this. I closed the door because, the bathroom, because like I said, I was sick, sick to my stomach that I'm doing this. I didn't even want to, see the corpse. And, I just sat there at the computer for a couple of hours, talking to her. I wasn't talking much because, I was. One thing about that at the same time, I was talking to her, but I was also occasionally stepping outside, helping them look for the girl. And then, like I said, I was stepping out there occasionally, acting, like I was keeping a watch for her in case she came back while Dad was gone, and talking to the manager and all that stuff. And, I hope they find her soon. This is horrible. Just kind of setting up and making myself concerned. And then, I went inside and finally finished cleaning up the body.
For a little bit of
lemon or lemon gray, run it that way.
came to write a whole bunch of paperwork.
Hey, we're trying to, you want to get out of here fast, right? So if we have more people, y'all been trying to come. You want to get out fast.
Raises. I bet she ain't had that badge on she went for us, no.
Just do all of just 50 miles as the crow flies. Listen. As far as like they can't find any active. Also with your two last names. Hi. It could be like you use lemon and not gray, or gray and not lemon, or lemon gray. He didn't run it that way. So it's not that you don't have a record like court date. It means they can't find anything with whatever he ran by. That's what it means. What were you in court for? How many you got?
I had a upcoming acting.
Where out of? Hey, we're trying to, you want to get out of here fast, right? So if we have more people, y'all been trying to something. You want to get out of here faster? We have more of our friends to help get out faster. Nope, that's a quote. Those were your words. I would still say, because what I'm doing is repeating your words.
Meeting started. And that was our moment frozen in time. It was like it was endless. It seemed to last for an eternity. And it was paralyzed. I couldn't run. I couldn't move. I couldn't think.
This man planned and engineered a haunted village.
Home life was
Haunted FM.
not a terrific one. The stress with my father's employment. My father was an alcoholic. Physically abusive to myself and my siblings. What kind of things? Punching, closed fists, open hands, and the head.
But really is teaching this kid you fight for being, you dominate for being dominated. I think that led him into a lot of what he did.
A lot of anger towards my stepmother. She went into hysterics and tried to beat my brother and took away her bungee cord and I locked in the closet. And she was in the closet for almost 12 hours. And that's him. Invigorating. It felt good. It felt like I had some power. I had a little bit of control again.
I asked him, what do you think she felt? Do you think she was scared of him? He said, well, no, I don't really think so. And, you know, my sense is she must have been very frightened. He doesn't seem to have understood her. So what I'm getting is that the sense of empathy was in there.
And I don't know whether or not he was doing it. I didn't care. I won that fight. No room for second place. Well, I started to
manipulate people for money, for drugs. And I was telling them, well, hey man, if you want to hang out with me and you want to be cool, we'll do that. They want to grab me some cash. Many of my
Haunted
FM. Like people.
Haunted FM.
People that hadn't found their way in the world. And I drew them to me, knowing what they were, knowing what I was. And to make myself feel better, I put them down. So that I was like king of the universe.
When the family members didn't have well didn't realize the impact of his actions on the world.
For psychopaths, status is everything. The need to dominate other people, to control them, to be a winner. And it's interesting that Doug uses words similar to that throughout his interview. And psychopaths is a complete lack of emotional or nurturing type relations. They seem to be devoid of emotions or the capacity to feel strong emotions and emotional bonds. If something terrible happens, they can feel afraid. They tend not to have long-lasting emotions like depression, like anxiety, like love. And if you lack capacity for emotions like this, you're really left with one dimension to relate to other people, which is status relationships. The inconsistency between the affect that he displays during the interview and what he's talking about. He tries deliberately to keep a fixed facial expression, yet he's talking about an incredible range of subjects in terms of emotional content. Yet his facial expression changes little, if at all. And if you turn down the volume, you would find it difficult or almost impossible to tell what he was talking.
The more I dropped acid, the harder it was to relate to different people other than the other people that were dropping acid. And so slowly, it was like all of the hippies were migrating to areas where they felt comfortable with one another. Could it have been other children? I think at the time it could have been a lot of other children. I've had a lot of different women I've met that have been inside that have told me that they were really glad that they didn't run into Charlie because they too would have been there.
Three witnesses have just given sworn affidavits that says that he didn't have a sexual relationship with my wife before I was convicted. And he went into court and said he didn't. Now, who are you going to believe, him or the three people? Or are you going to say these three people are lying? They saw this personally. They witnessed Schwartz having sexual contact with my wife, romance, smooching in the back of the car. My sister and William Lane saw it approximately the same day, and then David Rogers sort of on a separate day. I suppose Schwartz was thinking in terms of, well, this is 20 years ago, nobody's going to want to get involved in this anyway, and I'll just lie and get out of it. But three people actually have given the affidavits. I think Sandra probably has a copy of the judge in Palm Beach.
Haunted FM.
Issue an order to bring all the people together so that they can make the testimony. See, When Schwartz went down, they only went down there last year. Schwartz said, no, I know how to do it. Why? After he was in prison. It's a lie. So then the three people came back and gave the testimony and gave the affidavit. Now that's new evidence that shows state chief is a perjurer, which is a felony. So Schwartz has committed a felony before the United States court. So it's just not a question of civil matter, it's a question of criminal matter. And we have filed with the United States Attorney's Office in Miami, that's Dexter Langston, a criminal complaint against
Haunted FM.
and they have taken this and they
Haunted
are
FM.
their own investigation at this time. As Now, if these people are shown to be lying, then they are subject to perjury and 5 years in the joint for lying under sworn affidavit. So you've got 3 swearing here and you've got 1 swearing there. Now they have to, legally speaking, the court has to bring these people together and take the testimony and make a determination.
Haunted FM.
That's where we stand. When they will be coming in and saying, testifying under oath, going up and being cross-examined. Well, I wasn't there personally, so I don't know what they saw exactly. But they did say that he was having a sexual relationship with my wife before the trial started. Was the girlfriend of the trial judge, her name is Pat Quinn. Now it's Pat Quinn at Trowbridge because she married him, came to me in the jail approximately August or September of 1973 and told me that my wife and my lawyer were having an affair and that I was going to be convicted and sent to prison. I said, no, listen, I can prove, because I have this document that shows that the state witness in chief was lying. Those people were never employed. They never copied down my license number, because here is the proof. When you check a license tag, no, that comes back to a certain address.
Haunted FM.
The address that it should have come back to was in Fort Lauderdale if they had done it. But they never did that. They just said, yes, we did it, and yes, we did it, and we tracked it home. Sure. But my car wasn't registered there. You drive up to my home, and I copy your license number down. And then I go to the police, and I say, I copied this man's tag number down. Here's the tag number. And they run the tag through their computer. It's going to go to a certain address, right? Well, the address that it should have gone was my Fort Lauderdale address, because that's where my car was registered. It was not registered in Martin County, which is 100 miles away from Fort Lauderdale. Yet, the testimony of this woman is that she copied down my license number, gave it to the police. The police ran the tag, and they gave her the myth. Okay? Yes, we went to Shaker's home. Yes, we conducted a search. Yes, we found this evidence that links into this one and that one, and the one he's convicted for. But when you get down to the facts, that lie, there's nothing there. I am not linked to those people in any way except by the testimony of that woman who said, I copied down the license number, checked it, and it went right to his home in Stewart. That's the link. That's why it's so important. And when I gave the document to Schwartz, and they changed it by trial time, it was showing that my car was registered to Stewart, where it never had been registered before. See, that's the connection. There's a lot of myth that goes on where they will tell you, like,
Haunted FM.
Yes.
Haunted FM.
Throw it out. And then that leads you to believe that I've had judicial review under proper conditions where an inquiry has been made, but that has never been done until this time. That's why I was allowed in the federal court. The judge looked at it and said, nobody has ever examined this stuff. What are you telling me? He's filed 17 times? Sure, yeah, sure he has. How come nobody ever looked at it? He's saying the same thing over and over, same framework. That's what I'm saying. And it was through the misignations of my trial attorney who asked my wife to marry him right after I was convicted. Are you going to believe that there was nothing going on, that I was convicted, and then the same day I was convicted, hey, let's get married, Mrs. Shaker? There was no romance? Come on, man, give me a break, right? And then he didn't tell me, oh, and she agreed to marry him. The trial attorney asked the wife of the defendant to marry him within 24 hours of the conviction, and she agrees to it, and there's no romance prior to the trial. That's not even rational. No, nobody does that. And then didn't even tell me about it for 8 weeks. Never told me. I asked your wife to marry me. She agreed to marry me. And the relationship here has changed. I wasn't told for 2 months that this even was going on. After I was convicted, much less before I was convicted, the only person who told me about it was you. And they were on our way. Everything was proper and done according to the book, except I wanted to give them a scare. They laughed. They thought
Haunted FM.
because of the son of Sam Long.
Haunted FM.
That was me. Actually, I made a legal arrest, and I abused the prisoners. They were not raped or sexually assaulted or anything like that. I told them that they were leaving themselves open to be murder, abuse, and all that, running away, no money, no what are you going to do? How are you going to make money? And they just laughed. You're going to sell drugs, you're going to sell pussy, what are you going to do? You have to prove yourself. And I said, well, they said, ha, 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 we'll just get along. I said, yeah, you'll get along. We'll wind up in a ditch, in my jurisdiction. And then I'll have to pick up the pieces. And I'll say, show you how easy it would be. Here you are under arrest. I know guys would buy a young girl. hell, I know 5 or 6 of them that would buy a young girl and make her into a whore. And this is nothing new. Oh yeah, ha 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 ha. You think it's so funny? Just tie you over here on the street. And all of these nonsense like that. I didn't get that guy in the street. I didn't go and get him myself. I just wanted to give them a scare. And of course that was wrong. I shouldn't have done that. I was trying to impress on them the dangerousness of their situation, running around. They were nice kids, and I didn't want to see them in this movie. And I was wrong, and I paid the price. And I pleaded guilty. I
Haunted FM.
Apology.
Haunted FM.
I did something I have to say. And my mom was sorry. And I was sorry. I pled guilty. I fought. Never I was a deputy with Martin County when that happened. But see, they've tried to distort that. They've tried to say, well, that wasn't a legal arrest. It was a legal arrest. In fact, they sued. It went away. They sued the county for the, I haven't seen a copy of the suit for the legal insurance. The county which was confused while they were legally not like they were involved in road and road heritage type of thing or anything like the law. No, because I had a responsibility to say, taken to jail and processed properly and returned to their parents. And when I made the arrest, my responsibility was to make sure point A, point B in jail, and nothing in between. And I fucked it up. I blew it. You know, it happens, right? And because of that, I suffered enormously. I lost my career, went to jail, got a felony on my record, but there was nothing intent. The intent
Haunted FM.
that they could end up
Haunted FM.
was true. You know, they suffered no physical harm. It was the emotional intimidation type of thing. And it gave them a good scare. No doubt about that. But it was valid. Wrong. I'm not saying what I did was right. But they were valid. I bet you they don't hitchhike anymore.
Haunted
Well,
FM.
the sheriff, when I called my superior and I said I have these prisoners and they've run away, right? And they're in handcuffs, and we gotta go out and get them.
Haunted FM.
Then they told my superior what the circumstances were. Then he called the sheriff, and the sheriff said, "Whoa, this is, you're way over the line here, Jack." And yeah, I guess I am. And that's when I was thrown in assault, which is assault without skill. It goes beyond verbal, but it goes beyond deadly. I think that's short of deadly beyond verbal. I started out working as an investigator with Dragonfly Corporation, doing industrial investigations and thefts and things like that. And then I went and got my degree in criminal justice. And
small police departments, you don't get small town type of thing. You say a sergeant for 20 years. And in order to move up, you have to get the larger department. So I was in Montana. Well, it was interesting. I got was a probationary patrolman, okay, and because I had been
Haunted FM.
and had a degree in criminal
Haunted
justice,
FM.
and I had the dean of honor students, I got a letter from the Fort Lauderdale Police Department asking me to come to an interview. And at that time, I had just had a bad experience with my captain, and my captain Saxon, where I had written some tickets that were very valid tickets, and he made arrangements for a side payment. You know, go in and see the captain, and the captain takes care of it, and you pay your fine directly. He doesn't go on your record, and you don't get points and all that. And this pissed me off because this one particular one was a woman who worked in the courthouse, and she had almost caused an accident, and she deserved to get a ticket. And because she worked in the courthouse and she did the captain and everything was cool. And shortly after that, I got a letter from the come to an interview. Better pay, better dancing, you know. What they're doing is stealing from the small department. And I went and I saw Captain Sherlock. And Sherlock says, well, you work over with Bernard Scott. I know Bernard. Why do you want to leave there? I said, well, I didn't want to leave there until just recently. I got your letter, and this is what happened with Captain Saxon.
Haunted FM.
Involved with a department that goes into this sort of thing. And, we all know they do it. I'd rather not be involved in it. And he called Scott on the phone. I called Scott said, well, you're not working out here. We'll just get rid of you now. You don't want to play games with the big boys. You know, you don't have a proper understanding of police work and all that. So it wasn't anything that I did overtly. It was just trying to get around becoming involved in small town corruption. And it's the kind of thing that goes on in Georgia a lot, like state traps and all that, where you go to town and they give you a ticket and you go in and see the chief and you pay it cash and you're on your way. That happens in Georgia, I understand a lot. Martin County was a situation where my wife
Haunted FM.
And the sheriff of Martin County, a man by the name of Baker, had been removed office by the governor. But they had an opening up there because they fired my half the deputies along with the sheriff and all his gang. And the governor appointed a new man by the name of Crowder as the sheriff, and he had a desperate need for people. And Henry Dean said, well, my brother-in-law just left with the matter, you know, he didn't want to get involved in corruption. Why don't you go up and hire on with Martin County? So my wife got a transfer her job as far as out in life. You know, I went up and got the job. Psychological, I'm perfectly healthy, mentally healthy, and normal in every way. There's nothing wrong with me except my environment. You know, living in a prison environment comes a lot of stress. But I've done, in a second, multi-phase personality inventory, all the ones that give you. And the most recent one was in 1990.
Haunted FM. Haunted FM.
No problem. And having that, but Sandra can give you a copy of the report by Francis Miller. Chambly is where Chambly is where I we moved toward the living section of the woods. And I went to Sessionwood Elementary School, and then I went to Assumption, and then I went to Marist. Beginning of my first year of high school, and then we moved to Florida. But I grew up in the Catholic school in Assumption, and played league ball for the Catholic League in Atlanta in 1958, 59, 60, and would have gone to Marist Military School with all the other guys from Assumption. We went from high to 10 to Marist, that's all you know. And we moved to
Haunted FM.
Catholics were very big on sports. And they basketball, football, especially. I don't know what it's like now in Atlanta, but back then it was like a private school circuit where all the different private schools had their own league, and we played Westminster and all the different, private Catholic schools and private Christian. Well, that was my thing. I was a golfer. I played a Chastain part, and I was a Chastain part when I wasn't doing anything else. I was a Chastain part in the golf. And on conditioning, worked Tampa. They made that into a park. Before it was a park, that's when I lived there. And they had the lake, and you can go up there and shoot your way to the fishing for brim and bass and the front of Tampa Park Lake. That's Steve on Peach Tree Country Club and fishing their lakes. Stuff kids do. In Atlanta, it's like when you're going into puberty and you start discovering about sports and you get into this male bonding thing. We're on the basketball team. I was a starter, and I was on the football team. I was in and golf was coming up for high school, and I had to get out there and get ready to do my golf. My father was a smart corporation manufacturer. He was a salesman for them, and everything was fine. Well, Sexton Wood is not like a low-class area, My dad was a good salesman, one of their best. I'm the eldest brother, and I have a good brother. Family of three, mom and dad and a dog. Went to work, a 9-to-5er, working for Kimberly Clark in downtown Atlanta, and occasionally being on the road, sales meetings and that. And, I'm going to Catholic school and coming home and doing your homework and doing sports, going up to the lake. I didn't have an abused childhood or anything like that. Regularly good childhood. I didn't even know what marijuana was until I got to university. My parents were very Catholic school,
Haunted FM.
Mass every morning, mass on the weekend, go to Sunday church. You don't do anything before you go to church. Straight up Catholics. They were Catholics before they got married. They got married as Catholics, and they raised as Catholics. And the Catholic correctness is over here, and there's no gray area in between. That's how Catholics are. And of course, growing up that way, and being in the Catholic elementary school and the Catholic high school, I had a very, very black and white view of the world, what's right and what's wrong. And I didn't learn to equivocate until I got to university. It was rare. But that pretty much was me. I was very Catholic. In fact, when I came down here, I almost went to St. John's Seminary in Freedom. Yeah, I had some problems with the Catholic Church's structure. It's too dogmatic, and they don't invite you to question the dogma. And I'm a questioning, sensitive person. I'm a creative person, and I have a good imagination and a good mind. I want to be able to go to the priest and say, what's the story? Give me some books to read. And they don't want to hear it. They, whoa, you know. And that's how I didn't go. I went to, had adults 12 and 13 and 14, that age right in there, 11 to 14. First kid was at a high school dance in Fort Lauderdale. I remember it very well.
Haunted FM.
But as far as having sex, there was none of this sexual stuff like that goes on in schools today. And everybody's, wearing little preschool costumes and everything. You didn't see that back in 1961 and 62. I had good experiences. I went, in fact, when Kathy Rice and the first kids, I was studying all the way through high school. So, until I was out of high school, I only dated one girl. Well, regular petting that anybody does when you're in high school, kissing and petting. But as far as sexual intercourse goes, not in high school. That's telling tale. That's what people like that. Who was sexually repressed and could not enjoy a normal intimate relationship. But that's how people are, especially some girls that are one of very strict Catholic schools. I found out that are so repressed sexually that they just have to feel as though that they just forced into it. They can't say, they say no, and you just have to say yes, and you have to be forceful and persistent, and then they say, oh, I'm overwhelmed, and that's how they rationalize it away. Well, I'm more of a romantic type, and I like light and clouds, and that's
Haunted FM.
This was beyond my experience.
Haunted FM.
I didn't understand it at the time. Later, when I went to university and I studied abnormal psychology, I began to understand that there are people who are not sexually aware. And other people aren't. And their relationship is that more submissive personality and make it okay for her. It wasn't like she went home through if you've got some problem and they meet you up with somebody and you role play it out. Apparently this is a big business out there. I don't know what they do. Oh, really? Is she thinking of undressing in front of the window? Well, she was another girl. She went to Stranahan, and I went to St. Thomas, and Stranahan was a secular high school. And she was more liberated, you know, and she got off on doing her little striptease in front of her window at night for myself and thematic and topics and the boys of the neighborhood, right? And she was entertaining. And I always thought that was kind of slutty, you know? But that's not the way a good Catholic is. She wasn't a Catholic. She was brought up in a different system, and she was trying
Haunted FM.
Her name was Lee.
Haunted FM.
Well, naturally, I get turned on just like everybody else, because mostly it was a group thing. All the guys were over with funny cars or watching TV or whatever, you know. And we said, oh, it's getting about 10 o'clock, and leave me up in the window, you know. No, I'm not judgmental. I went over to Lee's house and made a move on her. Yeah, well, she was up there dancing around. I was looking for some attention. I think I gave her attention. I went up to her. You invited me right up in the bedroom. You had a good time with Lee.
Haunted FM.
Oh, she was nice, but I wasn't solid. I met her at a high school dance. And I was at the dance with a girl by the name of Dee Cunningham. And I looked over there and I saw Sandra, and she was sitting there. And she looked awfully familiar. And I went up to her and I said, don't I know you from somewhere? It was a great opening line. But I just had to do it. I was compelled. I just knew her from somewhere. It seemed like well, eventually I found out what her name was. I asked somebody what her name was, and it was Sandy Stewart. And I went home, and I looked at the phone book, and I went down the Stewarts, and I went to every S-T-U-A-R-T trying to find it, every S-T-E-W-A-R-T trying to find it, and finally I tracked her down. I think I asked one of the guys who went to the Stranahan, so. But I called her up and I got her a date, man. You know, I'm not bashful. If I like her, I call her up and say, let's go out. And that's what I did with her. And we did it pretty well. I stayed for about a year. Lovely relationship. Around the end of
Haunted FM. Haunted FM.
New college on the other side. So we broke it off. No, she was going away to school, and you can't go steady when somebody's in Tampa and you're in Fort Lauderdale. It was very amicable. It said we had a great time together, and it's time to move on. Complicate things by trying to remain steady. But there was no animosity. I'm granted like that. I was naturally. I think my deeper interest in my relationship with scientists and superficial in her relationship. She moved around, bounces around from one to another, whereas I'm a one-man, one-woman type of person, because that's the way that I was raised and trained to be at. Catholic guy, they get hooked into this one-man relationship and said, yeah, I've got to blame you, I'm a nun, I'm a priest, but that's what they taught us. And I was just not taught to be promiscuous. If you had a relationship that was emotional or sexual with someone commitment, you made a commitment to them, and you were a friend.
Haunted FM.
That was emotional and sexual with somebody commitment, you made a commitment to them, and you were a friend and a lover, and you didn't stray, you know? Here's what happened. They accused me of killing 34 people in the newspaper. All right? Imagine yourself waking up some morning and seeing your picture on the front page with being accused of 34 murder. It is absolutely devastating. And you're thinking to yourself, is it possible that I could have done this and that I don't know? Because I don't have any recollection of killing 34 people. That's what you're going to say if you didn't do it, right? And people are saying, yes, you did. We can prove it. Rah, 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 rah. You say, well, I must be crazy.
Haunted FM. Haunted FM.
You know, they put me in up to Chattahoochee to find out that there was something wrong with my brain, like a lesion or something that caused me to kill people and have a blackout and not remember it, right? This was the whole purpose of going up there. Well, I walked in the door, and I went to see the intake doctor, whoever it was, and he says, oh, you're the guy who killed the 34 women. How do you feel about that? Wow. You know, this isn't a situation where I'm going up to find out. This is a situation where it's going to be an interrogation, and they're going to, whatever I say is, this is not going to be for medical purposes at all. It's just like talking to the state attorney's office. Worst thing you could have possibly done was say that, because then I said to myself, oh, that one story, I'll give him stories. Oh, gave him lots of stories. Nothing had to do with any murder.
Haunted FM.
On the lane and trying to find some more stories to tell him. I know them all. But nothing that had to implicate me in a crime. I certainly not implicated myself in any murder. So I had the presence of mind to understand what they were up to. And then, the same day, they threw me in solitary confinement. Unbelievable filth on the floor. And I was held 2 weeks in the most incredible dungeon that you had ever imagined. With lunatics drooling fucking me. Well, I realized later that this was in order to break me down, destroy me, and bring me to my knees, to make me miserable that I was just to say. Having been through the system one time, you realize the tricks of their trade that they use to break me. And that's what they were doing to me. They weren't interested in whether I had blackouts. They wanted me to make an inculpatory claim. And I didn't have anything to say.
Haunted FM.
I didn't kill anybody. Especially, and I said, well, who are these 34 people? Well, we don't have to give you the name. I said, well, Ooh, I think if you're gonna accuse me of killing 34 people, I'd like to have some names, some dates, some MOs and things like that. It took me until 1981 to get the names of the people who they thought that I killed. And when I got those names, he finally reduced it. Robert Stone and Lem Brumler. Lem Brumler, who was later arrested as a racketeer for their narcotics, okay, and pled guilty. Stone eventually was confronted by she went to Stone and he reduced it from 34 to 9. Okay, and gave her the name. And I went to those names, those jurisdictions that I wrote to the police department, to the sheriff's department, in those jurisdictions, and I said, I understand I am the suspect in this crime, and I want to autograph. I want to be interviewed. I want the whole 9 yards. I want an attorney, blah, blah, blah. And I went through all 9 of them and ended up getting letters from every one saying that that I had cooperated and that they have given me whatever test they wanted to give me and that I am no longer a suspect. Now, Sanders got that stuff. I've asked her to give it to people like yourself, where she's got copies of the letters from each state attorney's office clearing me as a suspect because of my cooperation. And the latest one that we did was the FBI. Mr. Hazelwood wrote a letter and said, you are not on our list of being a serial killer. This is Robert Stone and his little cabal down there saying, yeah, that man's a serial killer. Say, yeah, but you've never linked me to a crime scene, Mr. Stone. When am I going to be linked to a crime scene?
The Haunted FM.
You want to call me, but let's see some...
Haunted FM.
Sandra called him on the phone. You accused a man of having sex with corpses. Do you have something to back that up? I was furious. That Catholic boy raised in Catholic and being accused of having sex with a dead body on the front page of the newspaper. How makes me mad just talking about it. And she says, well, I'll call him and ask him. And she called him on the phone and says, well, you've accused the man of necrophilia here in News article. What is your proof? What do you base this on? She says, well, he wrote stories. He's written it all up in fiction. He must be doing it. Duh. That's supposed to be the evidence. My book is supposed to be the evidence. You see, this is Sandra again. Here's what Sandra is interested in making money. Okay, that's her primary motive in life, is generating money for her. When she wrote to me, she was not interested in the how are you doing? Gee, it's been a long time. Would you like to get back together again? It's, do you still write those stories? Because I was writing back in 1965. In fact, my instructor in 1965 was Patrick here telling you the pitch. So, when I find out that Sandra wants to make money, I say, yeah, I wrote it. Boy, do I ever. So it shows. All right. And then she said, out, you know. I said, well, we'll just write up a story like Lemons would just say, yeah, everything they said is true. I feel good. We'll write it up.
Haunted FM.
I said, boy, you can make
Haunted
a lot of money
FM.
selling that, and it won't make any difference because I'll be able to get it getting out anyway, see? And that's where that's coming from. All that is a business decision, more or less. There's no evidence I killed anybody. And then she started coming on with this thing they bring people get my life and did it with the assistance of Mr. Stone. And Bruce Cole, who is the state attorney, he is well aware of it. Oh, I was guilty of that. What can I say? You know, I went in, there was no trying to wiggle out of that. Just a little bit too many Dirty Harry movies for me, you know. You get to see this stuff on TV and they do all this weird stuff and then you do it in real life. It isn't. Of course there was a trunk. There was two trunks. It was filled up with my literary work. That hundreds and hundreds of I was not there, okay? I was not there. I have been told that they have found stuff like this, all right? I have asked Sandra, I said, you go and you see it. Eyeball it. I said, because every time that I have got to see it, nobody knows anything about it. All right? If you're saying that you found this and that, I have a right to see it. Don't I have a right
Haunted
to see
FM.
it? Produce it. I deny that it exists. I'm not denying they say that they found the stuff, and I'm sure that they found jewelry in my house because they went and they searched my sister's bedroom. And they took the jewelry out of my sister's bedroom, not out of my bedroom, and not out of my trunk. Out of my sister's jewelry box, out of my sister's drawers. My brother's girlfriend, Sandra Moses, they took her clothes and they said, we found the clothes of women. It belonged to Sandy Moses, you know? It was stuff that Sandy said, oh, that's mine. You know, but no, Sandy Moses is my brother's girlfriend, okay? They go, here, they've got a list, a search warrant. They've got certain things on the search warrant they're looking for. They didn't find anything that was on the warrant that they were looking for. They took thousands of items out of the home. They just went in, we'll take this, we'll take clothes, we'll take jewelry. Look at this, this is a story. We'll take these stories, we'll take these guns. Wow, this is no way to do a search warrant. This is a what they call home invasion under the color of state law, you know? There's laws against this kind of thing. You want to be a cop? You want to go in and look for something that belongs to Susan's place? Fine. Go and look. If you find something that belongs to Susan's place, take it. But don't take everything that's ever been belonged to my family and say, and not only my family, but all the guys that spent the night with me, you know, as young kids.
Haunted
FM. My sister. And
Haunted FM.
And all the people who have been in that house for 10, 15, 20 years and left junk laying around and say, oh yeah, well this belongs to this. Oh, it just makes me so mad. When they say that they found all this stuff in my home, they didn't find it in my home. They found it at my mother's home. Okay? And I've never seen it.
Haunted FM.
Saying that adding stuff, and I kept taking to Sandra. I said, look, they say they've got this and they've got that. Go down to Broward County Sheriff's Department, because that's who's getting served.
Haunted
And I
FM.
said, ask them. I know lots of serial killers in here, and I don't know of any of them that are denying it. The latest one, Don Levin, can't shut him up. We've got Evans got bodies all over, taking people on tours. Ted Bundy was the same way. The closer he got with the chair, he wasn't denying it, except officially he was denying it. But when he was talking to people like myself, psychologists, writers, he wasn't denying it. He was just saying, hey, I got a thing in court. I can't go ahead and admit this because of my court thing. Jerry Stano was the same way. He took what he killed 40 women. He took them and showed them the body. Bernard Giles, he's another one. He's having sex with the corpses, like Ted Bundy was having sex with the corpses. Caught him with the fucking rotten body right there. He didn't deny anything. He pled guilty. These guys, Otis Toole. Otis doesn't deny anything. Otis says, yeah. He says, Henry Lucas is lying. Henry Lucas and I went out and we killed over 100 people together, and he's trying to say that it never happened. Otis doesn't deny anything. Otis says, yeah. He says, Henry Lucas is lying. Henry Lucas and I went out and we killed over 100 people together.
Haunted FM.
That it never happened. It happened.
Haunted FM.
It happened. Being in prison from 27 years old until 75 years old and then go on the street, forget it. No, I don't want to deal with stress. That's my personal, I would not take it. I make a life for myself here. I do make a life for myself. I do the best I can with what I've got. And you're not going to put me back on the street in 2016 because I am going. And that's the reality of that. It's a big deal. What am I going to do? How am I going to make a living? Live under a bridge with the rest of the homeless people? You know, I read the paper. No, not for me. I got a nice little cell. I got a bed. I got coffee. I don't have very many needs. As long as I've got books and I have access to a library, I will be intellectually stimulated. And I don't want to leave. Not at 2016. Now you come in tomorrow and say, hey, I still have a chance at 45 years old to make something out of my life. And I have told the cops and the state attorneys and everybody else, I say, connect me to any crime, any murder, and convince me that I'm involved.
Haunted FM.
I'll plead guilty. Just like I pled guilty when I was guilty, I pled guilty. I said, but don't make this shit up and come in here and say, yeah, you're a serial killer, yeah, we suspect this, and yeah, we've got that. And I say, oh, you've got that, show me. And they don't have it. The diary, the great death diary that they said they had. I've sent all kinds of people diaries that exist. The people that wrong with imagination. Okay? So, and I'll make that statement right to your camera. Any of you cops out there think that I am involved in any crime in your jurisdiction, come to me. I will take the polygraph. I will take the test. You can take my fingerprints, whatever you want to do. I'll cooperate. But have something. Don't say you're a serial killer. You know, anybody can say that. Back in
Haunted FM.
and they haven't done that, not even with
Haunted
the ones
FM.
that they convicted me of. They got false evidence. They've got all kinds of evidence that shows somebody else did it. I'm not super intelligent. I'm just a regular people when those tests they give you, they show the intelligence squad IQ. I just have a regular IQ test. I'm not one of these super intelligent guys like Barney or several of these guys. Like a Nancy killer, you know, I'm just a regular guy. They can't prove it because I didn't do it. Why? They've got evidence. It doesn't have anything to do with me. It's like the great fur, my bullet pouch, okay? Full of bullets, every Dean, Elton Quarter, goes to my home, steals it, takes it to the police department, his buddy, David Yerchuk, his former partner. He said, listen, Yerchuk, this is probably evidence in one of your cases. Okay?
Haunted FM.
Now I
Haunted
have a
FM.
receipt where I wrote a letter from my law school about the purchase, which I didn't have back in 72. But they say, oh, this girl carried her marijuana in this purse. So now, test it. Open it up, because if you put marijuana in a leather pouch, you're going to have residue, right? You can't put marijuana in a leather pouch and not have residue. They tested it, no residue. There's what, 25,000 murders in this country last year, something like that. It's epidemic. It's out of control. Now that's scary. And it's in here too. You get murdered in here too. There's been murdered this year, right in this building. And just because you're in prison doesn't mean that you're immune from this. This is taking things out of context, all right? This story,
Haunted FM.
all right?
Haunted
Now,
FM.
what this was, when I was in high school, there was a man by the name of Clifton Gordon Lewis. He made films. He made a film called Blood Beast. And I was really taken with Blood Beast. And I thought, it's so immature. Imagine what we can do here if we had a real scary person, not Fuad Ramsey, who is, going to run around and pretend. He wasn't believable. This was written during the 60s when I was putting together this character. And when the police went into my home, I had put all this aside when I got married, and I just had it in storage. But this was what came out of Blood Beast, out of my watching it and studying it. And I said, this guy, Lewis, is making $1 million with this film. I can write this well. And I said, I started putting it together. This took years, and this just wasn't, I just did it in one day. This was a product of years. Now, there were all parties. There was a pile of paper that high that had to do with this area that I did draw study, like on baby fantasies, and this is the first part of the murder plan, okay? And I haven't even seen this, actually. I've never seen this. Joe Bob Briggs also thinks this is really interesting, too, you know? The nationally syndicated columnist who does horror film, no, drive-in, Joe Bob Briggs at the drive-in. You never seen that? Well, you're not, obviously not into horror. But what I'm telling you is that when you go and take a man's rough drafts, when you do a work, and this was to be a work, the ghoul, the person, all right, is a commodity. He is a scary character. And when you read this, you get scared. By the time you get to the end, you say, wow, what is like that? Because this is what's really scary. King Kong was scary. Who I ran was scary. This is scary. Okay? Now, they went into
Haunted FM.
They stole, okay? What they got is they took, oh, this looks good. This looks like it might be compulsory to make him look like a serial killer. So we'll keep this one over here and we'll throw this part away. So by the time the police got done with it, you got a piece over here murder plan, which is nothing more than a little scenario. This is just a sketch to build something on. And I'm going to read this, and by the time I get it read and you get it cut, it'll be turning into a confession type of thing, is what it gets turned into, reading the work. Setting where people understand that this is a reading, like a poetry reading or something. That's one thing, but so many people have said, we think you're a killer because of that graphic stuff that you write. People say this to me. How can you write this kind of stuff and not be a killer? I said, well, you do it by research. You do it by concentration. You do it by creativity. I think you do it the same way that everybody else who writes graphic murder stuff does it. You work at it. This isn't just something that happens. This is something that you pay money to go to the university to learn how to do it correctly. I mean, I graduated from Florida Atlantic University, and I did creative writing, and I specialized in short stories. I did not specialize in doing novels and journalism. I specialized in short stories, and these are short stories. I've had so many bad experiences with media and police and everybody, you know, tricking me and saying, do this. I've had so many bad experiences with media and police and everybody, you know, tricking me and saying, do this and do that, and you say it, and it comes back in a negative way.
Haunted FM. Haunted FM.
That it is entertaining. Obviously, it's entertaining. A lot of people buy it. But I dislike it when people say, you created this work, therefore you're a killer. Or this proves that what the state is alleging, that you are a serial killer because you are capable of writing that. And that upsets me a great deal when people say that. The state of Florida has submitted this part right here as proof to the federal judge that I committed those murders. It's in their answer to my habeas corpus. They have put this piece in there and said, look, judge, this proves you killed him. Has nothing to do with that crime whatsoever. But you see, that is their pitch, because they have nothing else. They have no proof that I did anything. they have fits. Now, you want me to read it? I'll read it. And I just have to trust you to do the right thing. It's something that needs to be said, you know. This is an ongoing thing, and I don't think there's ever been a case like this in the entire judicial history of this country. This is an entirely unique case with the lawyer and the wife and the book and the no evidence that I am being convicted on the merit of my writings, and this is wrong. If you want to take that anything right now, bring it.
Haunted FM.
Don't say I was just going and do it not half-assed. Not first of Gordon Lewis who I ran. This is the real thing. This is really scary. This is as good as anything Stephen King put together. And I'm not doing it with vampires. I'm doing it with real live people that are walking around. And you want to look. Oh boy, they come in the night. You know? Let me see. That Sandra. Not sending me. She should be sending me copies of the stuff that she's putting together. Alright, this deals with Intermon. Now, who is the character that I created based on a romance written by Perpetually. And essentially, this character is a human monster, but he's a very believable human monster, and he functions very well in society, but when the moon is right, the creature, the beast, comes out, and this was an attempt, keeping in mind as a rule, was an attempt by me as an artist, after reading about such people, real people, was an attempt by me to put together a mental picture of what this character would be like.
Haunted FM.
If that's understandable.
Haunted
I wanted
FM.
to have a mental profile of my character. And that's why by the time you get to Caroline Road, you can see where this part is way down here on the left. Caroline Road is like a culmination of how that mental process is. He's deteriorated into such a state as he is capable of doing the impossible.
Haunted FM. Haunted FM.
Skipping to another part, so there's a break here. I arranged the rope in the noose, and I dressed the woman in the white shroud, placed the pillowcase over her head, and then, if I feel like it's beginning, entertaining with a bit of my conversation. Give her my ideas in which she wouldn't bother. Make it as real as possible. she will strangle slowly, and she sits on a board between two limbs with a long rope leading off into the jungle. When it is time, I will go off into the jungle and pull the rope, and she will hang. Then I will go home and have something to eat, and bright and early the next morning I will be able to touch it. I will find the body from the cemetery, and only then will I really notice it. Maybe fondle it, and maybe even have
Haunted FM.
I will notice the expression on the
Haunted FM.
position of the body, explore the nooks and crannies of it, perhaps mutilate it and the likeness more than a given explanation that passed behind me. I leave and then return, so it will be unbelievable to myself that I did this evening. I will not feel again. Funny, isn't it? The deniability part and all that, which is based on serial killer studies. You can see that I am putting together a serial killer person from a serial killer profile. Fits perfectly. But all of that is research. And that's going to the library and spending time studying books about criminal mentality. Well, I think it's very valid. What's written is valid. And the more they learn about serial killers, the more they see that this fits a lot of what people do. Especially the part that you mentioned about the deniability. This is pure Giles from our Giles when he was dividing children and leave and come back and screw the court. I'm sorry that people take it in a way that they feel that this is an expression of reality. This is fiction. This is make-believe. It's designed to scare you. Okay? So, I'm sorry that I wrote it.
Haunted FM.
Written.
Haunted FM.
No, this is not and it's just as valid fiction as anybody else who writes fiction. That's scary. This is scary to me. Isn't it scary? Okay. She may be revived before death desirable and subjected to further indecency. After death has occurred, the corpse should be violated if not violated already. The body should then possibly be mutilated and carried to the grave and buried. All identity papers should be destroyed and the place of execution dismantled. This was supposedly the perfect crime type of scenario that the movie used in order to remain unapprehended. They went out and they made a video after they took my story, okay? And they released the
Haunted FM.
girls wherever they lived.
Haunted FM.
And brought them down here and used my story to make a video that was not a valid reenactment.
Four counts. Counts 1 and 2 charge the crime of aggravated murder in the first degree.
One day I saw an account of a particularly brutal murder. What intrigued me wasn't the crime itself, but the way the murderer talked about his victims. Not as people, but as mere enemies.
The trial is set for June.
On Christmas Eve, 1985, David Rice rang the doorbell, pretending to deliver a package to a family he'd been told were communists. They weren't. Using a toy gun he purchased for $3, he forced the father, the mother, and 2 young children onto the floor, face down, and handcuffed the adults behind their backs. He said he was looking for information. But when they told him that dinner guests were coming, he panicked. He chloroformed the family. Then one by one, he struck them in the head repeatedly with the sharp end of a clothing iron. When he found their hearts still beating, he used a kitchen knife in the head wounds and in the chest. Then he turned out the lights and left by the back door. In June of 1986, he would be convicted of murder and sentenced to death. I knew this man wasn't normal. Perhaps he wasn't even sane. I also knew that it can be very misleading to draw parallels between an individual's experience and that of a nation. But there was a disturbing similarity between his rhetoric and the way political leaders try to justify their killing of enemies. So I didn't expect by meeting a murderer to understand the complexities of international conflicts. But I did think that someone who claimed that he killed for ideological reasons might give me some clues into the process of enemy making.
Haunted FM.
A lot of people are going to say I'm psycho or something like that, but there really is a definite plan to turn this world into a one-world communist government. It's proven and it's evident. All you have to do is look around.
Who are the ones? Who are the ones that are trying to take over? What other kinds of things have you seen that led you to this?
You can, like I said, you can just look around. The thing that really got to me and brought me into this was the fact that I had trained for a welding job, and I trained very hard for about a year, and I got one job out of that, and I was doing okay until the shop shut down. And I went on for just over a year before I finally came to the conclusion that something is definitely wrong. You know, something is wrong. This country does not get in this kind of shape without somebody actually putting it in that shape. And if you look around, all you have to do is open your eyes and see that, yeah, it's being done purposefully. And I believe it was in I think it was 67, that Khrushchev said that they would destroy our country and they wouldn't fire a shot doing it. In order to do that, they'll take the United States and they'll cause a civil war to do it.
You couldn't get anything more inappropriate if you tried than Rice killing this family of 4 totally innocent people. How is it that innocent people become enemies? Enemies so monstrous that they have to be destroyed. As I listened to Rice, I began to get a sense that his world was in shambles, that he felt totally threatened, and he needed to find somebody to blame.
Haunted
He
FM.
needed an enemy. Where did you find out about this, and who told you about this, and where did...
Like all the time you see on the street, little pamphlets, people pass around. maybe watching a videotape of maybe a speech of General Moore.
General Jack Moore and the Christian Patriots crew. Of what? Do you remember what they were about?
I remember one in particular that really hit me was when he mentioned that there were troops on either border.
In 1977, the Gulf of Baja, California, on December the 3rd, 1976, excuse me, there was a 27-ship convoy of Russian ships came around the point of the Baja and landed in these two areas here. These ships came in at nighttime. By the next morning, they had been unloaded. They had been loaded onto flat cars that were waiting in this area here at this point, and this point. And from there, they were camouflaged and they were sent up. Look where they went. Right up here to the border, from here to the border, another branch to the border here, up to the border at El Paso.
It is a war. It's always been a war. Even right up from World War II on. We have not been fighting the Koreans. We've not been fighting the Vietnamese. We've not been fighting the South Americans. We've been fighting the Soviets.
Clearly, Rice was not a soldier and had never been. But his delusions were based on reality. We perceive the Soviets as our enemy. And they perceive us as theirs.
If I started murdering people, there'd be none of you left. People have done everything in the world to me. Doesn't that give me equal right? Maybe I haven't done enough. I might be ashamed of that for not doing enough.
People play games, man. They lie. How can I use a lie? So you people that leave us, I just beg you, please leave us. We will bother nobody, anything. So get out of here. Get out of here.
In other words, when you go to bed, make sure your windows and doors are locked, even if it's warm. And maybe invest in instead of keeping the windows and doors open.
Haunted FM.
9 minutes into the charges, and I hope they understand that.
The man hitherto perfectly good character who could be pursuing a normal offense without giving rise to suspicion that he is mentally ill.
People should be more aware of the fact that they're becoming closer together and he's more of a danger than he was before.
The sentence me to death with no damn no peace at all.
only deliberated in the penalty phase for about 45 minutes before they came back with that recommendation, 12-0 for the death penalty for Dante Morris. And just moments after that, Chief Jane Castor tells me that if there is any case where the death penalty is appropriate, this is it.
Everything about my life as I knew it. 10 years of marriage, 4 kids, and a happy home changed on the night of June 29, 2010. I was ripped from my sleep with a knock on the door.
2 wives.
Haunted FM.
He was my husband.
Haunted
soulmate,
FM.
Best friend. And the one person I could pour my heart out to. We were both right where we wanted to be in life. We had been married 10 years.
Kelly Curtis and Sarah Kokap both wore a veil of sadness as they struggled to explain their loss.
I can't put into words the feelings that raced through me when I found out that Jeff was murdered.
Sarah has never publicly spoken about her husband, Officer Jeff Kokap's murder. She's also never opened up about their baby
Haunted
girl,
FM.
Lily, who made the heartbreak of losing Jeff even worse.
Lily was delivered stillborn, and so almost a month after burying my husband, I buried our baby.
But the sadness
Haunted
didn't stop
FM.
with the victims' families. Dante Morris's aunt wept.
I just can't. I can't fathom him being. It's hard for me to sit here and to say, I believe this.
Today, jurors found out for the first time Morris is already a convicted murderer.
30 days. 30 days before the murders of Officer Jeff Kokap and David Curtis, this defendant murdered another human being.
2 widows, 1 pain. Even jurors tasked with life or death can't solve.
I have no doubt that Jeff is in heaven right now. Every day I wish that I could go back and erase what happened that night so we could have our happy little family again.
And although this was the juror's recommendation, the judge makes the final call on January 10th in a Spencer hearing. The law does say he will have to follow what their recommendation is strongly. So it is likely more than 90% of the time that he will also hand down the death penalty. Also,
Haunted FM.
Mike Roberts'
Haunted FM.
Cindy Roberts, shortly after that recommendation was handed down, you're going to hear what she has to say tonight at 6 o'clock. Live in Tampa, I'm Carson Chambers, ABC Action News.
I just want to ask you, do you know why you're here? No. Do you have any idea why you're here? Okay, we're working on an investigation, and there's a warrant for your arrest. Charging you count of murder. Yes, sir. So, before we get into it, I know I can see right by your expression you got a lot of questions to ask us. I have a couple to ask you too. I'm sure you've seen this on TV 1,000 times. I've got to advise you, and then we'll talk about it now and then here. Is that okay? You have the right to remain silent. You understand that? Yes. Anything you say may be used against you in court. You understand? Yes. You have the right to the presence of an attorney before and during any questioning. Do you understand that? Yes. You want to sit here and talk to us about that? I don't even know what it's about. Oh, okay. Okay. Well, here, I forgot. If you cannot afford an attorney, want to be appointed for you free of charge. You understand that? Okay. So, you want to sit here and talk about the warrant? You know, what the charges are against you? We have been investigating a murder that occurred in 2007. Okay. And it involves a young lady. I'm going to ask you, show you a photograph of this young lady and see if you recognize her. You've never seen that girl before.
Who is that? Peters?
Like I said, we've been investigating this since 2007. And, you're not down here. We didn't just pick your name out of a hat. I mean, you watch all these little police shows and CSI and all that stuff with modern technologies and all that.
Right.
Okay, well, you've been identified to this young lady. You understand that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. You have any questions about that? Why would you be identified?
I don't know. I don't know about a lot of people, but I don't know.
All right. So do you know how I'm sure you probably heard about DNA.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, your DNA was identified in relation to this young lady's death. Okay.
No, I'm just saying, that's what you're telling me, so that's all I can say. That's all I'm saying.
How could that happen?
I don't know.
You have no idea?
I have no idea.
You've never seen this lady before?
No, I haven't.
In your life?
No, I haven't.
You're right, you want to ask about her?
No.
Okay, in 2003, this young lady was found
Haunted FM. Haunted FM.
You don't know that lady? You've never seen her? Mr. Franklin, just like the other one, your DNA was found on this young lady. Is there a way to explain that?
That's not.
There's
I
no
don't
way.
know. I don't know. Sorry.
That's Valerie for you. Think about it. Think hard. This is very, very serious. I mean, you're telling me you watch these shows. I mean, it's like we put your name out of a hat. Okay. 2002. This young lady was found. You recognize her? Princess. Never seen her before?
Haunted FM.
Mr. Franklin, we're both old guys.
Right.
Okay?
Yeah.
And I'm sitting here and, you know, I'm ready to answer questions of you and I'm being upfront with you. And by you telling me that you don't know these people or don't know any way that your DNA got on their bodies, you're insulting my intelligence. sir. I don't know. Okay. In 1988, this young lady, Alicia Alexander, was found. Again, it's all linked to you. Now, Mr. Franco, I mean, you watch these shows. You tell me once, maybe you met the gal and you had a relationship with her and she turned you dead. Maybe a coincidence. I just showed you what these four people and your coincidences are pretty soon. What do you say? What do you, do you have anything to say?
No, I don't. I don't know the people. Sorry.
How would your DNA get there? What logical reason?
I have no clue. No clue. I have no clue how my DNA would get there.
This young lady, Lucretia Jefferson, again, coincidence?
My DNA. I have no idea.
Let me ask you something. Do you know what DNA is?
Yes, the blood, saliva, anything, any body fluids in their contact.
Okay, and it's like a fingerprint.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, only one person has that DNA.
Okay, so you understand it probably better than I do.
I understand. I don't know these people.
Haunted FM.
So, yeah, you got 5 or 6 people here, and I don't know.
So far.
Yeah.
Yeah,
no.
Are you go to church?
Yes, I do. Matter of fact, I'm supposed to be at church tonight.
What church is that?
I go to Greater New Baptist Church.
Where?
Greater New Baptist Church.
Where is that?
In Los Angeles.
What street?
San Pedro.
San Pedro and
San Pedro and Martin Luther King.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
How long have you been going to that church?
I've been going there for like 3 years. Off and on, and I'm a member of the Silver Lining of Hope.
Okay. Where did you go to church before that church?
Well, I bounced into my wife's church on the corner right there.
What church does she go to?
Jerusalem.
And you remember a church that used to be on Normandy, named Cosmopolitan Church? Remember that?
Normandy.
60th? Normandy?
Only go to, that's only 2 churches I.
Well, this is going back in probably the late 1980s. Do you remember there?
No.
Did you used to have access to drive their van?
No, I didn't.
Did you know people that went there?
No.
You're not that far from 60th and Normandy from where you live.
Yeah, it's around the corner from the park.
But that's not familiar to you, the Cosmopolitan Church.
No.
All right. Well, just testing your memory here. You're well versed in DNA.
'Cause I bought food right there.
Haunted FM.
Right there, 1 block before you get to Gage, just a little Mexican spot I get food at.
Well, the church isn't there anymore, but years ago it was there. But I'm just personally, I'm very impressed at your knowledge of the DNA, that it's saliva and blood, and it's only connects to one person in the world. And I mean, even your kids don't have your DNA. You might have your blood type or something, they don't have your DNA. It's just like they don't have your thumbprint. It's only Mr. Lonnie Franklin has the DNA makeup that's found on those young ladies right there. So how in God's name is that possible? No thought, I mean, okay, all right.
This young lady here, Mary Lowe, is her name.
She looked like reality. She is shading the same facial.
Well,
Haunted FM. Haunted FM.
this young lady here, her name is Bernita Sparks. You ever own any weapons?
Yes.
What kind of weapons?
I have a 22 long rifle.
What else?
38 revolver.
What else?
I had a 9mm.
Okay. Any other handgun?
Pistol,
22 revolver. That's different than the long rifle you mentioned?
Yes.
Did you purchase those in the gun shops? Or did you get them on the street?
I purchased a couple of them at gun shops.
Gun shows. Gun shops. Okay.
Western Surplus is down the street. I bought one for the should be on record. I bought one there.
The 22 long rifle?
Yeah.
Okay. And then you said 9mm?
Mm-hmm.
Where'd you get that?
The 9mm, I sold it, but I got it out of Texas.
Okay, so you no longer have that gun?
No.
And you mentioned a 38?
38 revolver.
Okay. Where'd you purchase that?
Haunted FM.
From your dad?
Haunted FM.
Is that still at the house?
It was stolen. No, it was stolen. It was stolen. It was broke into. House was broke into some years ago. Oh my God. That's stolen.
Do you remember when that was stolen? That's a 38 revolver?
Haunted FM.
22 pistol. 22 pistol. It's different from
Haunted FM.
right. You're talking.
It's a little 22-year-old.
And the 22 long rifle, that's what, a semi? Or could you
It's a
keep-
Ruger. It was a Ruger.
So it's like a semi-auto?
Yeah. I guess so. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, that's why I'm just trying to make the distinction. So that's all the handguns you have?
Yes, sir.
You don't know any more handguns?
No.
What about that 25 caliber there in your closet?
25 caliber. What is it, rifle? It's a 25 caliber. A pistol. Yeah, over the. That's not mine.
It's not?
No, that's my brother-in-law's. There were men. He had two. I had two things of his. He got evicted. We just picked that pistol up last week.
What was the other thing you got? What was the other thing that you got? So you picked up two things?
Oh, the shotgun.
Haunted FM.
Where is that at?
That was in my closet.
Any other hand?
No.
Never saw her. Nothing about it.
Sorry, I don't.
Again, you know, it's like I told you earlier. I mean, I'm really feeling insulted here because all of these people, it's like I told you earlier. You know? I mean, come on, we're grown men here. I'm not playing games with you. I'm laying my cards right here on the table, just like this. I'm laying my cards right here. I'm telling you. Maybe one I'd say, okay. Two, I wouldn't be going to Vegas if I were you. If your luck isn't that good. But look at all of this. Your luck is running out fast. Unless you come up with some kind of explanation. I mean, I'm not hiding anything from you. I'm telling you straight up. Straight up. This young lady, her name is Henrietta Wright. Go ahead, take a close look. No recollection, or you just don't?
I don't know.
What?
But I don't know. Sorry.
Haunted FM.
Young lady, Deborah
Haunted
Jackson.
FM.
So if I told you you were connected to the deaths of all of these individuals, who do you think Detective Kilcoyne and I would be sitting here looking at? Huh? You don't know who we'd be looking at?
Oh, okay, you looking at me. You looking at me.
I mean, do you agree?
Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you on that, yes.
I mean, all of these people that you say you don't know, through scientific evidence, are all pointing the finger at Lonnie David Franklin Jr. Sit there and look at their faces, all staring at you, pointing that finger at you. Don't insult my intelligence. Please don't insult. I'm gray-haired, I'm going bald, I'm getting close to the end here. I've done this a lot, okay, just like you. You've been around. I respect your experience. You're probably the best mechanic there is out there. You're good at what you do. And we've been doing this for a long time, too.
Coming up, the picturesque town of Amityville, New York, home to the world's most famous haunted house. In Amityville, it was the day that lives in infamy when Ronald DeFeo took a high-powered rifle and took the lives of his parents, brothers, and sisters.
I couldn't stop if I wanted to. So I thought somebody was inside moving me.
13 months later, a new family moved into the house on Long Island.
There was a crying, there was a banging, there was a scraping.
And discovered they were not alone.
Whatever was there was very intelligent, very impatient. Its abilities are more powerful than we really understand.
It was December of 1975 when George and Kathy Lutz crossed the threshold of their dream house on Ocean Avenue. 28 days later, they abandoned the home, terrified by a series of bizarre and mysterious incidents. What's the truth behind the so-called haunted house and the real-life horror story that inspired a best-selling book and a hit movie? Join us for Amityville, The Haunted.
Amityville, a quaint village on the south shore of Long Island, about an hour's drive from the hustle and bustle of New York City. A seemingly ordinary American town whose name is derived from the Latin word for friend. Yet it is also a name that remains inextricably linked to a series of events that began with the brutal murder of an entire family and ended with another family's nightmare. The story became known to the world as the Amityville Horror, but it's a story that the people of this closed-door community would just as soon forget.
All that publicity and the movies I thought were ridiculous too. I just didn't believe it. I guess I don't believe the supernatural.
It's the drunk kids that come back looking for a thrill night. They have nothing to do. So they, let's go to Amityville and find the house.
Long before gaining notoriety for its House of Horrors, Amityville was a community rich in history.
Will Rogers lived here. Annie Oakley was here. Goddard, the great space flight engineer, shot off the first rocket here. Even George Washington spent a day here supping, as he said in his diary, as he completed his tour of Long Island.
But for nearly 3 decades, a certain house on Ocean Avenue has attracted more attention than any other landmark and cast an ominous shadow over this otherwise idyllic coastal village. This modern-day horror story has its origins in the history of Amityville and Ocean Avenue itself. A history that dates back to the region's earliest settlers, the Montaukett Indians. According to legend, the Indians once believed the land now known as Ocean Avenue to be a power spot, perhaps even an area infested by demons. Tribal enemies, or those said to be possessed by evil spirits, were left to die on this land and then buried face down, cursed to stare for all eternity into the dark abode their spirit was sent to join.
Montaukett believe there is good and there is evil. The spirit is very movable and it can come and go and do a lot of things.
Jay Anson's The Amityville Horror documents another legend about the Ocean Avenue property, one dating back to the Salem witch trials of the late 1600s. According to this account, a man named John Ketchum, after being forced out of Massachusetts for practicing witchcraft, set up residence on or near the spot of Amityville's famed House of Horrors. It is said that Ketchum continued his alleged devil worship until his death, and that his body may be buried somewhere on the property. Early deeds do suggest that Ketchum may have existed, but whether he fled from Salem or ever practiced witchcraft on the land cannot be verified.
We were never able to physically connect the Ketchums who were burned at the stake in Salem, Massachusetts. But it's very interesting that there's a Ketchum Street or a Ketchum Place right in the immediate vicinity of the residence.
In about 1924, the house at 112 Ocean Avenue was built for John Moynihan and his family. But what isn't commonly known is that this house, which now stands just a couple of blocks away, once occupied the famous Ocean Avenue lot.
A house built in 1782, which had been moved because of continuous problems with the people in the house. They moved out. They didn't stay very long.
Representatives for the Amityville Historical Society, who refuse to appear on camera, insist that the only reason the original house was picked up and moved was because Mr. and Mrs. Moynihan needed a larger house to accommodate their growing family, not because of any paranormal disturbances. But what of the house that stands on the lot today?
Coming back to 112 Ocean Avenue, families that I found had resided in that dwelling place appeared to have a calamity within each one. There was a drowning off the bulkhead in the back. There were problems for each family.
Since access to death certificates is limited under New York state law, the deaths said to have occurred on or near the property could not be confirmed, leaving people to speculate about the true history of the house on Ocean Avenue. In the summer of 1965, the house at 112 Ocean Avenue is sold to the DeFeos, a close-knit Italian Catholic family. It is a prosperous time for the city-bred DeFeos, a prosperity evidenced by their move from a small Brooklyn apartment to the 6-bedroom, 2.5-story Dutch colonial on Long Island's affluent South Shore. The book High Hopes, The Amityville Murders, an in-depth examination of the DeFeo case based on interviews, police records, and sworn trial testimony, takes its title from the sign posted on the DeFeo's front lawn.
I think they were more than middle class. And I'm sure when they moved from Brooklyn, when they bought that house, that they had high hopes.
The DeFeos have 5 children: John Matthew, Mark, Allison, Dawn, and their eldest son, Ronald Jr., better known as Ronnie or Butch.
Ronnie had a close relationship with his mother. His relationship with his father was a love-hate relationship.
Mr. DeFeo's way of showing love to his children, especially his eldest son, Ronnie, is by spoiling them with money and material things.
It would be nothing for his father to give him, $1,000 for him to spend. He never really had to work. He had a lot of jobs that he lost. He wound up working in the car agency for the father, but he didn't have to. I think they thought that money would make the difference. Look how wonderful our life is. But it's not very wonderful.
Material excesses and family discord may not have been the only forces at work in the DeFeo home. From the very beginning, Ronald DeFeo Jr. senses that he is not alone in the house.
Well, when I first moved in, you start hearing noises of different things at night. Noise, like you thought somebody might have been walking around, pipes banging. Oh, they were always saying somebody's in the house, ghost, or once in a while you'd hear screaming, but there wasn't nobody screaming.
According to trial testimony, by 1973, the incidents of violence and abuse within the family begin to escalate.
Ronnie's mother
was downstairs doing laundry, but the kids were making a tremendous fuss. And she was yelling at the kids were yelling, and the father kept yelling at her to shut up. He wanted to eat his meal in peace. And she comes up the stairs with a basket of laundry. And the father walks over to the stairs and punches her in the face. She falls down the stairs. He closes the door and he says, now we'll have some peace. We can eat in peace. And that scene, for me, summed up what life must have been like in that house.
Desperate to escape his troubled home life, Ronnie immerses himself in Long Island's South Shore bar scene and the early 1970s drug subculture.
He was into heroin. He was big into speed. He had used, he would take LSD. So I think he was a very heavy user, and he probably started very early.
As Ronnie spirals out of control, one family argument nearly turns lethal.
All sorts of violence is going on. Ronnie's sister Dawn and her father are having a violent argument. And so Ronnie's going to settle the argument.
Picked up a shotgun. I knew the gun was loaded, you know. And I said, hell, want to kill him?
Haunted FM.
Gun didn't go off.
And it turns out there are bullets in the chamber, but nothing happened. So the father felt that was the wonderful miracle. His son didn't kill him.
In a show of devotion, Mr. DeFeo surrounds the house with religious statuary. But is it divine intervention or something more sinister which impels the family to seek help from the Catholic Church?
They felt the devil was in the house. That's what brought all that religion into the house.
Mr. DeFeo went to St. Joseph's Shrine 6 months before he was murdered to bring back a priest who would say the prayers of exorcism in his home. And from all the information I learned, candles were toppling over. Doors were opening and closing.
A letter from St. Joseph's Oratory in Montreal, Canada, states that they have no official record of this incident.
When people asked Mr. DeFeo why he had all these special holy statues around his home, he said, it's because I have a devil on my back.
But was Mr. DeFeo referring to the devil incarnate or to his deeply troubled son?
Maybe it was fear. Maybe it's that, is it possible that down deep they all loved each other? Or that it's something he didn't want to face, that his son could be capable of murder.
Whatever the source of their fear, the DeFeos seem to have an uncanny awareness of the terrible fate soon to befall them.
Lynn Anowitz, the housekeeper to the DeFeo family, stated to me on several occasions during the trial
Haunted
that
FM.
Mrs. DeFeo told her that there was going to be a terrible tragedy occurring to her family.
Desperate to escape his tumultuous home life, Ronnie moves out of the house on several occasions.
I started getting cold and vicious inside. No, it seemed to be the whole problem was originated and ended in that house.
The problem was that Mr. DeFeo used all his resources, all his connections, to go out searching for his son each time and dragged him back to the home. This was just helping the volcano become more violent within Ronnie.
By the early days of November 1974, tensions in the household reach a breaking point.
Just days before the murders, he and his father had an argument where his father referred to him as a devil. It came close to blows. Ronnie stormed out.
Haunted FM.
And you know, to say, if I don't get out of here, I'm going to kill all of you. And he did.
November 13th, 1974. While his family sleeps, 23-year-old Ronald DeFeo Jr. sits in a darkened room watching television.
The television program he was watching was an army movie called Castle Keep. And in this picture, the last 15 to 20 minutes is complete destruction of the American and German troops. Ronnie said that during this movie, he heard his family members whispering, and he thought or believed that they were conspiring to kill him. At or about the end of the movie, he said that a person with black hands appeared and gave him the rifle. And he went ahead and he proceeded to shoot each member of his family.
No, I shot my father first, then I crossed over to my mother. After that, I tell you honestly, I couldn't stop if I wanted to. I couldn't put the gun down. So I felt somebody was inside moving me.
He went into another room and shot his two younger brothers. Then he went in and shot his younger sister. And then he went upstairs and shot his older sister, Dawn.
When it is over, 6 members of the DeFeo family, Ronald Sr., his wife Louise, daughters Dawn, 18, and Allison, 13, and sons Mark, 11, and John Matthew, 9, lie slaughtered in their beds. The following evening, Ronnie himself reports the murders. Citing his family's alleged mafia connections, Ronnie is taken into protective custody. Within hours, however, he confesses. News of the tragedy spreads quickly, leaving friends, family, and the entire community devastated.
There was enormous shock. I think it's still one of the things for which Long Island remains infamous.
At DeFeo's trial 1 year later, defense attorney William Weber tries to prove that his client was legally insane at the time he committed the murders, and therefore not responsible for his actions. Ultimately, the jury finds him sane and guilty on all 6 counts of second-degree murder. Yet even as Ronald DeFeo Jr. serves 6 consecutive 25-year-to-life prison terms, several troubling mysteries about the murders remain.
To this day, no one is certain how Ronald DeFeo Jr. killed his parents, 2 brothers and 2 sisters, and nobody heard a thing, how none of them even woke up. Maybe they were drugged. No, that proved not to be true.
The next theory was that, well, he had a silencer on it. That theory didn't hold water. There would be some fragments of the silencer that would have been left on the crime scene.
Except for the DeFeo's dog barking, nobody heard a thing. Well, how do 6 people get killed and there are no gunshots?
One possible explanation is offered by parapsychologist Hans Hoser.
When there is a strong psychic field, sound will be inhibited. We know this from other cases because the electromagnetic field, which is representative of an entity of this kind, does interfere with the perception of sound.
Haunted FM.
Others believe that the position of the 6 bodies bears an eerie similarity to the local Indian legend, which holds that tribal enemies were buried face down. An Indian curse, some say, may have driven Ronald DeFeo Jr. to murder.
Young DeFeo had always been very high-strung and certainly given to psychic ability. And it is not inconceivable that the influence in the house were manifested gradually through him. I think the entity tried to get him out of the house because the house was on sacred ground.
Town officials and the local Indians themselves dispute any notion of curses or sacred burial grounds. Yet no matter what questions remain, the village of Amityville will be forever linked with these tragic murders.
There isn't a day that goes by that I'm not asked questions relating to the DeFeo case. This was a tragic incident that happened to a middle-class family. A family that could very well have been my neighbor, your neighbor, anyone else's neighbor. So I think that's the essence here, is that this was an American family that was wiped out by the oldest son.
After Ronald DeFeo's trial and conviction, the people of Amityville believed the horror was over. It had just begun. In the summer of 1975, newlyweds George and Kathleen Lutz begin house hunting on Long Island. George, a 28-year-old ex-Marine, runs his family's surveying firm. Kathy, 30, has 3 children from a previous marriage. Daniel, 10, Christopher, 7, and Melissa, 5. Although the Lutzes have only a modest budget, The real estate broker talks them into viewing a certain Dutch colonial overlooking the water on upscale Ocean Avenue. This is the first interview the Lutzes have granted in more than 20 years.
We first saw the house in fall of 1975. Went over with the broker. She said, I wanted to show you what the other half of Amityville lived like.
Pulling up to it, she started to tell us things that the house had as far as the number of bedrooms.
When we walked in the house, Kathy looked around right from the foyer and just started smiling. She really fell in love with the house. It was very obvious. And we walked through, it had 6 bedrooms and a boathouse for our boat and 2-car garage and a heated pool and a basement on the water, which was very rare.
All the things that we talked about, we found in one place. For George and myself, we could bring more things together within this marriage. A new home, space for everybody, space for growth.
Only after George, Kathy, and the
Haunted
children
FM.
fall in love with the house does the broker mention its gruesome past.
And she explained to us about the fatal massacre and wanted to know if that would change our view on the house at all.
We discussed it among the 5 of us. There was no problem. It was, it was unfortunate that that had happened there. It was reflected in the price, of course. But we weren't superstitious, thinking that there was anything wrong that way.
There was a sign outside in front of the house when we first looked at it. It said High Hopes. And when I look now, those same high hopes were within us.
On December 18th, 1975, 13 months after the murders, George and Kathy move in with their 3 children and the family dog, Harry. A friend of George's, after learning of the house's tragic history, insists that he get it blessed by a Catholic priest. Lutz, a Methodist, calls upon the only priest he knows, Father Ralph Pecoraro.
I first met Father Ralph, which we came to know him as Father Ray, when I was in the process of obtaining an annulment of my first marriage. He and I became good friends.
On the same day the Lutzes are moving in, Father Ray comes to bless the house.
I was blessing the sewing. It was cold. It was really cold in there. And I thought, gee, this is peculiar, because it was a lovely day out. It was winter, yes, but it didn't account for that kind of coldness.
It wasn't until much later that we learned what it was that had happened to him while he was doing that. He did stop us before leaving and say to us
Haunted
that
FM.
not to spend too much time in that sewing room. For some reason, he felt uncomfortable there.
I was sprinkling holy water, and I heard a rather deep voice behind me saying, "Get out." It seemed so directed toward me. I was really quite startled. I felt a slap at one point on the face. I felt somebody slap me, and there was nobody there.
Christmas, 1975. For the Lutz family, the lovely house at 112 Ocean Avenue is a dream come true. But from the day they move in, they begin to detect the house's strange sensations.
All homes have sounds that you need to come adjusted to. How the water sounds, the dishwasher in the middle of the night. There's sounds that all homes have.
As the holidays draw to a close, however, the sensations in the house grow increasingly ominous.
After the love of Christmas came down, that's when the sounds in the house were different. They weren't ones that I wanted to become familiar with.
Haunted FM.
There wasn't the warm glow anymore. Now there was a flame. The scraping. And there was a banging. The children who had been anticipating a holiday were now anticipating different things that brought a fear onto their face.
We each saw things so drastically different than the person right next to us that it was very hard for us to communicate even as a family.
When I look back, sometimes I describe it like a three-ring circus, each one being in their own room or their own area of the house, experiencing for themselves something different than what the other person was.
George is attacked by a sensation of intense cold. He compulsively builds fires in the living room fireplace, but he can never get warm enough.
He became obsessed with how much firewood there was, and then would there be enough to keep burning, that he would be continually going about the fireplace, checking the fire.
Fights break out between the normally loving family members. Slowly, each of their personalities begins to change. In the ensuing days, the family is subjected to a series of strange and inexplicable events. Extreme fluctuations in temperature.
Haunted FM.
You still think about this case often?
Every day. Sure. You know, I'm not quite sure exactly how in-depth you are in my situation.
I've read the entire trial.
Oh, did you? Okay,
Yes.
Good. There's a lot of, you know, I think about it every day. And it's something that will never leave me ever again. You know, my failure to render aid is my crime. Not a murder, not a triple homicide. And that's what's, you know, very difficult for me to, you know, I believe in God a lot, you know, very much. And I pray every day, and I beg Cinda to forgive me every day for leaving her.
So as you called it, your failure to render aid, I mean, is that the specific moment that you focus on, or do you think about the way the trial played out, or?
Well, see, you know, a lot of people ask me that, and they ask me about if I still believe in the justice system.
Haunted FM.
Because it's the only thing that's going to save my life.
Haunted
The
FM.
only thing. Nothing else is going to help but the justice system. And now that I have the correct help, things are, you know, coming to light. And that's, you know, I can't say exciting because I don't allow myself to get too excited right here. I've been, you know, dealing with failure for 18 years. You know, so it's kind of hard to get excited, but my family gets so excited. And, you know, it's hard for me to watch them get too happy because then they get let down again. All the years of all the lawyers that really didn't want to do anything or wanted to help and did only so much to stay out of trouble or whatever else. But yeah, it's the trial itself. You know, we had no idea. You know, none of us have ever in our lives had to deal with something like that. Never. And, you know, we were told to shut up. You know, don't say a word. And we got this. You'll be home by Christmas. You know, and okay, I'm good. And I turned when I saw myself on TV, one for triple homicide. So first thing I did, I called my parents. I'm okay. Don't say nothing. Take the number. What are you going to do? So I'm turning myself in. This is not me. So when I'm talking to my lawyer, and here come all these 20 cop cars, you know, and they throw up on me. You know. Shotguns out, everything. You know, I'm like, wow, man. It's like America's Most Wanted or something, you know. But yeah, you know, and that right there itself, you know, the trial, we had no control over that. You know, it's really disturbing to be, you know, looked at and thought of as this monster that kills, you know, 2 women and a child. And these people have never even spoken to me, not once. They don't know